Hello and welcome. It's Theater Thursday. Hello, everybody. Hello, ProStar, Gothron, Yukito, Zebus, Dice God. Hello, Anubis, Ruffian. Hello, Varus, Metus. Hello, Brett GB. Hello, Lore. Hello, Dom. Hello, Leo. And hello, Mudkip. I haven't said that already. Mudkip, thank you very much for 13 months with your Prime Gaming, brother. Incredibly kind of you. Thanks for sticking around for so goddamn long, for longer than a year, no less. I appreciate that, my man. hello. Hope all is well. It is. I just got done hanging out with Brett while he announced the new Deadbeats campaign and the potential for the Kickstarter and all that fun stuff. So I was hanging out over there. And now it's time to work on Pathfinder, because I was working on it a little bit last night, just a little bit, just doing some work on the side, trying to figure out how everything works, sort of my own accord, so to speak. And I was cooking a little bit. I was figuring out how some of the things work, and I've begun to understand like the proficiency bonus of like how creatures get their pluses to hit. So like untrained is 0, trained is 2, like expert is 4, master is 6, legendary is 8. I was starting to understand that. You add that number to your level. But I was running into a little bit of a snag because I was getting a number different than what some of the creatures were getting just off the rip. And I was like, well, that doesn't make any sense. Because if it's using this number to hit, they shouldn't have a 6. They should have a 5. Where's this +1 coming from? And I'm looking around. I'm scrounging through. I'm trying to like understand the mechanic. And there are some where I'm looking at their character sheet and I'm like, okay, so if they have this number in there, they're an expert? That doesn't make sense. They're a level 0 guy. How are they an expert at this weapon? So we're going to be going a little bit over that today, because I was trying to figure that out to better understand the proficiency bonuses. We're also going to be touching up one of the maps. I beg you to make a cheat sheet. I'm going to make a cheat sheet. Don't worry. Don't worry none. That's how I live, as I make cheat sheets. But we're going to touch up one of my maps. There was a little detail I forgot to adjust. And then I'll be exporting that later. Actually, we don't have to worry about that. We can actually just straight up move over to the Foundry, now that I think about it. We'll worry about that later. So, some of the things that I've done. So in order to do Hex Scrolls and Incarnate, is a pro membership required? I believe so. Well, no, Hex Grids should be part of the free kit. If you want to make them look nice by using the parchment style, then yes, you're going to need the pro membership. It is $25 a month, or $25 a year. Sorry, not a month. Jesus Christ. I would not ever use fucking Incarnate if it was $25 a month. It is $25 for the whole year, gives you access to all of their dungeon styles. Okay, so Lore, if you'd be as kind to join me in the DM's hall, if you're available, so that way I can get a better understanding. So last night I was actually finishing up this map. I was putting all the lighting and all that stuff on this map, right? This map looks great. Channel will be there in 10. Awesome. I was finishing this up, making sure that all of the individual like lines for walls and everything like that were up. So we got our first encounter, which is the giant centipedes. They're gonna fight the party, bite them up a whole bunch. We've got our skill checks. We've got our web lurker domain. We've got our skeleton and zombie encounter. If the party want to pick this lock and come fight another creature, they could fight a Draugr that'll actually wake up out of the main tomb. We've got our like sort of little fortitude check right here. We have our potential conflict with the kobolds or potential ally or partnership with the kobolds. We've got our recall knowledge and lore checks here with the saints. We have our trial of the Morning Lord up here. We have the reward that they'll get for completing it if they complete it. And then we have the final chamber, which is where the party will find their first contact with the Herngar. So I was working on them last night. They are lizard kobolds. They're these little guys right here. They're flat-headed folks. This little guy right here. So I was making the Herngar last night. I was writing up a little bit of their little bit of their story. This right here is Overseer Gandrid Pyrefury. He is one of the overseers for the Ember Raiders. The Ember Raiders is a faction of Herngar that have been are basically a known threat to the Fanghold of Katarina. Overseer is a lower rank within their hierarchy, but he is still a threat to be reckoned because Overseer Gandrid Pyrefury possesses a Herngar flamethrower. So I was cooking this guy up last night, just having a little bit of fun, and I was figuring out how everything works. I was trying to initially make I was trying to make the flamethrower an attack action. I realized reading the flamethrower, it's not. It is just a save versus like reflex save. It also does persistent damage. So I just made it its own action because everything is automated. It's all just right here. All I need to do is hit the 2d8 plus 2. It'll roll the damage for me. All I need to do is select a token and hit the DC 19 basic reflex save. They'll roll the reflex save. And then all I need to do is hit the 30-foot cone, and it'll produce a cone token for me that I can just put down. And that's all contained within one box. What's up, gamer?
Not much, man. What's up with you?
Nothing much, man. Working on Pathfinder stuff.
Hey, man. You might need to leave the country.
Leave the country, huh?
Yeah, man.
What you be?
I was like, hey, you were cool that Crown was in the call, right? Like that wasn't an issue, right? And to say, and she was like, yeah, why would it be an issue? I was like, I'm just making sure, just double checking. He's not he'll never like steal me away or anything like that. You got nothing to worry about,
Oh my god!
And
you instigating?
And she held my hand and said, "I'll believe that when he's dead." And I went, "I gotta tell Crown to leave the town.
He's gotta go.
Hey, man, you gotta go, man.
Understood.
You gotta pack your bags. You gotta get ready to go. You gotta." You've been meat lovers pizza a little too much, man. You gotta
like Icarus. I flew too close to the sun on my meat lover wings.
You gotta, yeah, man. You gotta leave town.
Oh no!
Watch your fucking back.
Oh my god!
You home wrecker.
Oh
my god!
Hey, Zach.
I'll get you.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
That's not a threat. That's a promise, my
Oh
friend.
my God. I didn't even do anything lately.
My favorite part about this is when you were putting Basay's little reaction image up. So when she said that was a promise, her head like peeked up from behind the table, like she had been waiting the whole time. I know how to get in your house.
My God, I didn't change these locks.
That was your first mistake.
Oh my God.
It's all for the rush. It's all for the love of the game. Home wrecking, baby.
That's right.
Brett
What's
loves
up, Gamer?
instigating. You're not the only one. Well, hello. How are you doing, Gamer?
Whoa, I'm doing good.
Good.
You
We're
guys can
we're
talk.
cooking right now.
You guys can talk while I throw
It
away
looks like it.
10 cups of coffee.
I
God.
judge you, but I usually have so many cups of tea on my desk that I have
It's-
no place to judge.
Yeah, but they're all like the like the fake styrofoam cups. So I'm killing the environment.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I'm not
doing
the
it on
only one
purpose.
killing today.
It's I gotta 'Cause I wake up and I get a little Dunkin' Donuts and I go, give me that coffee. Oh, that's good.
I
Thank you."
hand it over.
And then I gotta then it sits there on the desk and I'm like, I'll toss that out later because there's like liquid in it and shit. I don't know what to do with all that. You gotta like open it and empty it out and all that. Then it sits there, and then if it sits there for like a day, it gets if you open the lid, it gets a little funky smell to it, and then that's where it's like, oh, that's not. I don't want to smell that, so then I just don't deal with it until I throw it away.
Mm.
I want to judge you so bad,
Oh my God.
Yeah,
but I know I can't.
You can judge me. I'm judging myself right now. You kidding me? Every time I look at like the 12 coffee cups, I'm going, man, you got to get your life together, dude. You gotta- what am I even doing right now, man? I gotta get it together.
Anyway, I just popped in here to threaten you, so
Nice.
I'll bounce now.
It's great
but
seeing
have
you
a
as
good-
always.
It's good seeing you. Good seeing you, friendo. I say. as
Cracks
I
knuckles.
do-
Oh my God.
You mean like that? You mean like that?
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
She's ready for everything.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye bye.
Bye. That was the soundboard.
Nice.
That was not a soundboard.
Nice.
I've seen those cracked knuckles. That is not a soundboard. Masay has a back of steel, like quite literally. She had what's the back thing? That common back injury. I think like,
Scoliosis.
yeah, she had scoliosis.
Oh.
So yeah, you're dealing with a fucking cyborg right now. You better
Oh my
watch your
God.
back.
Oh,
I'm ready.
I'm ready. All right, I gotta go throw all this trash away. I'll see you later. Bye bye.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye.
How am I enjoying Pathfinder? I'm having a great fucking time, brother. It's everything I wanted and more. So look into the demoralize rules. I will be looking to the demoralize rules. So Overseer Gandrid Pyre Fury is our overseer and leader in charge of the Ember Raiders. They are here on behalf of the Mavaren, who are the Illithids in my setting. They are here to capture spellcasters from the town above. They found a network of tunnels that led to like this general region and have begun excavating. They found this structure, which is where the kobolds were residing. The kobolds are their own clan, and their queen, the one in charge of them, has been captured by the overseer and the rest of the Herngar. So she is currently being held in their prison cells, ready for transportation, because she is a spellcaster. So even though she's a kobold, she's a spellcaster, which means she's going to be handed over to the Maverin. It also serves as a potential plot hook if the party decides helping the kobolds to free the kobold queen, and basically get a small boon from her, some restorative powers and everything like that. As they moved in, much like the beginner box, the kobolds were cultivating or growing their own baby dragon. But it was killed. The egg was crushed before it was able to be hatched by Gandrid's Shadow Drake. So the kobolds are in very low spirits. Their queen was captured. Their dragon was killed. So they're pretty crestfallen, and it serves as the party's potential to help them out to save the kobolds and potentially gain more allies in the future. Oh, hello, Laura.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Are you Eepin right now? I should have asked. You're like 12 hours ahead of me, aren't you?
I was lazing,
Ah.
but I heard the call and I have been summoned.
This will be real quick then.
Mhm.
If a creature is level 0 or -1,
Yeah.
let's go with -1. Do you not subtract the minus from their proficiency bonus when calculating their plus to hit?
It's actually a very good question. I've never really thought about it. I would say, let's take a look. It would appear, based on the charts on page 120, that there is no difference between the chance to hit between a level 0 and a -1 creature. It appears that the only things that change are the amount of damage they deal, the amount of health that they have, and the degree of success that they get with their saving throws.
Okay. So that's before. I don't imagine it's trained in pickaxes. So it would be an untrained bonus. Unless it's counting like kobolds are proficient in martial weapons.
What are we looking at? Kobold Warrior.
So I'm going to be turning these kobold warriors into kobold slaves, right? They are laborers for the Herngar. They've been stripped of their equipment and been given crude pickaxes to basically break down walls. I was looking at their plus to hit, and I went, why is their plus to hit higher than their spear attack? And I started to try and break it down. I went, okay, let's say it's using his dex to hit for some reason. I don't know why the pick would do that, but it has the +3 to hit. Let's say it's trained. That's a +2. It has no bonus to add because of its level. So at most, it should have a 5. But it's giving it a 6.
So the reason it's giving it a 6 is simply because the table tells it to. On page 120, there's a strike attack bonus table that you can use to allocate different bonuses. If we were to break it down and figure out exactly why, I don't actually know the answer to that. My only thought is that if you reverse engineered the math, they have a strength of +1. That leaves us with 5 left over. If they're trained, that would mean it would just be 2. That leaves 3 over. So I'm not sure. Luckily in Pathfinder, all the math's done for us and is balanced appropriately, so I never really have to think about these things.
Oh, okay. Would it just be better to go with what it's suggesting instead of trying to break it down? Like, because I didn't make this. I put the pickaxe on him, and there's a fucking little button next to it on the inventory that says generate attack, and I went, oh my god.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it.
Okay.
So a +6 is a moderate attack bonus for a level -1 creature. A +4 is a low attack bonus.
Hmm.
So if they were a caster, you'd probably see +4. As a marshal, though, as a sort of a terrible marshal, they would have a, or like an average marshal, they would have a +6. If you wanted them to be a threat in melee, you would give them a +8. And if they were an extremely just glass cannon, sort of min-maxed kobold, you could give them a +10.
Hmm. Yeah, have like no hit points, but a very high plus to hit.
Yeah, so if you were making like kamikaze kobolds, they might have a +10 to their strike, but die immediately afterwards.
Okay.
And if players have an AC of 17 at level 1, that means they've only got to roll a 7. So what is that? 65% chance? Pretty good. 15% chance of crit.
Hmm. I guess I'll leave it then. I was just like, you explained how the pluses worked before, and I was like, okay, time to break it down. And I looked and I was like, why the fuck is their spear less than the pickaxe?
So the way that I broke it down before, when we were looking at NPCs, like humanoid NPCs, was that when you get to those sort of mid and high level numbers, you can kind of figure out where they're going with it. But there are exceptions to the rule, and luckily everything follows the tables. So as long as you're following the tables, you don't have to necessarily even worry or think about how things are achieved. You can just balance it based on what you want.
Okay. So Pyre Fury being a level 2 with a +10 is in between a moderate and high plus to hit.
Mhm.
Huh.
And if you want definitions for what those things mean, if you go to page...
Oh my god, he's a moderate plus to hit with an extreme strike damage.
So there is actually a format for that. I believe it's the Brute does high damage with a lower chance to hit. But if you want to understand a little bit more about the definitions here, if you go to page 113 of the GM core, you'll see Understanding Statistics, and that it gives you a breakdown of what all those sort of columns in the table mean.
The creature presents a challenge for most characters. Just about all creatures have at least one high value. Most combat-focused creatures have high AC and either a high attack bonus and high damage, or merely moderate attack bonus but extreme damage. An Ogre Warrior's attack bonus and a Kobold Scout stealth are high values. Oh. Okay. Does increasing a creature's hit points but leaving their AC and stuff alone, does that raise its level or threat at all?
If it buys them another turn in combat, I would say it raises them their threat. If you just hyperinflate the HP, you are effectively making it more of a threat.
Okay.
Because it means it gets another 3 actions to use against the players.
Hmm.
Not so bad against something that's small with a, a tiny or a low or moderate threat ability modifier for something of a lower level creature. But if it's a higher level creature, suddenly we have a serious problem.
Why not give him 15 temporary hit points?
So let's take a look at him. He's got 30 HP.
He has 30 HP base. He has a 18 AC. He's got a 3 strength, 0 dex, 2 con, 0 int, 2 wisdom, 3 charisma. I didn't change much. He's literally just basically a copy and paste from the Herngar Taskmaster. I just slapped some extra stuff on him. Instead of a pick, I gave him a maul, because the ability references a maul with take me down or take them down. And then I gave him the Herngar Flamethrower of moderate Alchemist Fire.
Herngar Flamethrower. I think that's just, that's exactly what I did. It should be noted. I see you've done a little bit of editing here. Or no, you didn't. So, technically you have. Rules as written on the flamethrower, it only does the persistent fire damage on a crit.
Oh, is it only on a crit? Oh, did I read that wrong?
If you check the item, it's on the top paragraph, I think. I had a feeling this would come up.
Critically fail the base. Ah,
You could change it though.
Gotcha.
It's only a D8. 2 persistent fire damage is fine.
okay. We'll keep that for the players. If the players get their hands on it,
They need to crit.
that's right.
This guy
Bad
knows what
guy.
he's doing.
Bad guy knows what's up.
But yeah, I mean, in terms of like hit points and defenses, this guy seems middle of the road. Not too bad for his level, which is good because it means that the players have a decent chance of doing something to them. It's just that what is it, 1d12 plus 4 for his damage?
Yeah, it's so it referenced in Take Them Down. It referenced the maul, but he had a pick, so I was like, all right, I'll just give him a maul. Apparently, the maul's damage is a 1d12. I don't know where the 4 comes from, but that's what it generated for its damage.
Yeah, the 4 is just for balance purposes. So a 1d4 or 1d12 plus 4 is extreme, very much so. What you could do is drop it to a plus 2, and then you've got an average damage of 8.5, which is a little bit closer to, is between high and moderate. Or if
Okay.
you drop it by 1, it would just be high. Up to you.
The way that I was thinking that this combat encounter would happen is that he would start with the flamethrower. I don't think he's going to be able to reload it in the middle of combat. So it's going to be like flamethrower as an opener, drop the flamethrower, and then need to spend multiple actions to draw the maul, two-hand it, and then wade into combat. So there's like a whole round in my head where he doesn't get to do anything aside from move.
I'd say that's pretty balanced then. Giving them an extreme swing, which they're only going to be able to get off like once or twice.
Yeah, I'm thinking if the party, like, unless the party's like fucking flubbing super hard, he'll probably get like one swing, and that'll probably scare the shit out of the party. But the big thing is going to be the flamethrower, and then it's going to be a whole round of him basically dropping it, grabbing his hammer, two-handing it, then wading into combat with his 20 feet of movement.
What was the level of the Kobold Queen?
She was level 2.
She was also level 2? Do you
Let
remember how
me
quickly she was
double check.
killed?
Level 2. Yeah, she was killed, I think, in a round.
It was one player's turn that killed her, I believe. Maybe 2 instances of damage being dealt.
It was the fear from Sione, and then it was Jiraiya's Giga Crit with
crit.
with runic weapon.
Yeah, that was it. I described how, like, she had gotten her way to that position, and then instantly, in a moment, it was taken away. Yeah. You might have a similar situation with this guy. Be prepared for that. 30 hit points. We saw the crits. If somebody crits him, there's a good chance he'll just drop.
What if I gave him 15 temporary hit points from some Herngar alchemy that he drank?
If he drank some, hypothetical potion that gave him some hypothetical temporary hit points, I wouldn't, be against that necessarily.
He's also scary. She didn't really have reactive spells. The Herngar Taskmaster does in the form of Blood Vendetta.
Blood Vendetta is pretty juicy. I like that one a lot.
So if you hit him and he goes, oh yeah, and gives you, I think it's like 2d6 plus like 4 persistent bleed damage.
Yeah, and especially if you're already on fire, we're talking about a lot of darts that could kill a person if they go down.
So
Because each individual damage would give you a dying value.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, because it's like, oh, you're bleeding? Up by dying 1. Oh, you're still on fire? Up by dying 1.
Interesting. Okay. And then when you die, or when you come back up, your dying value gets replaced with a wounded value.
Yeah, no matter what your dying value was, the second you stabilize or get up, your dying value disappears and your wounded value goes up by 1.
Oh, goes up by 1.
Mm-hmm.
So if I got to dying 3.
Get up,
Oh, okay.
You're wounded 1. It just counts the number of times you've had to be resurrected.
Oh.
Or you've had to get up. Yeah, that's all that wounded is.
Okay.
It just counts the number of times you've gone down.
And then on your turn, you roll your recovery check.
At the end of your turn.
The end of your turn, you roll a recovery check.
Yep.
Is there a DC?
Yeah, it's 10 plus dying. So whatever your dying's at, the DC gets higher based on that number. It's a snowball. So when I say leave them when they go down, I mean it, because the dying rules do not favor the person who is dying.
Boy,
You gotta give
just
them the
a
unconscious
billion.
condition.
Oh yeah,
There you go.
I just slapped dying on him. I realized at the last second. So let me. Oh, okay. So we'll just give you that. All right, and then you roll at the end of his turn. He rolls a recovery check. Failure. Increase dying by 1. Now he's dying 2. Even if it ever reaches dying 4. Okay, so if you reach wounded 3, you die, and if you reach dying 4, you die.
If you're wounded 3 and you go down again, you would start at dying 4, which means you're dead. That's what kills you.
Okay.
Should be noted, by the way, if you critically fail a recovery check, your dying value goes up by 2. So if you're at dying 2 and you roll a 2, you're dead.
Okay. So
And I see this in chat quite a lot. People are talking about crits. When you go down to a crit, you start with an extra dying value.
oh my god.
So if you're wounded 1 and you go down to a crit, you start at dying 3. Yeah, you don't want to go down in Pathfinder. There's no yo-yo.
So he would, let's say he's wounded 3. He would automatically start at dying 4, which is dead.
Correct.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Should be noted, though, if they had a hero point and they went down and they were wounded 3, they could use the hero point when the dying value would increase to cancel it out and stabilize.
Oh.
So as long as they have a hero point, they can't die.
Okay. God. I'm saving all of my hero points for when I go unconscious, Game Master.
Well, here's the thing. You don't spend 1, you spend every hero point. So if you're giving players multiple hero points during a session and they're not spending them, if they go down with 3 hero points, they got to spend all 3 to stabilize. But going into a big combat, like a severe or an extreme encounter, without hero points can be quite dangerous because you now have the threat that you might not be able to stabilize yourself.
Okay. I don't think we had firmly grasped that yet.
Yeah, we haven't talked too much about death. We've seen it a little bit, but we haven't talked too much about the details.
This little boy. This little guy. His son. What if I... Okay, so the Horned Dragon, the Horned Juvenile is a level 4. Extreme encounter, right? I don't know if I want to do an extreme. I want them to be scared, but...
I've had TVKs to moderate encounters. It's all about the dice.
Yeah.
If they can't help but roll ones the entire encounter, you can't stop that.
I know that's the other thing, right? Is like I always try to tell my players, hey, doesn't matter how good of a plan you have. It doesn't matter how good your characters are, your giga build or whatever. We are playing a game of chance and randomness. And if you can't roll above a 5 all fucking game, that's just the way that the cookie crumbles. So just go
the dice
into
tell
this
a story.
Yeah, go into this with the knowledge that you're dying. I think what I'm gonna do is at least for floor 1 of the dungeon, because it's going to be a lot of my players who are coming over who sort of struggle with some TTRPG aspects. I think the first floor of the dungeon, I'm going to have them if they go unconscious or whatever, everybody dies, quote unquote. I think if everybody goes unconscious, then I will have them basically wake up at either at the beginning of the dungeon again, or wake up like a little bit further in, like past the encounter type deal.
Yeah, like a death scenario.
Mm-hmm. So they get saved by the kobolds. Like they die to the web lurker. The kobolds in the other room, who were initially going to be potentially a conflict or whatever, are now allies. They saved you. They brought you into their room. They patched you up. They healed you. You have all your stuff back. Some time has passed, and they're like, "Hey, you're here. We got you back up. But if you want to progress, you need to go back and kill that thing. Because we lost some good guys. So you need to go back and get them out."
Yeah, absolutely. I would say, you are brand new to the system, even, having learned everything you've learned and done everything you've done so far. Don't be afraid to run it back if you think you did something wrong or if you forgot a rule. It's perfectly fine learning a new system to rewind and try things again. I think the Curse of Strahd campaign, we had a little time warp shenanigans where you started at the bar again.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Lost Mines. Yeah. Or we played for like an hour and then we TPK'd again, and Brett was like, that doesn't feel right. But I think for the second floor of the dungeon, once you're like in the domain of the Herngar, it's lights out. I think the first
waking up in a cage.
Oh, that's a good fucking point.
They don't want you dead.
You're right. They would put you in a cage.
Or chain you up and put you in the room with the Shadow Drake.
Oh my god. Fuck, I was actually I could have them bound and chained, and then they wake up in the cages.
Then you can teach them about escape DCs. Everything can be turned into a lesson. You just have to figure out how.
Nice. Okay.
If they're in cages, they can learn about force open. They could learn about coerce or diplomacy to make a request of a Herngar nearby. I can't feel my feet. Please, you have to help me. Open the cage. They open the cage, you headbutt them, let your friends out. Easy
Nice.
money.
Yeah. That sounds fun. I want to make like I was kind of hoping that the Herngar had it. I want to make like Herngar laborers, like just Herngar civilians that are there like mining and stuff like that. But you guys, I guess, what the fuck am I trying to ask?
Just do it. Are you asking if we have a minor stat block?
Yeah.
Let me find out. I'm going to go to Nethys because I want to see all the sources in one place. I'm going to go to traits. I'm going to put the word dwarf in. See if there's any nice and easy ones. No easy ones there. That's a goddamn shame. So because we don't have dwarves, I'm going to search minor. You're not filtered by level. Oh. It doesn't look like we have a minor. Unless I'm in the wrong place.
I could take your guys' level 0 minor and make them a -1, I think. And just slap dwarf on them.
Oh, there is a minor stat block, did you say?
Yeah, it's a legacy content. It looks like it didn't get pulled over.
Oh, okay.
If I take the minor and then the level 0 flat, I come in and I go, not human, dwarf. Herngar. And I go, it's a weak lad. That's so many hit points. He's got 20 hit points. He's got almost as much hit points he has more hit points than the sharpshooter.
Rocks fall and he doesn't die.
Oh my god, he catches him. The party
This
goes
is what
like,
he does.
I bonk him in the head, and I'm like, do you?
You swing and hear a loud thud. He rubs the back of his head and turns to look at you.
What the hell was that for?
It's at this moment the party knew. They fucked up.
He swings his pickaxe. By the way, party, it has a fatal die. You're going to learn what that means.
Natural 20.
So you see that funny little D6? That becomes a D10 now.
And I get to roll an extra one after I double its damage.
All right, barbarian, you explode.
Intended. As Gaben intended.
Skullthorn's got a question for you, brother.
Question, Law, about the cooking again. If I read deeper, are there other types of meals that you can make? Like a Bahia kebab that once eaten gives you a temp of 4 and a speed bonus of 5. And if critical suck, you gain resistance to lightning for a certain amount of time. Yeah, as far as I understand it, in Kingmaker they had specific meals based on the monsters that you used as ingredients. I don't know the specific rules as I've never played Kingmaker, but I know they exist. I'm sure with a little bit of digging on Nethys you can find everything you are looking for, my son.
From her. Creature. Actually, where would I even? Where would I find the Pathfinder?
What are you looking for?
I wanted to look at your guys's like picture, like your little portraits and stuff.
Oh, I got a modules, and then it's called PF2E Bestiary. The modules folder.
Oh, modules.
Mm-hmm.
Was that in
So if you
user
go to your
data?
root, it's let me see if I can help you out here.
Oh, it is modules.
You got it.
Bestiaries.
If you go to the system and go to Pathfinder 2nd Edition, we also have a bunch of icons for everything that we have in Pathfinder, like weapons and magic and things like that.
Darklands is your. Okay. Deep gnome. Better picture of this. Deep gnome rock warden. Could you potentially pass? God, you're ugly. God, you're ugly. probably end up using the top-down tokens for them to sort of show, I guess, the difference? Question mark.
I know you like your top-down tokens, don't you?
I do, but your guys' the popping out of the art, I wish I could do that. It's very fun.
Dude, that's easy. I do that with all my homebrew tokens. I could show you how to do that. No problem.
How do you do it without the... You just must be really good at like ripping the backgrounds off of things, aren't you?
Mm-hmm.
Ah,
I'm a master of cropping.
that's where I struggle.
Yeah, it's a skill. Like all good skills, you got to learn it. But once you got it forever. Plus, I like to use tokens that have white backgrounds because I can just up the transparency on them. I can just replace the white with transparency.
Do I have just a simple laborer token? So that is definitely not it. It's pugilists. Damn. Might be something if I go check the Forgotten Adventures Discord. Or I just make it a square border. Oh, wait.
Square border.
Yeah, like what I use for the Overseer. He has a square border.
I'm confused.
I'll show you in just a second.
Okay.
This is good, actually. Just line. Where the hell do you go? There he is. There's a pain in my ass. Maybe 9.
Unfortunate.
So if you look here, Overseer Gandrid Pyre Fury has a square border.
I see the border.
I usually do this to denote like important NPCs because I usually do the top-down token.
Mm-hmm.
Let this guy be our laborer.
Are you wondering how to make it a round token?
Well, more so like how you guys do this. Get your guy popping out.
We don't have like the facing. You have all around vision all the time. There is I think an optional setting that allows you to change field of view mechanics. But
Oh, no. I mean like the actual art. Like I'm referring to the token itself, like how you guys have like this dude's obviously been cut out of something, right? And then put on top of the border that he has.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. This is why I wanted to use your guys' stuff instead of my usual top downs.
You're wondering how to put it on top of the border?
More so learning how to do this. Just like if I were to take Gandrid's art and then prop it out so it like popping out basically.
I mean, it's 3 layers basically. You would have the original image, you would crop out, let's say, the top of his head, and then you would put that above the token border layer in some sort of art editor. I use GIMP. If you send me the file of the dude, I'll show you an example.
Okay.
We'll see how long it takes me as well. Click. Would you like a custom color for your token? Would you like muted colors?
Yeah. That sounds dope.
Let's do it. Yeah, sure.
I'll need to edit this token. Dang it. I'll need to edit it outside of Foundry. That's fine. I'll just throw it in like an photo editor real quick.
Good morning.
Hello.
We're in Legion.
Around.
Hello. How was stream? How good going?
It just started.
Oh. So late.
Yeah, I was hanging out with Brett during his announcement.
Oh, I should probably watch that. Thank you for reminding me.
Oh yeah.
Alright, I'll come back later. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Oh, okay. Bye-bye.
He's gone straight away.
I do apologize, chat. This is the stream's gonna be a little still for a second while I attempt to test. That you actually do have. Excellent. That is not at all what I wanted you to do.
I returned.
Welcome
That was
back.
quick.
Oh, welcome back.
You watched 2 hours of content that fast?
It was locked behind paywall.
Oh, you must subscribe.
Yeah, at least the one on YouTube. It says you need to be a member only until it's released to the public.
Let's go watch on Twitch.
Must subscribe.
You have a point.
Subscribe.
But I don't want to watch on Twitch. Twitch, very difficult to watch on.
Do it anyway.
I see.
I'm sorry.
Don't apologize to me, brother.
I failed
Apologize to
the.
Brett.
I have abandoned my duty.
What?
I don't think you have.
Doing
Oh,
great, Legion. Don't worry.
It will adjust your eyes. Why can I not?
Oh, also, Mr. Lore,
Hello.
does creature size affect your speed or not?
It
Because
depends. It can affect a couple of things, but it depends on the source of the magic. Or it depends on the source of the ability. Some abilities would make your reach get longer, depending on how large you are.
so how about no, just regular walk speed? Because I've noticed, at least for the some of the races I was toying around with in Path Builder, humans only get 25 feet. That's like small creature walking speed, right?
25 is
Or
the standard in Pathfinder.
Yeah.
oh, I
Oh,
see.
Lord, that looks fucking awesome, brother. I
Do you like the
got
one where
it.
it's broken down more, or
No, that's great.
so all I did there was this is the trick. This is how I sort of minimize my workload. I don't crop the whole thing. I just crop the bits I want to stick out. And then that's all I do. Just put it on a middle layer. I'll show you a screenshot of what it looks like in GIMP. I know you won't understand what GIMP looks like, but I'll try and keep it simple.
I know what gimps look like.
All right.
Yeah.
Beg your
I said
motherfucking
gimp.
pardon?
Not
I've
GIMP.
seen it on the telly.
on the telly.
If it's good, yeah, you can hop in, Lil.
On the telly, he says.
What
Yes.
channels are you watching?
What's that one movie? This is the End. The one with Seth Rogen, Channing Tatum. I forgot who else. The guy that was voicing Hiccup from How to Train Your Dragon. Yeah, there was a gimp there.
Do we
Yeah.
really want to go down this trail?
What? What are you on about?
Do we keep pushing the GIMP button?
You guys
So,
are insane.
to explain the thing I just sent you,
Mhm.
all it is 3 layers. The original image that you sent to me, the token, and the top of his head and ear that I cropped out. All I've done is I've put the head and the ear above the token. So it pops out. It's that easy.
This looks like witchcraft. I want you to know.
This is not witchcraft. This is
You have shown
is
me magic made form, and now I
basic
must throw
photo
you into
editing.
the lake.
That is 3 layers on an art program.
First, he denies he's a piezo agent. Next, he denies that he's a witch.
I'll
Magic.
live stream making some tokens at some point when we're in community.
I guess I'll have to get GIMP. I use Clip Studio Paint, so
I don't know how to do in Clip Studio. I tried using Clip Studio, and it looks like it's designed for drawing more than it is for photo editing.
maybe
But
that'll
GIMP
explain why
is
it's so
photo
hard
editing
to
first.
it's so hard to
GIMP
edit
is free.
photos.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
Me
You're not
brute
wrong.
forcing Studio Paint. I'm like, fucking make the picture work.
You can even do a scuff version
Draw
with
yourself!
photo editing, like just a straight up regular photo editing in Windows. But GIMP is free as well.
Yeah, GIMP is. I'm used to using GIMP. GIMP's got a lot of features, though, many of which I don't use.
Sick.
But
Well, then all I
it's
need to
basically
learn is
Photoshop.
this, because this looks dope. This guy looks way fucking cooler now that
This?
he's popping
right
out.
here? Yeah.
Yeah, you
I do
could
it for
tell
my
him a
player
big
tokens,
deal.
too.
You could tell him a big deal. I'm sticking out of my portrait.
This is my
I'm
shot.
3D.
I
See
love
if can
him more
find
than
some
I
other
love.
examples.
Oh hell yeah!
It is nice, and it's nice that a lot of the Pathfinders, like the Bestiary pack, has a lot of tokens that just pop out.
Let me see if I can find like a. Because that might be something for me to learn. Is to try and make my own dwarf laborer token like this. Might be my first like foray into.
Oh,
Oh, good heavens.
Steady.
Oh, hello.
Maybe don't phrase it that way, but anybody making no forays?
well, good afternoon to you as well.
Crown using his free archetype slot to pick the Gimp archetype.
I knew we were going to go down this road.
Surrounded by shit.
I just got here, man. And the first
I
one I
also
hear is
part
Gimp.
your-
What do you want from
The
me?
first thing out of your mouth is nothing useful.
You've
Oh
come
my
to the
word.
right place.
Last thing out of my mouth usually isn't useful either, so I don't know why you bring me here. If you're looking for use.
You want to use Sizzle? What?
Use
All
this. pants
Legion, I'll
for
just straight out kill you. I want you to understand that.
Nah.
You're gonna talk, and the next thing you see is just darkness. There's no afterlife. It's just emptiness.
Chat, how many bricks
Oh.
are we in today?
Haven't
How many
really
bricks
yet.
are
just
in
got-
Cosmos?
I
That's
just
the
got
first
here.
brick. Oh, you just got here. Huh. Okay.
Not enough. Not enough breaks.
Yeah, okay. I'll poke around with this. Then I think that'll be my first sort of attempt, so to speak.
It's nice how those little details just do, like, sometimes less is more.
I need to grab this guy. We're gonna make a duplicate of him, and we're gonna call him a kobold.
Intern.
No, he's a slave.
We're not gonna sugarcoat it here. I'm not gonna lie.
Let's not beat around the bush.
They're tokens.
Oh my god, they're flipping. They're flipping out.
They flip when you, depending on the direction they go. So right now, he's facing left. If he turns around, he's not facing the other way.
Holy crap.
Wait, but
Oh, does it
Question.
automatically?
Yeah. So whenever I turn them, they turn the direction they're going.
Just
What
Oh,
module is that?
It's called about face.
does Pathfinder care which direction your token's in?
No, it's purely for me, dog.
Oh, okay. This is vanity.
The creatures are the same way. Top-down tokens I can have rotate. So wherever I'm moving, their entire portrait rotates to follow the direction.
That's nice.
Oh, wait.
Can you
Hey,
imagine?
boss
if it-
question.
What's
Oh.
up, Legion?
I was just wondering. So, since these are slaves, right, kobold slaves, does that mean if you like defeat the Duragar or the Ungmir, right? Do they? Can you reason with them to
You've missed.
to make them join your
I
side?
see you. You joined late. Allow me to explain.
I did. I just got in.
Allow me to explain the current plan for the Herngar and what the current story of my beginner box will be. The Herngar are known as the Ember Raiders. They are led by Overseer Gandrid Pyrefury. He is here with his retinue to capture spellcasters from the town of Astari. They have been hired by the Malverin. They found a networking or series of networking tunnels that bring them just below Astari, and when they broke through, they found a lair of kobolds in service to a kobold queen. They were attempting to hatch their own egg, the juvenile egg that you would have found in the regular Otari beginner box. Pyrefury, along with his Shadow Drake, basically kill the baby dragon. They destroy the egg. They capture the kobold queen and then enslave the remaining kobolds as laborers. They then begin to dig up through this temple that the kobolds were calling home. At some point up here, the kobolds and the Herngar get into a scuffle. Some of the kobolds manage to escape. They retreat further into the temple, sealing the doors behind them, because they know how the doors work. But they get to, just before getting to the entrance, they find that the entrance is blocked by a web lurker. A web lurker and a cast, or it's creation of giant centipedes. One of them gets caught and snared in a web noose and then stuck to a wall, and the rest of the kobolds retreat. They're now stuck between a rock and a hard place. The adventurers, the wayfarers, are going to come down investigating the recent noises and infestations. They're going to find the web lurkers. They're going to find the temple that's down here, and they're going to find the kobolds, and they're going to have an opportunity either to kill the kobolds or work with the kobolds. If they work with the kobolds, then their objective going forward is going to be to free the kobold queen and any kobold slaves that they can.
But what if they just decide to take him instead and just say, this isn't a rescue. It's more like under new management.
I don't do that, so that won't happen.
Wait, does that mean if they free the kobold slaves, does the party gain the kobold slaves as allies for like during this
No,
adventure?
the kobold slaves are incredibly malnourished and beaten within an inch of their life. You basically are going to get a bigger bonus depending on how many kobold slaves you save at the end of the adventure.
Oh, okay.
Oh, so they can like die at certain points, or is that like time based, or is that if you butt heads with the Hringar?
So if you roll into an encounter, the Hringar are going to attempt to force the kobold slaves into fighting you. They'll roll saves and everything like that, basically intimidation checks, all that shit.
Oh god, it's Pikmin.
If you save them or spare them or whatever, at the end of the beginner box, if you've saved the queen, you'll get a nice chunk per kobold that you saved. If you ended up killing them, I subtract some from the total sum.
May I ask what color? What color of dragon are these kobolds?
They are multicolored. They basically been
Oh.
wrangled together by one queen.
They really are.
What's the
Pikmin.
queen's color?
I haven't decided yet. The original color is she's green, which kind of fits for green dragons. They are manipulators and stuff like that. Are very well spoken, very charismatic.
How about the dragon egg that they were trying to hatch? What color? Do they know the color of the egg?
They did not. They just knew it was a dragon egg, and it was killed before it was born.
Wait, so does that mean dragon eggs? Kobolds. Are they naturally attracted towards dragon eggs?
Maybe. I think it's more so they're naturally attracted towards dragons. What I'm gonna have is that the kobold queen was in service to a dragon, and basically tasked with protecting one of its eggs, and she failed. The Hringar came in and destroyed it.
Okay.
I'm trying to think these Hringar are not very nice people.
They are not. Overseer Gandred Pyrefury is a bit of a bastard. He delights in the suffering of his slaves. He thinks it makes the slaves work harder.
Oh, this is a bit of a dumb.
Corporate America be like.
What's your question?
No, I mean this is a bit of a dumb suggestion. Are these young Hungar, right? Are they capitalistic?
Yeah, dude, they're here for money.
Oh, perfect. So ours is it still that Surtmir are the order aligned Durgar and
Yes.
the Hyung? Okay. I was like, oh, maybe they don't have clans. They just have business, like conglomerates that they're a part of.
They
Of
do. So the Ember Raiders is a corporation, so to speak. I
Okay.
call them a mercenary band, but they're a corporation. They deal in slaves, and they're the ones that deal with the Malverin the most.
Mm-hmm.
So other Herngar will sell slaves either to themselves or other corporations and shit like that. The Ember Raiders deal with the Malverin.
Can't wait for one of their dying breaths to be, but the shareholders! Yeah, we could give them
the company.
For the company.
The Chad Nomad versus the Soy Jack Corpo.
You say that, but I bet you roll Corpo every time. Yeah,
Only
huh?
for my Netrunner playthroughs.
Dude, I want a Johnny Silverhand dwarf that's just like, wake the fuck up, adventurers.
I do actually, but that's because I think the Corpo start is the best, and it makes the most sense for V doing psycho shit when she's an counterintelligence agent. Because I look up the lore.
I'll be right back. I got piss, and then we're gonna keep working on
Don't
this.
fall in. I need to do another playthrough of Cyberpunk.
Right now.
I might. I'm finishing my prep for session tonight because they're gonna fight. They're gonna fight their first boss-ish.
Corpo for life.
Yeah.
I don't know. Oh, about
It's just good business. Slides on sunglasses.
Oh, good. Oh, good heavens.
Well, yeah, I could let them take breaks, but that would bite into the profit margins. And
I
honestly,
need to get my bonus.
my quota, if you would.
You
Don't
are
you mean
all
their
fired. I'm saving the company money.
Oh,
True and real.
I want my
Fired, I
bonus.
mean, with this gun.
The flamethrower, yep. Have to do a little downsizing. You know, paying you guys at a competitive wage of $0 an hour is not really working out. It's biting into the profit margin, so we're gonna have to let some of you go.
Ooh, Skullthrone's got a good question. Mr. Sizzle, have you had any more thoughts on your character choice? Are you sticking with the druid?
Yeah, probably, because I have a backstory for it. I don't have a backstory for the ranger.
did you not consider trying out the necromancer, Mr. Sizzle?
It's in playtest, dog. We can't test it out until it's, out.
Oh, I thought it was out.
No.
Like public access. Oh, okay.
No, dude. I mean, it's like the class has been technically posted with the class feats, but it's not in Foundry, and it's obviously not balanced. It's a playtest. It's in beta.
Yeah.
I guess beta.
Yeah, think of it like UA in 5e.
Yeah.
For which?
Necromancer.
Yeah, Necromancer's so cool.
Necromancer.
It actually isn't, you can actually, there's a module that puts the playtest stuff in there.
Oh, damn, Lord. Those are great.
Yeah, I found it with lore yesterday, or the other day. There's a module that lets you put the playtest stuff in for like Necromancer, Runesmith, all that stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, boss. Addendum question to the corporation stuff.
Hold on.
Are the certain?
Hold on. I squeezed the bee. Are you sticking with Druid Sizzle?
Unless someone else really, really wants Druid, sure, why not?
Okay. All right. Continue, Legion.
Are the Certmere also in that corpo mindset?
What do you
Or
mean?
is it just their like, is this shared between both the Order and Chaos aligned dwarves, like Duragar, or is it just only the Hungar who are like corporation like in their structure? Is like the Certmere blacksmith also like, hey man, money, business, all that?
Yes.
Okay, I love it. I love a capitalistic race.
So is it, between the two, is it just the not the Durgar, the other ones, are they just more kind of, I guess, a little bit of a contradictory statement, more ethical in their capitalism?
Are you asking me if the Certmere are slavers? They're not.
Okay.
They're the ones that has
pay their
interns.
they pay their wage. They don't have slaves, they have wage cooks.
They have interns that get exposure in their service. You know, what do you call that? Work experience. There you go. No payment.
How to make any artist instantly hate and block you. You want a little exposure?
Yeah, we're gonna give them. We're gonna give the slaves 5 hit points. Actually, we're making them even weaker. We're gonna make them. Oh, we're gonna make them a -2.
Wait, is there not a way for it to be like, they have like a larger health pool, but since they're, what do you call this, not eating well, right? They're not taken care of. They just have they just, like they're damaged. So you can like a player character can be like, I healed you, so you're back to full health. They're like 12 HP, and then they can like hit stuff again. Or is that not possible?
I can tell you already that a -1 kobold already has 7 hit points to begin with. So.
Plus, I don't think a cure wounds or a heal is gonna re-nourish them. I think it's just gonna might stitch up their HP points, but I don't think it cures emaciation.
Okay. Because it would be kind of cool if there's like at least one kobold like, hey man, thanks. I'm with you. We'll save the queen together.
No,
like one of the.
I can't do that or else the math breaks.
No.
And I would like my first experience for the math to not break. In the future, totally down for like kobold retainers and shit like that.
There's that one enslaved kobold that's just oddly buff and like 6 feet tall.
Yeah.
Yes,
yeah,
I will help you with your quest to save my queen.
No, it's like it makes sense, right? Like there's at least the right hand man of the queen, who's like the other bigger kobold.
That's who they're gonna meet. Is the kobold cavern mage, who's gonna be the one who is like her her like wizard guy.
Yeah, the major domo, right?
And he's gonna be the one that they meet. And if they choose to fight him, they choose to fight him. If they choose to work with him, then he's gonna buff them, give them spell scrolls and shit like that.
Ah, yes, not a fighter, but a support.
Correct. She's the fighter.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the kobold queen has like a fucking huge great axe and shit that she wields. She's also like got spells and stuff, so she has like command and everything. How many were in the first? Rather, what would the encounter be? It's 2, 3, 4. So there are 4 kobolds. One of them is a 2, -1. Okay. This is about Pathfinder. Hello, Super. You've been gone for a while. We are trying out Pathfinder 2nd edition. I'm currently making an adventure for my players from Shadows of Thorlin and other such games to try it out, so to speak. And regardless of what happens, my next game after Shadows of Thorlin is going to be a Pathfinder.
Can't believe you have to change your name to the Crowned GM.
I will do no such thing.
Even if we go through paths, it'll still be dungeons that they traverse.
Correct.
Technically, DM is an OGL term, but obviously you can do what you want.
Wait, they say OGL or LGL? I don't know what LGL is.
That's like open game license.
Oh, okay, understood. I was like confused.
Let's see. Let me pull out my little calculator real quick. Pull my little calculator. Do an encounter.
Like the encounter budget?
Yep. I gotta be able to learn that, so let's...
Don't forget, if you have the GM screen on your from your compendium, that also has most of this stuff on it for quick and easy access in Foundry.
Roll my jaw. Oh. I didn't need to memorize pages in the GM core?
It's good to know where they are, because this only has the tables. It doesn't have like the descriptions or the why of it all.
We also have Mimic Fight Club for the lazy and uninitiated like myself.
I don't like that one. Wrong. The math was
Neither do I.
wrong.
Yeah.
I did math and the math was wrong.
What?
The math was wrong. There it is, encounter button.
No, it can't be.
Been basing my whole life around that website.
Oh, speaking of, are these players, is this new game, are they still gonna buy their starting equipment during character creation, or is it like,
I don't think you do. I think you
you just get them?
I think you get it
Nope.
based on like background and stuff.
You get 15 gold.
Oh, there you go.
What you don't use, you lose, if I remember correctly.
There are recommended packages, so to speak, that you can get called kits for each of the classes, but typically they don't account for the smaller details of a player. So I recommend going through and taking a look at what's in the shops and making it yourself with your 15 gold. The only thing I would say for certain is to grab an adventuring pack, find the armor that is best suited to your character, so the one that gives you the most AC for what you're proficient in, and finding whatever weapon you're proficient with and sort of figuring out exactly what flavor of weapon you would like. The rest of it's just gravy.
Oh yeah, lore. Well, I was toying around Path Builder like yesterday. That is something I was kind of confused about. Like, how in 5e, usually when you're making a character, they show these are the equipment that this particular class would have access to as a level 1, character, as a player character.
Mhm.
However, when I did use Path Builder, they did not specify like, for equipment, right, or for at least armor, you kind of have free range already. Is that like,
Correct.
I just gotta buy? Really, from the get-go, you can have
Free
like
range.
breastplate. Oh.
Breastplates are cheap in Pathfinder.
Oh
Level
yeah,
1
that is true.
characters
You did,
can easily buy a breastplate.
yeah,
Half
you did
plate and full
mention.
plate are level 1 and level 2 items, respectively. Full plate costs you a whopping 30 gold in Pathfinder, so you might have to do a quest or two first.
Yeah, that was like what confused me. Like, you can get these stuff from the get-go.
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh.
It's also
Pathfinder
kind of like
wants you to have the best kit available.
Yeah, it's especially with how lethal things can get.
Yeah. If you have a build idea in your head, the game wants you to realize, at the very least, the bare bones of that build very, very quickly. That's why the wheelchair, the adventuring chair, is not 300 gold. It's because if you're playing a disabled character, they want you to be able to adventure straight out the gate. So they don't want to tax you too much for it. If you want to be a fighter in full plate, a knight of the round table, looking to adventure with a party, who are they to stop you from getting your full plate? Have it.
Oh, also
Make it balanced.
for the weapons as well. Like, I'm surprised that does that mean like you can just have guns from the get-go as well? Like,
If
it's like,
your GM
oh,
allows
gun.
it,
Oh.
because they have the uncommon tag. But
And
if it's a
I
common
see.
weapon, you can get it.
Yeah, and then it also depends, like, naturally, maybe something like gunslinger, or if you're coming from an area that has firearms. It's, GM discretion.
Yeah, Super's got a good point here. There's an AP called The Realm of the Mammoth Lords, and that's a very low magic, low metal campaign. You won't see a lot of runes in that campaign. But similarly to what Super's saying here, availability is also important. If you're in a druidic grove from levels 1 to 4, you will struggle to find great swords and full plate.
I grew my
Oh, yeah,
sword from the metal tree.
I mean, why not? But also, so can you talk about the uncommon classes, right? Like, how there's the core. I was curious about why. What do you call this? Why there are like uncommon? Does that mean that's not something you can play at the start? I mean, you could, right? You could ask your GM,
Mhm.
but why is the distinction between uncommon classes and starting classes?
So we touched a little bit on this a couple of days ago on one of the streams,
Mhm.
but we'll go over it for all the new people here and answer the question. Rarity in Pathfinder has nothing to do with how hard it is to find for a player. It's a GM tool for balance.
Mm.
If something's uncommon, it means that a GM can use it as a crest reward. It means that it's harder to find in the setting or doesn't exist at all. It's a mechanism to separate things that every player should always have access to from the things that the GM should approve first. Not every setting has guns in it. So the gunslinger, which has a lot of abilities that reflect on guns and firearms in general, is uncommon. So that you don't fall into the trap of a player picking up the gunslinger and then not having any guns around. That's going to create disappointment at the table. So in order to limit that, everything being uncommon means that the GM has to go to it, read it, understand what they're reading, and then make it available to you.
To vet it, essentially.
They vet it, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah. And the same goes for the inventor. The inventor uses, by their very nature, mechanical components. If you're playing a fantasy game with magic and arcana, you may not wish for clockwork. If you're not playing a steampunk style or steampunk-esque game, you may not want steampunk elements in it. So it's uncommon, so that players don't pick it by default. That said, in terms of balance, your ABCs, your ancestry, your background, and your class. Out of the three of those, the uncommon classes, Gunslinger and Inventor, are not inherently better in any way than the other classes. It is simply... What was that? Never mind. I thought I heard something. It's simply that they don't belong in every game. In terms of ancestry, the uncommon ancestries are typically uncommon because of what they bring to the table. They can be a little bit more complicated for new players, and they can introduce things that a common player would get later, earlier. So whereas a common player would get access to flying at, say, level 9, an uncommon class might get it at 7. An uncommon ancestry might get it at 7. In addition, they might have some more unusual concepts, but nothing too game-breaking. Also, they might not belong in every setting.
Another question then.
It should be noted. Rare is a different
Mhm.
story. Anything with the rare tag changes the game. It should be considered very carefully. Sorry, your question.
1 second. I'm checking something against Path Builder. 1 moment.
Yeah, sure. I'll let them all play Exemplar. What could possibly go wrong?
I have exemplars in my parties. They are okay, but I would recommend getting a little bit more experience before going in there.
I'm back.
Yeah.
Welcome back.
Welcome back. No, see, that's the thing I was about to mention. It didn't seem like there was any quote-unquote paladin, types in the core.
Champion.
And when I looked it up,
the champion is who you're looking for.
Isn't the champion also like a what do you call this? A rare? Was it a rare or an uncommon? I forgot.
Champions are perfectly common. They have a lot of uncommon feats that you can take, but the class itself is common.
Because they did also come across like what's the difference? It seemed like the exemplar is basically like a paladin and a warlock combined, right? At least from how I read it.
Exemplars are pretty complicated characters. The reason they're rare is that they shift the spotlight to them quite regularly. It's very hard not to have a sort of archetypal main character when there's an exemplar around. They're very flashy, they're very showboaty, and because their abilities are very large and boisterous and command the space, it can take a little bit away from the other players at the table. That's why it's rare.
Wait, I guess I'll have to look at the difference between the champions, because they seem pretty similar. It just so happens that the exemplar is more war god connected.
The fundamental difference between a champion and an exemplar is the champion focuses on this divine connection through their stuff. They'll have domains given to them by their god that give them access to unique spells. They all have special reactions that are available to them, which have something to do with somebody taking damage or being in danger and them doing something about it. The exemplar uses icons, focuses of divine power and strength that exemplify their power and make them unique. They also gather titles to describe their story from levels 1 to 20 as they commit large feats of extravagant adventure. They garner new titles and are given them willingly by the gods. There's a bit more showboatiness to them.
Are you sure you're not a Paizo agent?
No comment.
But yeah, champion.
He's
plays
not the question.
Oh.
Sorry, continue. Sorry.
I was just saying, because champion and exemplar play very differently, and then even thematically, as Laura was saying, champion was very much like, I have a connection to my god, I do this and that. Exemplar is, I've got that god in me, a little bit of that divine spark that they play this, like, they get these unique kind of weapons icons that they can. It's a cool class, but they are very different.
See, Super, that's where we differ. I fucking hate multi-classing, and I like what Pathfinder did, because at least you're still viable, even at level 1 or level 3 versus the coffee lock or the fucking hexaden, who's like, I pop off at level 20. It's like, cool, man. This campaign's going to level 5, and now you fucked yourself.
But what if it went longer, please?
I watched a YouTube video of how to do 400 points of damage. I'm going to be 1 warlock, 1 cleric, 1 wizard. It's like, cool, man. You're not going to have fun at low levels. I want you to know that. You are going to fucking suffer, and everybody else is going to be having way more fun than you are.
Yeah, like for a play example is my player character's barbarian. He decided he wanted to be an alchemist as well, so he took the alchemist dedication. And so now, not only is he raging, but he's also taking mutagens that make them go faster. He's basically a drugged up dwarf barbarian with an oversized axe that's just cleaving people apart. And then when they are out of his range, he can quick craft alchemy fire bombs and make potions and all kinds of shit. It's fun.
You are correct, Super. It is a failing to understand the engine. However, the system's also not really built for multi-classing. That's why it's an optional role. WotC just sort of threw it in without any real regards. If you want to play something, at least in my games, right? If you want to play something specific, talk to me. I'm going to make you abilities so that way you can have that thing that you want, your power fantasy, without being like, all right, I roll my attack. That's 2 damage, DM. And I go, cool. What level are you? And they go, I'm 6. And I go, awesome. When does your class build come together? And they're like, 11. I'm like, awesome, man. Very dope. You having fun? They're like,
hey, this is 2 damage now, but trust me, in like fucking 18 sessions from now, oh, dude, it's gonna pop off. Just you wait.
Okay, question on that front. I know you've talked about this before, but so again, like the whole
Legion, have you ever thought about being a reporter?
no.
Okay, just
Is
making
it,
sure.
is this a means to like I don't ask questions no more?
What? No,
No, I like
No,
it because you ask
joke.
thought-provoking
it's
questions.
just a joke because
Oh, okay.
you're like, I'd like a follow up on that question, real quick. I looked down at a clipboard.
Okay. No, but
All right.
that aside, so the whole multi-classing thing. What if I know you said you want them to be powerful, but there is a certain like the, again, like imagine a paladin, right? They usually get really strong at level 3, but that's when they get their oath. But what if they suddenly fall sway to something else, so they go warlock? What if that's intentional to the character, right? Like there's a
Intention. Oh
device.
yeah. Oh yeah. Oh,
Mhm.
ooh, I'm a paladin. I'm a servant of Ebor, but I also want to take a little bit of Hexblade. No reason, DM. It's part of my backstory.
No,
I promise.
no,
Wow.
Mr.
Get that
DM.
shit out of here.
What? Wow, I'm
So no
saying, right?
hex dip smashes fucking board.
Okay, to be fair, right? At least in this character that I had, the original one that I had before, right? They did. It's not Hexblade. It's what do you call it? The undead. It's the undead. Oh no, yeah, it's the undead. So it's more like, again, what if it's in the story, right? Like maybe you start level 3, you want to be a paladin or all that, but then you fall sway to your soul is basically taken by an evil entity, by like
You've broken your
Vecna.
oath.
Yay.
You're no longer a paladin. You are just a straight up warlock. Boom.
No, see, that's the thing, right? That's the thing. You haven't broken your oath yet because you're not yet, a level 3, like level 2. You fall sway. You haven't made any oaths yet, so you haven't broken any oaths to begin with. So if that's like a part of the story, right?
You're not
If
getting
that's
an
how
oath
you
then.
would really from the get
Change the
go.
warlock.
Yeah, dog. If you are, I am a righteous knight, but I'm also fallen sway to the undead within my mind.
No.
When you reach level 3, motherfucker, I go, yeah, you don't get to take an oath. You get Oathbreaker. That's it.
No, I mean I wouldn't say fallen sway, right? It's like say your soul is taken. Your soul is now basically caged into this service, but you're not dedicated to the cause. You're just, I have control over you know your soul. Like when you die, you go to me instead of like the god that you make oaths towards.
No,
Like there's like that contrast. No, nothing. Okay.
no.
Your god's like, damn, that's tragic. Anyway, so on to my next paladin that isn't possessed.
Why would a god
Okay.
bestow any power to you if your soul belongs to somebody else and could potentially be under the sway of somebody else?
Well,
Yeah, let
it's
me
the
give
whole
this
okay.
guy smite, so that way his evil god who's possessing his soul can mind control him at some point in time and use that smite to kill a person.
Playing a polygamous character, but instead of relationships, it's just following multiple gods for boons.
Well, to be fair, right? What do you call this? I guess I'll use the character I had that I was playing before, my war paladin, my Palilock. Like again, serve different god, right? But your soul, or you're basically taken out of the service of the god you were originally indebted to, right? You were like taken, becomes like a servant of Vecna, all that, but you're still you're still a good guy. It just so happens that your employer is now very bad.
I
Would that
would make you
completely?
change your oath then. I'd make you change your oath to whatever fits your god that you're currently serving.
Yeah, it's
So,
like
if you're a
it's not like
devotion paladin, hold on. If you're a devotion paladin to start, and then you're suddenly under the sway of Vecna, I'm gonna make you change your oath. You're no longer devotion. Pick something that fits Vecna. There you go.
yeah.
If that's what you want.
Yeah, so,
I
like-
would not at all recommend that. I would say play a paladin, and I'm gonna give you warlock abilities later on as you level up to better represent your current struggle.
No, see, that's the thing, right? Like, if, like, with what you're saying, like, the whole being empowered, that works if, there's like, what do you call this? There's a, what's the word? I forgot the English word. Uh, there's a mutual understanding in that your goals are in alignment. So they're like, okay, I'll give you some warlock magic, spice things up for a bit for you. But what if it's not something that is done with like a consent behind it, like you were just again snatched up, and we're like, you're just gonna serve me now, but you're still a paladin, right? Like against vengeance paladin, right? Vengeance paladin. So you were able to be snatched up, and so that you wouldn't reach your full potential. Like, hey man, I'm gonna bind you. I'm gonna make a contract and bind you to me. So you're now a warlock. So you wouldn't get the full benefits of both, but you gotta deal with it. Is that not like a thing that is viable in a game, or would that be like, oh, you're not strong enough, man?
Brother, I don't even know what you're asking me at this point. Are you
No,
asking
it's-
me if
again,
the
it's-
multi-class is allowed?
Yes, or at least the concept of like because you're not.
So how about this? I've had a character who was a paladin, who was an Oath of the Ancients paladin, who in his backstory was suffering from such a traumatic experience that at one point he succumbed to his rage. He was no longer a paladin at that point. We made him a full-on barbarian, a Path of the Beast or whatever it was. He then started working towards his paladin again to redeem his oath. He was considered an oath breaker. I gave him little abilities based both in part on his paladin origin and his barbarian current subclass. That's what I would do to you in my setting. If you want to play a warlock in service to an evil god and you were a paladin before, I'm going to make you a warlock and we're going to give you little paladin things as a little reminder. Or you're a paladin, I'm going to give you little warlock things as a reminder.
But in that case, wouldn't it be like a bit, too strong?
Have you seen the games I run?
Yes.
When the fuck have I given about how strong you are? I hand out magic items at level 1, dog. The thing the book explicitly tells you not to do.
Magic items are different.
How? The book literally tells you not to hand out magic items. What the fuck are you talking about?
I guess it's the whole because they technically still fit in the in the play space, right? That you're doing. It's not. You're still using the tools that were given to you. It just so happens that the tools are given to you a lot earlier.
Here's another caveat. None of the ancestries you play as in the game are even remotely close to the ancestries you pick in Dungeons and Dragons.
No, that is true. Yes.
My elves can teleport at level 1.
Yeah.
My humans have the ability to remove the frightened condition or blinded condition or paralyzed condition.
Well,
it's not even remotely close to what they tell you to play.
By the way, speaking of your humans, you could just give them the, you know how they sniff magic?
Are you going to tell me the same thing Lore told me, which is just to give them detect magic?
Yeah. Correct. It just occurred to me that you could just do that.
Figured out, by the way. There is another feat for that. It's called Arcane Sense, and you get it for being trained in Arcana if you choose it as a skill feat.
Okay. Well, to be fair, in what you mentioned, that is what do you call this? Technically, it's playing within the confines of the world that you've made. It's not like paladins. It's not something that's tailor made. That's like everybody gets that, right? X, Y, or Z, like the additional features and traits. That's basically part of the ingredients in making the thing. It's not like something like you got a monkey wrench and then the monkey wrench you decide to add like a hammer bit to it because you would think at least, or someone is like, hey man, I feel like you getting this extra bit to your current tool is pretty dang cool, and it'll help serve you better in the long run instead of like, hey, you have a hammer bit and then you get like a different tool
Legend.
because
Hey, Legion.
yes.
I'm gonna be honest with you. You've completely lost me about what's your point.
I don't understand your analogy, brother.
Oh, okay. Oh,
What
sorry,
is
sorry.
your? Give me the point before you start going into hyper detail.
Oh, okay.
What is your argument?
What if you want to play a character that is divided in a sense, right? Like not like that starts off weak again. The whole you're level 2 paladin, level 1 warlock, so you don't get the benefits of a level 3 paladin or a level 4 paladin later on, or all that. What if you want to play that sort of like I want to start off weak and then grow into like synergizing the two disparate abilities instead of like being like I'm a level 3 paladin but I got cool warlock abilities already because that is the DM, or the DM were like, hey man, I want you to be super strong but also get the thing you want, right? It's basically just
I think this is why Pathfinder does multiclassing better, because generally, when you multiclass, people aren't going for I want to be split down the middle. Like nobody does that. Yeah, like I don't think I've seen any build that does that. Usually, it's I want this one or two pieces from this class, and Pathfinder, as far as I understand, lets you basically take the one or two pieces you want from a specific class, and then that's it. And then it's over.
A good example of that, just to bounce off and sort of jumping board off of what Sizzle said there. When you take an archetype for a class, you might get access to the class's main, quote-unquote, gimmick. For example, a thaumaturge has implements, you might gain an implement. A barbarian has rage, you may gain rage. But you don't get most of the power from that. The implement you get doesn't give you the abilities that the implement has. The rage would just give you +2 damage. It wouldn't give you the added bonuses that the subclasses would give you. You just get the bare bones. And if you invest more feats into it and develop that subclass a little bit more, develop that other class a little bit more, you may find that some of the feats unlock a little bit more of that power for you. But it's an investment at that point.
Yeah, I guess that's the thing that I was wondering, right? Because the boss has mentioned like, okay, they want them to be strong, they want them to be powerful. The players get all these tools, etc., etc., etc. But what if it's the whole it's not the fact that you want this synergistic, super strong, powerful build that you get at level 20 from the get-go. Like, oh, I'm gonna make 400 damage in one hit later on when I'm like max level already. But it's more like, okay, at least in the story, right? You wanna slowly build up to that. The whole, okay, I was initially dragged in two different places because either external means or some other facet of mine wants to.
So you're asking, what if the player wants to be weak on purpose for story effect?
Well, not that. It's more like you want to grow into the character, right?
I think I see where Legion's coming from here, and I do think 2E is the perfect system for that kind of play. Because when you take the dedication, you're a fledgling. You're just learning it, you've dipped your toes in. And it's only after you start to invest more of your character's story into those extra feats that you actually start to shape your character in that way. You might dip into rogue just for a couple of tricks. You might get a skill proficiency and a skill feat that allows you to do some cheeky little trick. You might do champion dedication just so you can wear the heavy armor as a wizard. But it's only when you put those extra feats in that you get closer to what that class is, and you start to look a little bit more like a 50-50.
Yeah, you put the time in to actually develop these new wants you have, instead of being like, okay, I'm fully on board with this one thing now that I already initially started with, and we're just gonna add more stuff to you.
Exactly.
That to basic, instead of like all that.
I don't think D&D provides you with that with their multi-class system as it's
It
built
doesn't.
anyway. So saying like, oh, what if players want to do that? They can't really, because you have too much. There's too many limitations and extra junk. There's stuff that doesn't mesh. First off, like I really shouldn't try to smash a cleric with a bard. In fact, I may not even be able to because of the minimum attributes requirement.
Mad, yeah.
Yeah. So, and frankly, I would hesitate to employ that philosophy when playing any TTRPG because the whole point is team play. You should leave room for what your other people to fill in that gap. You
That's
shouldn't be
true.
trying to sprayed yourself to be a jack of all trades, because you're mostly just going to be filling in holes that players like. I shouldn't try to be a DPS and a tank and a healer because the healer and tank on my team is going to be better at it than I am, and I'm a worse DPS than if I had just gone full DPS. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's true.
Same thing with skills or whatever. It's not just like MMO party roles, but that's the easiest example I can think of.
Hey Sizzle, we need a tank. Can you switch tanks? Can you get off DPS? Can we
Nah,
get a tank?
bro.
We need a Vanguard. Come on, go Doctor Strange.
Yeah, man. And then I show you my 17 AC next to the Paladin that has like a 21 AC, and I go, yeah, man, I got this. And then I get dick slapped by the dragon because I'm not an actual tank. I'm a jerk.
I'm a fake.
Yeah.
Oh,
I tried to play
but
like The Witcher or something, and it turned out I was just a mediocre dude.
to maybe find a different angle towards what you mentioned about the whole interplay party thing, right? Interparty dynamics, or like roles that you make. It could be like yeah, it could be like redundancies. Like say, okay, maybe if in a meta thing, right? Like what if X player can't play, so you basically remove you remove your tank, so no more tank available. But if it's like a cleric, a war domain cleric, right? It's like, oh, they can tank for us, so they can be a support also, but also tank. Like removing like pieces off the board so that other multi classes or other etc. things can take up the slack if either they're like not available or just down in the game, like you lose etc. Or like even in the story beat, right? Let's say, oh, they can't go because they got captured or they got they got taken away and you're trying to save them. So now you need to be a part of this motley crew to balance different roles and all that.
I think, and yeah, Sizzle can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the whole idea is not necessarily. It's the difference between like being able to like if you can sub that role if it's needed, and then deliberately trying to spread yourself to cover those if that happens. Like if you just happen to kind of align with, hey, I can sort of be like a little, a bootleg tank if we need one, but I'm not specking towards having that as well, so that the tank player when they're here is gonna tank better. But I can do this if things go bad, but not deliberately trying to.
Well, yeah. So there's a difference between spreading yourself to fill all roles and being a war priest, which is primarily a support class with the ability to do some damage with its attack and to tank a little bit. There isn't really tanks in D&D is the thing, so that's
It's very much like GM Fiat.
Right.
Fiat
But also
or Fire?
clerics are OP in that they can be anything anyway, so
Heal
I can't
you.
wait for Dell to die, bro. It's gonna be. I cannot wait for Dell to die. It's gonna be wild.
What's that? Wait, how'd that come up?
Because
Is he a cleric?
I'm a life domain cleric who is
yeah,
their damage
yeah.
dealer and their tank at the same time and their healer at the same time.
Yeah.
I have like the best stats of the party currently. So like I'm like
Yeah.
a better cleric than Rag. Gremmel has me beaten damage, but even then I do more on average damage with Spirit Guardians and Spiritual Weapon. So when I die, it's gonna be fucking insane.
It's gonna
Better
be
sure
like
overpowered.
level 1.
I guess, well, tanking really is kind of. I mean, actually, Lore is the Pathfinder expert. I will defer to his knowledge on.
Hello. Expert's a strong word. I'm still learning.
Yeah, sure. You're not an expert. Yeah, sure.
All right.
You read a book.
Guy that guy that has
Ask your
the
goddamn question.
Pathfinder name in the name.
Super Spells was saying, does Pathfinder 2 have a way to actually tank?
Yeah. If you play champion, this is the easiest example I can think of. If you play as a champion, let me get the path builder up and I'll give you the exact wording. Oh, would you look at that? I already have it up. Let's have a look.
Hell, I'd even think like class agnostic wise, like as far as like HP and whatnot is.
I mean, there are feats that you can use that will. So it depends on your definition of tank. If tanking means to make it less likely that opponents will damage people other than you, anyone can technically tank as long as you're debuffing the opponent with things like the frightened condition, clumsy, and enfeebled. But if you mean like more specialist abilities that are like, hey, only I can do this, and it allows me to protect others, I think the champion's the best example of this. As a champion, your subclass is your cause. Think of it like your oath. If I go for a redemption champion, my edicts are to redeem people, yada, yada, yada. My anathema is to kill sapient enemies without offering them redemption first. At each of these causes, this is the important part, give you a reaction. Whereas a tyrant might have a reaction if you hit them to make you kneel before them. A redemption champion offers you forgiveness. So I'll read it verbatim. Reaction. Trigger. An enemy damages your ally, and both are in your champion's aura. So champions have a circle drawn around them on the battlefield. As long as you're party member, and the thing that hits them are in your aura, you get to do this. The effect. Your enemy hesitates under the weight of sin as visions of redemption play in their mind's eye. The enemy must choose to repent or refuse, with the following effects. If the enemy is mindless or otherwise unable to repent, use the refuse result. If they choose to repent, your ally is unharmed by the damage of the attack. If they refuse, your ally gains resistance to all the damage from the attack equal to 2 plus your level. So at level 1, that's 3 resistance. It reduces the damage by 3. After that effect is applied, the enemy then becomes enfeebled, meaning further strength-based attacks do less damage and are less likely to hit. So that's a good example, I find, of a tank. Forcing things to attack you. We're going to get the Guardian soon. We've done the playtest. We're just not sure which book it's going to be in. The Guardian specifically forces people to attack you, but that class hasn't yet been released. But dissuading others from attacking other people is already a thing with the champion.
Oh, if I may ask, Mr. Lore.
Allow.
I'm looking at the champions like odes, right? Like quote unquote odes.
The causes.
Yeah. What if you want to play a vengeance paladin? I don't see any that kind of aligns with the edicts. I mean the tenets of vengeance.
Revenge, you say? I would point you towards Iniquity. They have a reaction called Destructive Vengeance. If somebody
Yeah,
within
I'm
your
looking
aura damages you, you can hurt them.
but they're anathema, right? They're like, hey man, laws, no. If it goes against you, those are no-nos. Like, I guess I'm trying to understand, like, can those things be just waved away? Or
Can't
like
be waved away.
ruled?
These are the
Okay.
rules of the cause. That said, if you speak with your GM, GMs are God at the end of the day. They can
That's true.
change your edicts and anathema to suit your character a little bit better.
Because I was like thinking, because again, vengeance, right? Vengeance isn't inherently evil in the context of the D&D 5e paladin, but iniquity cause, it sounds pretty mean. Like you're like a bad dude.
Well, it should be noted, it's funny you mentioned that. All of the unholy causes are very specifically uncommon. And there's a reason for that. Unholy implies, shall we say, evil campaigns, evil characters, to use old terminology here. Because not every game is going to be for evil characters, they've made it uncommon so that it doesn't incentivize that kind of behavior in brand new players.
Yeah, that's true. But I think, again, I'm going off the vengeance route thing, right? Vengeance paladins aren't evil. They can be evil, right? There's that thing there. But it seems like, in at least in the champions, how it's read, you can either be just a good guy with the liberation, obedience, all that, redemption, or you're just a bad dude with the two unholy and uncommon.
There should be something to say there, I find. Just like you can be a good champion with the desecration cause. If you are a paladin of righteous glory and you're thrown through a portal to hell and you're at the bottom of the pit with all the devils around you and you go full doom guy, you're a desecration champion, but you're doing it for a damn good reason. You know what I mean? It's all circumstantial. If you speak with your GM and work together, you'll be able to find something.
I think the thing that I was wondering is the whole edict thing, right? Because edicts and tenets, those tend to be things that are kind of hard to homebrew away or homebrew to make sense.
Not particularly.
They're like, again, like rules of the. Oh, okay.
Yeah, you can just change them.
Because because wouldn't it like clash if it's say like if you're a desecration cause paladin, right, or champion, and you meet another you meet another desecration cause champion, like an evil guy, a real evil guy. It'll be like, that's a bit odd. We're following the same thing, but your edicts are way different than mine, and all that.
Well, I guess let me think of it like, are all vengeance paladins the same?
Why is your mic fried?
Yeah.
I had to go downstairs real quick.
Oh.
Is it that bad?
Stream quality is going down by
a little. It's a little bad. Continue.
I can hold off till I get back upstairs.
Do it.
No, Leo does also have a point. Like, not all vengeance paladins function the same. However, in that regard, most vengeance paladins, their gods are very they're not evil, but they are wrathful most of the time.
I could see that. I mean, I can definitely see where that trope would come from. I mean, I can think of two examples that don't necessarily follow it. Like with Callistra versus Seren Ray. Seren Ray is very much a opportunistic, vengeful deity. She will give you every opportunity in the world, but the second you've wronged her that one extra time, she'll go to no ends to smite you down. Whereas someone like Callistra, she has a more subtle vengeance. Her vengeance is one that takes a while to finish. The kind that ruins your life slowly. A good example, I'm going to be misremembering the shit out of this, but bear with me. There were these people back in the day that attempted to assassinate, I believe, Callistra, and they failed. But rather than killing them, she made it so that every year they have to come to her court and apologize to her. And if she forgave them, they would be free of this obligation. They wouldn't have to come to court anymore. They could finally pass on, or, they could finally die. And every time they come to court, she laughs at them and sends them away and tells them to try again next year. There's different flavors to vengeance. I think it's up to your character and sort of their interpretation of their gods' edicts to sort of hash that out.
I suppose.
What I'm trying to say is get creative with it. Make the character you want and then find the rules that work best for you and cooperate with your GM to create a painting.
I think when it comes to discussions like that, it very much is a discussion between you and your GM, because especially when it's not, even if it's in Galarian, the GM's interpretation of how that god would react for whatever god you serve, there's different paths of it. It's like how you can have some people that play Oathbreaker that's like, yeah, I'm not really digging my god, but I'm gonna, serve for good. And then there's Oathbreakers that are your stereotypical. So you could definitely be a good, good desecration oath. And the other guy could be like, what are you doing, bro?
Yeah, you could have a champion. Let me find the exact wording here. You could have a liberation cause who you meet in hell, and it's a liberation champion of Asmodeus who's trying to free the devils that you have imprisoned. That you trapped in a temple in hell somewhere. And the liberation, theoretically, is a quote unquote good or neutral cause, but not in hell, it isn't. Not if a devil's the one who worships it.
Honestly, it's kind of like Space Marines of having the same Primarch, but different chapters of the same Primarch. Like the Blood Angels and the Lamenters, or the Lamenters and the what is the Psychotic Black Rage chapter?
Unsure, but to keep it to 2e and 5e, I think it's just about creativity. Like we said, have the conversation with your GM. And if the GM thinks they can turn it into story beats or cool little ways of sort of describing your character, then I don't see a situation where it would become a problem necessarily. And if it is, just pick something else.
No, that's true. I guess it's a different. I guess I forgot the word again. Fuck, I forgot the word. 1 second, let me just try and find the word again.
You have 5 seconds.
What is the name of the UI that you use?
That's a good question. That is called Duraco UI and Duraco UX.
Yep, it's beautiful. Yeah, that's
jelly of your buttons.
I want your buttons.
It has a it's Duraco. It's PF2E, Duraco UI and UX. You can set it. Your players can also adjust it so it changes colors based on the color they picked when they joined the server, or it could be like a default dark mode, light mode.
I'll read it when I install it. I think have a perusal. Have a noosh.
Or you could be like me and just use force client settings and be like, hey, here's this. You can change it later if you want to.
Have you considered using what are they called? Areas on this map, Crown? Regions, sorry.
Areas.
It's the little checkerboard on the left. Have you played with regions much?
I have not.
Are these a thing in 5e? I don't know. This might be a Pathfinder thing.
Describe it.
I think it was in the Foundry update. Basically, you can use walls to define rooms, if you like, quote unquote rooms.
Oh.
And then you can change the properties in each room. Like you can set lightness levels depending on which room you're in.
Oh, hell yeah.
What the? That
You
just
can make certain rooms difficult terrain so that when you're measuring distance, it increases it automatically.
Oh, that's great.
I think that's a V12 feature.
Well, I won't be using it now. I had no idea it existed before. Now I would like that very much.
To be fair, I've not had the opportunity to use it too much, but I am looking to learn it.
I want to play with the active tiles and stuff. Start learning how that works.
Honestly, I don't really
That's
think you need
logical, right?
piles with the loot, like the loot sheet
Tokens.
that you can make.
No,
Turn into an
like
actor.
no, not piles. Sorry, the tiles. Like where you
Oh.
could like have a creature step on something and it automates a reaction, or
Oh yeah. There's
people that make
plenty you
those.
can do with tiles.
Yeah, like people that make those really elaborate loading pages or landing pages.
That's all tiles. Mm-hmm. I'm a big fan of using proximity walls. The walls that only show through when you get to a certain distance from them.
Yeah.
They're good for making cliffs and things like that.
I would love to make like a landing page that kind of looks like an RPG like save screen, like you're loading your last save.
Like you've just booted up Age of War.
Something like that, yeah. Here, actually, I think I have a video. I'll just put it in Hangout text.
I await this image with bated breath.
Can't find it, but it was cool. It had like a little title screen like for the page they load into, and then they could click on each part that says like loading screen, characters, etc. And then you could see it. It would do like the little biography and their character sheet, as well as like an NPC dossier.
Yeah, I think they would have used the tile to execute a macro, and then the macro would have just been to open a journal or to open a character sheet. It's a little bit more advanced than perhaps what we would be doing.
Yeah, no, I know. It's just like
They are
something
very cool,
that I was thinking about. Yeah.
It's
Have
funny you
like
mention
that.
that. I also do want to make one of those eventually. I have the image I'm going to use and everything, but I just need the opportunity to make it.
It'd be cool to have like a something like Final Fantasy 16 does like a active dynamic lore thing, where if you need like a refresher on what's going on, like there's a little thing that brings up in Final Fantasy. You just hit the middle button on your controller, and it'll show like the relevant characters or concepts.
That does sound pretty cool.
Be
See
nice
you
for
later,
like
Skull Throne. Bye bye. Have fun. Try not to kill him too hard. Leave
care,
a
brother.
survivor.
Leave one.
Leave one to tell the others. I wish there was a setting to sync the glow of torchlight together.
Oh, same.
Yeah, I don't know why they've not implemented that.
It's like the best you can do is like the copy and paste the lighting.
I wonder if you could. No, you can't shift click lights. My thought was to disable and re-enable them at the same time. You can only have one light selected at a time. God damn it.
So I found out I thought I just had like certain parts of the rules lawyers module installed, but I have the one that makes a little GIF pop up where every +1 matters for when you succeed or fail a check by 1. It's like an obnoxious thing in the corner that just says every +1 matters.
Every +1 matters.
Yep, and then there's a I think it's RPG statistics or whatever that when you crit, I don't know what the triggers are for it because I haven't looked into it. But when someone crits, it'll do like that little fire emblem where it has like that little cut in of their face, and like a little snippet of their token when they get the crit. I thought I had it turned off, but then it was really funny when my spider token has that when it crits somebody.
This is just a little advanced for me right now. I'll
We can look at it later.
keep that later.
I still need to learn it before I can help you either, so we'll take a look at that at another time.
Understood. I'm gonna get some water, and then we're gonna come back and we're gonna continue to finish up the lighting of this place, and then we're gonna start parsing out encounters.
Ooh, the exciting part. I'm gonna go hydrate too. BRB.
Okay.
When I get done cooking, I got to think about how to make this giant spider encounter far more interesting.
Oh, damn, I forgot the damn break sign.
I have pretended.
Welcome back.
Thanks.
I have a
Welcome back to you
burger.
too. You have
Burger.
burger?
Yeah,
What kind of burger?
bacon burger.
Mm.
Right.
Hell yeah,
They
brother.
were at the wrong door, so I shot the door dasher and then went back inside.
Nice.
Oh my god.
Nice.
Based and real.
They were just doing their job. What the
Fuck
hell?
them.
They
Shouldn't
didn't
have.
do their job though, did they?
They had one job. It was pick it up, put it at the right door. Now they'll never find the body.
Fight it to the hogs.
You're a monster. You're an irritable monster.
They don't call me Sizzle Bacon for nothing.
You can up the attenuation on that light.
One more time.
You can up the attenuation on that light.
Up the attenuation?
Or reduce it, I should say.
Yeah, I mean, it's already maxed out.
Oh.
Yeah, max out the attenuation to 1.
Oh.
'Cause it has that nice gradient look instead of it being like, here's where the light is, here's where the dark is.
But I thought if you minimize it, it gets rid of that torch effect in the middle.
That is, well, that's... You're right.
No.
I have been told that before.
You get rid of it.
Yeah. Because using the torch preset.
I'm sure I follow.
DM, they're questioning you. Purge them.
Oh, no, I didn't mean it.
Explain. What do you mean?
So if you reduce attenuation all the way down to 0 and then update the ambient light and take a look at it through the actor's view, you'll see that the middle glow is gone, I believe. I think on torch, that's how it works.
Player view. Like you do player view.
Oh, it's still there a little bit. God damn it. That might just be a torch thing versus flickering light.
Yeah, it's usually what I end up settling on because I like how like smooth it looks. So if I can't
It
get
is
the
very
torch look, then I'll just fuck with flickering light until I can get it to resemble that. Probably with animations.
Gotta slow it down.
Well, it's a fire.
Ish, yeah.
It's underneath a sizzling skillet.
Oh,
Sizzler.
What? Sizzle
Oh.
bacon mentioned?
They're eating
Friends.
them.
Oh no.
Oh.
Imagine looking in the pot and it's just Sizzle with his thumb raised up like the Terminator.
Fucking Terminator sink into the stew.
Adds a little extra grease.
You look down at the bacon cooking in the pan, its eyes open. It starts screaming in horror.
The Durgar ladles it up. This is the good kinds of fat.
I like it when they scream. Let you know it's still working.
Kicks the fire elemental in the hob. Bigger flame. Now.
Cooking with the Ringar.
You ain't going soft on me, are you?
You wouldn't do that, right?
Gets a jug of water and just starts to move it around in his hand. You wouldn't be going soft on me, would you?
no.
Throws the jug of water in the hole. That's what I thought.
Right. They don't have many light sources down here, especially because they vibe in the dark. So they're gonna have a lot of like phosphorus stuff, things that aren't gonna hurt their eyeball.
Who would win one seasoned underground warrior or me with a slightly bright light flashlight?
Well, them, because some of the Herngar are wearing a particular type of goggles that protect them from your flashlight.
Then I bring out the big guns. I bring out that military grade one that can light up.
That's illegal. You're cheating.
Power of a million candles.
Maybe they're cheating by wearing the goggles. I'm just eating the playing field then.
Kale.
I'm just.
daylight.
Yes, you underestimate with my pre-order bonus. I get a illegal military grade flashlight.
What is the line that Asterion says in BG3 where it's like the full concentrated power of the sun?
There's like a clip where him and Megamind say the exact same shit.
I forget the name of that voice actor. I think it was like Neil or something.
Neil Newborn.
He did a great job, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
I liked their live Baldur's Gate playthrough, the tabletop one they did with 5e.
Is that the one with Brennan or the one with Mark Sherlock Holmes?
I don't remember. It was just the original cast was going through. I think it was like a one shot or something.
It's probably the one with Mark. That was the first one that came out, and then they just started doing them all over the place. I cast a dancing flashbang. Hell yeah.
Slightly visible. I guess it's visible enough. Yeah. I'd shit my pants if I saw that.
What?
I'm looking at it. I'm looking. I'm waiting. Yeah. Yeah, it'd be auspicious that I was wearing brown pants that day.
What was I talking about? That looks like a friendly circle. I'm going to go sit in it.
You definitely do not want to do that.
And why not? Purple's a comforting color.
Me taking your character and going, hey man, thanks for playing.
Yeah, man, I really enjoy this time here. I'm going to go sit in the circle now.
Well. All right. I describe in gruesome detail as picked up by the barbarian. Turn you into a shish kebab.
As you try to move your token, drag your token into the circle, it stops. The token's character, the token art, its eyes align directly, meeting yours, IRL, and said, hey, we need to talk.
Did I do something to you recently?
We talk about this. Can I consider you? I implore you.
I pissed you off recently? What happened?
See, you may only get to hear what happens to me. It actually happens to me, and I beg you to reconsider.
Nice. Okay. That's looking sick. We're just gonna slap a little boy right here.
So here's a thought. Shadow Drake.
Yeah.
Dislikes light.
Yeah.
Mechanical components, gems, giving off light.
Yeah.
Interaction, question mark?
Yeah, I think actually that'd be a great point. You could have I could have it turned off. And then the players I still need to figure out how to add genetic memory to character sheets.
Honestly, I would just make it a lore skill. That seems like the easiest way for now. Generic lore.
I still don't really understand how lore works though.
Well, I appear in streamers' chats, subscribe for a year, and then convert them to Pathfinder.
Shit out of you. How about that?
I didn't mean it. Ah!
But he conveniently left out the part where he's a Paizo agent.
That too. I mean, no comment. So the way laws work is that they are a custom skill. They're a skill that only work for the thing that they describe. Cooking lore can only be used in the application of cooking. Warfare lore can only be used when describing warfare, or when doing things in relation to warfare. When applicable, you may use them in lieu of other skill checks, such as to recall knowledge. When done this way, or when used this way, the DCs are always, at the very least, easier than what they would have been if you were using a regular skill. Typically a -2 to the DC, although you will find examples of -4 or other numbers, but they're typically in the text. If it's not written down, assume it's a -2.
It's very much the funny little quirk skill that you can put in there for if you want your players to have specific knowledge. Like my player character, the investigator that's also a back alley doctor, has drug lord lore because that was their backstory before getting arrested. So they know about drugs and underworld, etc.
The only thing for making genetic memory a lore skill would be that you would have your intelligence modifier affecting it more than anything else. If you wanted to make something in addition to the other attributes, there might be a module out there. I think it would be quite tricky to do. But if you made it a lore skill, it would be your intelligence plus your proficiency in genetic lore. I wouldn't think it. Basically, it wouldn't work the exact same as it currently does for the 5e game, but that isn't necessarily a bad thing. Think of it like a reflavor, if you like. There might be a way to do it, but I haven't found one yet.
I see.
Recall knowledge lore. I rip open my skin. I look into the DNA strands to recall what I know about this particular lost.
I guess I could have like everybody start untrained in genetic memory. That kind of defeats the purpose. It's meant to be like an attribute that you roll. This is different per person. Not everybody's the same with genetic memory.
I would see if you could I'd see if you could edit this, like when you try putting the skill down on a sheet and see if you can edit the modifier.
Would you be adverse to genetic memory being tied to intelligence? Would you want somebody who's low on intelligence to be high on genetic memory?
I mean, it'd make it easier for them to explain what they're seeing. But you could have like a farmer who maybe is not the most book learned individual wander out into a field and be like, oh, I know what this does. They might not be able to put it into words for you, but they know how to operate the machine. It's more like a reflex instead of it being like a studied thing.
You put 3 candles on it, and then you pray to the machine gods, and it starts burp, 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 burp.
Don't forget the scented oils.
Yeah, the ungent. And then I replace all my arms with mechanical tentacles.
When your neighbors have genetic memory of like weapons and hydroponics and useful things, but the only genetic memory you got was how to make a good crab broil.
Hell yeah, brother.
Sorry, Grips, you just don't got it. You're just not built for this world, the future. Your genetic memory's just too damn low.
I genetically remembered toilet paper, how to make it.
You're a genlet.
This is kind of like a sidebar, but thinking about innovation. Wanted to hear your thoughts. In a society, like, no. So in a world where, like, let's say in a setting like Galarian or whatever, or not even Galarian, in your own setting where magic is more prevalent, where people can, get a cleric to do stuff, or there's a hedge wizard or whatever, where magic is a far more common knowledge. Do you think that would stifle the amount of technological innovation if magic can already do it?
I think you'd get that one game where if magic and innovation ever got close to each other, catastrophe happens. I forget what it's called.
It's teamwork. Arcanum or whatever it's called.
I think it's that.
Magic. Yeah.
Elon gets on stage. I have made an AI that can cast spells.
I call it Wizix Re.
I call it simulacrum.
Beyond. What if Amir was actually just Elon Musk?
Yeah, that's
No,
right.
no.
So you want?
I want a good story where Amir dies and we all celebrate.
He goes on, lives, finds his own buys a social media platform.
You have no idea who Amir is even to begin with, so.
Yeah. I know. Imagine if we found out. You know how ecstatic we'd all be.
He's already
oh my
dead.
God, I love the Allfather.
I don't think you'd love the Allfather if you found out.
Fine, whatever. God.
How would you know, DM, lore creator? What would you know about the city?
Well, I don't know. I have like a passing interest in it. Read a couple books.
It's not like you wrote the thing or anything.
Nah. I don't know. I guess it depends on your character. If you cared that would you cheer for Amir? Because Amir was the one rallying behind letting the world be destroyed. And the Allfather's like, no, we can rebuild it. We're humanity.
You misunderstand. You misunderstood the joke. I meant we'd be cheering the Allfather as he gets a chokehold around Elon, who is Amir.
Oh.
Yeah.
We're
like, he is the good guy. He really does care
about
this.
I see.
But is the Y is replaced with an X.
Correct. Amir turns to the Allfather. This is the consequence of accelerationism. Now we can rebuild with my new tech robot. And then he pokes it, and the robot doesn't do anything because there's no human operator. And he goes, that's weird. It was supposed to do something by now. And Allfather realizes that Amir's a fucking idiot.
I see. Understood.
Yeah.
The Allfather's redemption arc.
That's right.
Can't believe Sizzle just gave away the ending to season 8.
Yeah.
Happens right after the beach episode.
Allfather turns to his son, who is investing in crypto, and he goes, I'm sorry, my son, and he casts him into the vault. You bought your last fart coin.
He spent the Allfather's life savings investing into Hawk-Tua coin. And the Allfather just found out.
No, Hawk-Tua coin's old, bro. That was a
you
scam.
You guys are giving me
fart
fucking
coin.
Brain rot, please. Dear God.
I kid you not. I don't know if you know this or not, but currently, you know what the most valued stock is currently in the fucking country?
Gold.
What?
Fart coin. No, not gold. Fart coin. That crypto has skyrocketed to the billions.
And it'll fall and crash like the rest of them. Hawk-Tua girl still hasn't shown her face since that whole debacle. She has gone off the radar.
She had a podcast, didn't she?
Yeah, she hasn't uploaded a podcast recently, apparently, since that debacle.
Fartcoin has a current value of 500 million. Market value, not like individual. This is the world we've reached max stupid.
Wealth has always been, money has always been a conceptual idea, and we've just taken it to the insane.
Yeah.
So, Crown, I got an idea for the Moorlings, alright? They start a
No.
local currency. They start a local currency. They call it Moreling Coin. More coin, if you would.
Lee, I'm gonna throw a brick at you.
Permission to push Leo down.
No,
I don't even know what you said. I don't even know what you said, but permission granted.
Their slogan is "No out, more in."
You're part of the problem, Sizzle.
Yeah, I know. I've watched too many like finance videos while I'm working. Now I have finance brain rot. #gains. I'm studying for the Vampire Masquerade campaign. I have
Jesus.
to absorb all this trash so I can
You
best
do not.
represent my
You do not.
character.
It's gonna be like a fucking 4-session
It's-
game, brother. What are you doing?
I have to commit.
You know what's actually really fucked up?
What?
We could run Pathfinder this weekend.
I fucking steeple my fingers. I knew that
I
was
also
going to happen.
steeple my fingers.
I had a feeling. I was like, I was looking at you making these maps, fucking crushing it, and I went, "This is gonna be ready in like a week or two tops."
Yeah, like it's gonna take me a couple months to get it all ready. No, you get it done in like 3 days.
I agree with Sizzle. You've absolutely killed it over the past week.
Thanks.
Really lock the fuck in.
I think my brain was like really excited to try something new.
You were on a roll for quite a while, actually. Still are, kind. I mean, basically, you're adding the finishing touches. So yeah, ironically, much to Kira's detriment. So who's gonna give her the bad news?
Well, you know, I don't think I'm gonna deny her just yet. It'd be like, oh, I need my Sundays back, and so do you.
I need those. Grabs her by the fucking neck, throws her into the Pathfinder game. You ain't going nowhere.
Just
I've
tell her
got
she
you
gets
for
panache
6
as compensation.
hours.
Tell her she gets panache as compensation, but give no elaboration.
Funny you mentioned that. She does want to play a swashbuckler.
Yeah!
It's always the gremlins that want to play the swashbuckler, isn't it?
Swagbucklers.
Do we know any other player details yet?
We know Sizzle wants to play a druid. We know
Mhm.
Sirik wants to play a fighter. And we know Tristan wants to play a monk.
A monk?
His favorite class has always been monk. He hated what D&D did to monk.
Fair.
I have fantastic news.
Don't worry, I've already been.
I'm sure he's been told both by
Debriefed.
Crown and Sirik.
I don't think
After
Sirik talked
Sirik.
to him, but I told him I was like watching Sirik play Scion the Red Dragon. Monk seemed way fucking cooler than 5th edition Monk. Like the stance alone is what sold me on Monk. So
It's kind of interesting about the stances on monks. Monks don't have a subclass. They just don't. They don't have anything like that. Much in the same way that fighters don't. The monk is defined by their abilities, by their feats, much in the same way as the fighter. And the stance, I find, is the closest thing they have to a subclass. And you can really feel the kind of monk they are based on the kind of stances they take. So I do find them very, very good for role-playing aids. Bilbo Buckins, have you seen the Unearthed Arcana release for Artificer 2024?
Yeah.
Huh?
I think you were talking with Brett yesterday about it.
I was.
If I remember right.
It's very bland.
Yeah.
The only cool
Yeah.
thing is the Dreadnought mode for armor. I don't give a shit about any of the other subclasses.
Yeah, I saw it, and I know they're going to change it up before final release, but man, that is where they could really use good PR. They are just...
Your wall isn't joined.
They are just not a great first draft.
He's dying.
Do we know he is? Do we know what Momo is thinking about?
Nope.
I see.
The wild card.
Indeed.
That's every TTRPG we play.
She walks up to you last minute, says, "I want to play this one," points at Exemplar.
Is that a medium kobold?
That's the Kobold Queen.
The Gigabolt.
It's Zolgran.
Oh, is it the exact same token?
Hmm?
Oh, they made it big. God dang.
It's her tail. It's a fat fucking tail sticking out.
Yeah.
I like to
Sure.
think she's the same actual size of the Cobalt. It's just her tail's like twice as long, and it makes her a medium creature.
That would be funny. We'll leave these ones open. We'll either
I can
leave
see
these
why
ones
she's-
open or I'll populate them before the players get in here. This will either be if you guys TPK, this is where you'll wake up, or when you get here, it'll be where some other slaves are.
You gotta have a dead kobold next to her.
Hmm.
Set the scene. Environmental storytelling, they're not Tretwell.
Hmm. I can see that. Hell yeah.
I really
no dead kobolds. I have bad.
You really got me
news,
thinking
kobold.
about. You really got me thinking about that, about defeat scenarios now, Lore.
I love defeat scenarios. I almost never use them because I like TPKs. And that sounds terrible, but I like the. What I mean by that is I'm going to save myself here. I like TPKs meaning something. Because when I TPK, rather than having like a death scenario, the next party that rolls up has intrinsic ties to the story and things that have happened that resulted in the TPK. So, for example, when my party died, one of them took the ghost dedication, came back as a ghost, and had 4 shadows that walked with them through the halls. And those 4 shadows were the members of the previous party.
That's cool. That's really
That sort of thing. I like to do that sort of stuff. So I don't get rid of the TPK, I just use the TPK as fuel for the story. But you could definitely have defeat scenarios. The only problem I have with defeat scenarios is that they take all of the threat of death away. Potentially.
Well, I mean,
Depends
it
how you do
depends on how you apply them.
100%. And I mean, some stories don't necessarily need a death to be compelling. If you're doing something
Because
like...
you could,
Everybody's on really
you could just
shoddy
bounce
internet.
between using.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah.
How do I sound? Do I sound good?
You sound fine.
Thank God.
One more
It's
time,
just
Hale.
I'm in the
But
middle of
you-
an interstate.
Oh. It's because Crown put the capybara on top of the desk so he can hear him best.
Ah,
Everyone else is down in the jury.
it's a shame I'm still getting smacked every time he reacts to me. Just every time he wants to say something, I just... Ah!
That will not change.
Oh,
I'm just gonna try standing over here. Is this any better?
You sound a little bit more clear,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay. So if I'm a little bit more clear, what I was gonna say is it depends. You can bounce back and forth between using TPK or defeat scenarios. You don't have to use just one or the other for a campaign. If they're fighting,
100%.
say, a professional army, those guys are probably going to take them prisoner instead of just killing them outright. But if they're fighting a band of goblins, the goblins are probably going to eat you.
yeah.
Yeah,
I
no.
think-
I wasn't being pigeonholed like thinking one or the other. I just really liked that idea. It was like starting to stir in my brain.
I think making defeat scenarios blatant is also a good way to make the players consider how they want to deal with the bad guy rather than just defaulting to killing them. Because, if you fight that professional army, for instance, the players might also want to make sure they don't actually kill them, but, take them prisoner. Because if they do start killing the professional army might retaliate. That kind of
I do think environmental storytelling is the best for that sort of thing.
Hmm.
Like with the Herngar, if the PCs go into the cages and sort of see the cages where they've captured everything, and they see that there's space, that informs the players that the Herngar are into taking prisoners. Or you could have it where you can hear the echoes of distant Herngar talking about their latest catch, or their plans to take the people when they get to the surface. And then that informs the players that they're probably not going to be killed. But it doesn't tell them that. It just infers it. So if the players do go down, they still have the feeling of the threat of death without necessarily the promise of it.
Yeah, the uncertainty is still there.
You don't know if you're going to wake up or not.
I definitely am. I've never, because I'm still baby DM. I am not sure how I feel when my first TPK inevitably happens.
I can tell you right now, it didn't feel good when I did mine.
Yeah. Yeah, mine was kind of Crown broke that for me early, real early and real fast.
I will say, I don't know how. So here's the thing. I have players who get deeply invested into character concepts. To the point where, like, if a character dies, it's a morale break for the entire group. It's like sometimes not even salvageable. So the prospect of a TPK with these people is very daunting.
I think defeat scenarios are a fantastic tool for that sort of group.
That's the thing, because I have no idea how they'll react to TPK or a player death, because in the mutual games that we've played in, for one reason or another, we have avoided TPKs or player deaths. Well, permanent ones.
Now, I see Couch here. Couch is saying I need to come up with more anti-TPK scenarios. This might just be me. I don't know if anybody else can attest to this. I personally don't do that. If I want an anti-TPK scenario, I figure it out the second they TPK, because I have no idea what's going to happen to them or how they TPK.
Yeah, the context.
Exactly. Context is king. So if you want to have an immersive story and you want to have investment from the players, I know this is harder for a GM, especially one who isn't comfortable with roleplay or comfortable with improvisation. But
excuse me, don't say that word.
Improv. I scared him away. Hopefully I scared him to his better mic.
Yeah.
I hope you're listening to this, Leo. Where's your mic? But yeah, I think if they go down to a bandit, maybe they wake up to the sounds of laughter and revelry as the bandits have them all roped together. If they die to a wizard, perhaps they wake up with a strange perspective from the inside of a jar as they have been shrank to the size of a mouse. Making it up on the fly is, I think, almost always better. And if you do make it up on the fly, in systems like 5e, that can be a little bit more complicated. But in 2e, you can search anything you need or want, and it's all on Nethys. So if you're ever looking for a rule to help the performance, to help you, support you with the sort of vision that you have, you can look up the rules and there'll be stuff there that you can use to back it up. What are we doing to this pool of water?
I'm just overlaying an animation on top of it to give it the illusion that the water's moving. It's not going to be one for one, but when players look at it, they're going to see that like the water has like a weird sort of movement on top of it.
Do you want it to be like going outwards, like in a circular motion, or did you want the sort of bubbling mass that you had before?
It's fine. The sort of weird movement is only going to really be caught when the player walks up with a torch. So.
Yeah, I know swirling flog is typically used for fluids.
I actually had a power went out for a moment.
It didn't even stay. Oh, yeah. You said which one?
Swirling fog, I believe. If you slow it down, that's the best for still water.
Hmm. Okay.
I think pulsing wave, if you reduce the speed and intensity, could also be good.
Hmm.
That foul word knocked out the power in my house for like 5 minutes.
Power word cut.
No, the improv.
Oh. Your power company decided to do some improv.
I don't like that.
I think that looks pretty good. Maybe reducing the animation speed a little bit more. Yeah. The intensity as well as the distance between the... Yeah, you got it.
Nice. Is it like water dropping from the ceiling? Nope. The crystal that was supposed to be over here was basically either pulled or knocked free in some way, shape, or form, and then ended up in the center of this cavern and is now pulsing water.
God, I love what you've done with like your version of it.
Thanks, brother.
Is a cinder rat mysteriously gonna pop out of one of those?
I haven't decided what creature I like. I really like the cinder rat because he's just a funny little guy.
He almost killed two of us. I don't know if that was funny.
He's a level 3
funny.
creature, so.
And you deserved it.
I did nothing of the sort.
The important question you have to ask is, what is the tutorial of that room? The cinder rat was there to teach you concealment and sickened.
What else has a... What else could teach sickened?
I'm going to look up elementals real quick.
Give me the sickened...
If you're looking for things that impose sickened, that's a big list. I'm not sure there's a way to filter by that, though.
I see.
Nor are you looking for the condition?
I was looking for creatures that gave the sickened condition. Maybe it will have to be a cinder rat.
2 cinder rats.
2 cinder rats.
I'm trying to think what...
That'll show them.
Do I hear 3?
What, 5 players? 2 cinder rats.
I mean, we could make a... What are your guys' elementals like? We could make
big
like...
cinder
rat. Big cinder... A large
a dire
cinder
rat.
I just slap the fucking the elite tag on it, and I also slap gargantuan on it.
Fucking push the cinder rat away. Sorry, that's not the Tarosian cinder rat. Here's the Tarosian cinder rat.
No, yo.
Slams it on the table. Oh my god, what if it's just a choir toad?
Oh. A fire and elemental.
A fucking a shadow choir toad. It leaks smog and shit. It belches smoke at you.
We could maybe kit bash a cinder rat and a toad together, and maybe make a cinder choir toad or something like that.
The smoldering toad.
A singing cinder toad.
One more time, Loc.
Have you seen the choir toad in 2E?
You guys have a fucking choir toad?
Of course we have a choir toad.
Huh?
Of course.
No, motherfucker, I named that.
I'm trying to find what the name of it is.
Everything is ripped away from Crown's fingers.
I'm sorry.
Nothing
is
original. Everything's inspired.
What the fuck book was it from?
No fucking shot.
2E frogs. There's the frog hemoth. That one's obvious.
Ah, the frog. That's what we're using.
That's I wouldn't use a frog
Look at this
hemoth.
guy.
I don't think-
Look at this guy.
I don't.
Look at
I don't
this
think
guy.
I don't think he's gonna fit in here.
Yeah, you probably don't want to. I'll find it. Just
Don't worry about this number. Don't worry about this number up here. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about
You
that.
spawn him in, everyone immediately goes prone because they're occupying the same space. As this
Hey, what's
creature.
the? Oh, nope. I see it. It's called the concert frog.
Concert frog. There you go.
It's a level 8. You want to throw hands with this? Throw hands with
It doesn't have
the.
a picture, and I'm saddened by this.
It does.
There is a picture. I'll find it for you.
Ugh.
These massive frogs store their eggs inside their stomach. When an egg hatches, the froglet crawls its way up to its parent's mouth to add its celebratory chirps and croaks to the family song.
Oh my god, that's beautiful.
It's very cute.
Disgusting.
There you go. It's in Hangout text.
It's hideous.
Oh, you got it before me. Hell
They
yeah.
hate nature.
It's in
That's
Hangout
what it looks
text,
like.
Sizzle. Yeah.
Oh, that's awful.
Oh, that's way worse.
That's and
Just
you
the
just
three
hear
coming
within
out of his
the
mouth
tiny
like,
one.
"Ah."
So they have an
just
ability
screaming.
called Conduct. It's auditory mental primal. One of the froglets begins to sing, granting one of 3 effects to the concert frog and all allies within 60 feet until the beginning of the concert frog's next turn. And depending on the color of the froglet is what bonus they get. So the red one gives them a plus 10 to their movement speed as a status bonus. A blue one grants a +1 status bonus to AC and fortitude saving throws. So the yellow one, all allies gain a +1 status bonus to attack rolls and deal an additional 1d4 sonic damage on successful melee strike as their attacks resonate.
So a really
See?
cool way that you could use the concert frog is to just have them in the middle of the battle map and not have them attack at all. Just have them sit there and sing. Because they can do all 3 of those in a turn. They could conduct 3 times. 1 for each frog.
We thought it was bad in fucking D&D when the choir toad rolled up into the middle of our camp, went brrr.
Dude, this one's gonna
This one has a fucking backup line.
you're gonna watch as it rolls up, it goes me, 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 and then you hear it again. Me, 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 me.
Even better, 3 frog orchestra. If one of the froglets have died, the concert frog attempts a DC11 flat check at the end of its turn. On success, a new froglets hatch in its stomach and emerge at the concert frog's lips.
Me, 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 me,
Sorry,
me,
I'm
me.
late, fellows.
Sorry.
Our
let's make
concert's
this a
about to
quartet.
begin.
The recital shall begin anon.
This is, I can't believe it's level fucking 8. See, we were right not to tangle with the
Dude,
fucking toads. All right,
100%,
they're dangerous.
It'll
Those
rock your
things
fucking world,
do
man.
do not fuck with those things. Holy.
I love the lore of it. These massive frogs store eggs inside their stomachs. When an egg hatches, the froglet crawls its way up the parent's mouth to its celebratory chirps and croaks to the family's song.
You could have this to sort of make it a little bit dark, perhaps. If you wanted to make this into a phased boss fight, you could have it where they see that the smaller frogs are doing the songs. Maybe they kill the smaller frogs, leaving Mama all alone. She doesn't have any eggs left in her stomach anymore. You've killed her children. Now you have to fight Mama.
Oh my god.
Now she begins to play a dirge.
Yeah.
Funnily
Yeah,
enough,
instead of the kids singing, she just starts a bass tone.
she starts
and
raising
sings
the
and
jumps.
jumps.
She gets access to necromancy spells because they're called dirge spells.
Your sad tunes won't fucking affect me. I know you're a fucking pest in this fucking ecosystem. I fucking take the salt gun.
I'll kill you.
The Giga Salt Cannon.
Just for the music, have 4 versions of the same song playing, and each time a froglet dies, just end one of them.
Go back to the Atmore where you belong.
That's actually kind of cool. I like that idea.
There was
Have
I
4
think-
singers and take them away one by one.
Yeah, there was an encounter. I think one of my buddies ran where it was 4 Tabaxi
Oh my
bards that were all playing music while they were fighting him, and every time one died, that instrument stopped playing until it was just one lone pianist.
Awful.
I like Element's idea. I'm going to harvest your parts to create a hunting horn.
Nice. The first hunting horn.
All right, so Laura, your next task as a Paizo agent is to go get the person that made the monster hunting homebrew for 5e and start looking at Pathfinder.
Should be noted, we do have musical instruments that are also weapons.
Yeah.
The battle lute comes to mind.
Well, I found the perfect picture for the frog.
But that frog.
Oh no.
Make it a toad.
If you throw it to me,
Wild.
I'm more than happy to.
Oh my god. That thing's got fuck it. That's not the toad we're fighting. That's the fucking toad that's hanging out. Everyone thinks it's a volcano. It's just a frog.
No, the Laratran's its own thing. You don't want to fuck with that guy. These guys probably hang around the Laratran though.
Bro,
Sing him a little song.
they're the little like islands around the big volcano. We land on one. We're like, we've reached shore, and then it gets up.
There's his various Spotify playlists.
I find encounter music that gets sadder with each death. I think we're gonna make the Cinder Rat an Ember Toad instead.
Ember toad. A smoldering toad.
More fitting, I guess. We'll still be able to teach it fetid fumes and smoke vision and stuff like that. We're just gonna give it like a tongue attack.
Instead of a tumble, it has like a leap where it just hops over you.
Just fucking jumps over you.
Boom. Yeah.
Get clear, idiot.
Yeah, it's got it's got like 5 feet of movement because it's a toad, but it's got like a 40 feet of jump. I don't know how you do that in Pathfinder.
It would just roll, essentially. You could make it a passive ability, though. It would just roll for a long jump, and then it would... It had the guys like a plus 16 on the Quiet Toad, for example. So if you rolled a 10 for a total of 26, you could jump 25 feet.
Pretty pog.
It's pretty pog.
Actually got me thinking now. Laura, if I had put my hand on the fiery orb instead, or any of the other different orbs, would we have just fought a different elemental rat?
No. The Cinder Rat was the only elemental in the room.
Oh.
No matter what you interact with.
What if he had touched the orb that the Cinder Rat was actually in? Would it surprise him?
He would have started in melee. Yeah, I might have given him a -4 to his initiative roll.
Deserved.
Okay, we can't prove that me touching that orb triggered that Cinder Rat. Maybe it just got out at the same time, alright?
Suspicious coinkydink.
I don't remember what the book says on that. I think the book just says once you enter the room, the Cinder Rat bursts out.
Oh, that's right.
See?
I was like, that's boring as shit. So.
Let's see.
The earth and air element is I shall lend you my strength. The fire fucking elemental god thing.
Let me show you my strength.
Fuck them adventurers.
The magic in this room surrounded a small elemental creature that looks just like a rat, made up entirely of burning coal and smoking flame. It can't go into the water, so it's trapped here and spends most of its time hiding within the fire orb. As soon as the first character passes through the water into the room, the fiery orb shatters and the Cinder Rat attacks.
Yeah, that's boring as shit.
Oh, okay, so it wasn't summoned, it was just hanging out in the orb. A little infestation.
It was trapped, it couldn't leave.
Yeah. Skill issue.
We could make respective ones, so like we could make like an air thingy, a fire thingy, and then an earth thingy.
That's very extra, but you certainly could. For the extra immersion.
Choose your starting encounter.
You want them all to teach the same thing, though, surely.
Well, I think we could, it probably wouldn't be... Well, I think everything could sort of get sickness, right? Like, I could make like an earth elemental that's
made of sulfur or something.
Yeah, that has like noxious fumes that it gives off. And for the air elemental, I could just fuck with like your equilibrium or something, and that would make you sick.
Gives you altitude sickness.
Earth elemental, make it out of asbestos.
The air elemental
Oh my
fucks
God.
with your vertigo, and suddenly everything's wrong.
Oh.
Starts feeling the
Feel
one with
dizzy.
helium.
I will now fuck with the water in your ears. Huh? Whoa.
Wait. The little snail in your ears listens to me now.
Wait, there's a snail in my.
Okay.
Oh, wait a minute, you actually cured my tinnitus. Thanks, man.
Die.
You're welcome. Proceeds to blast air inside your ears, bursting your fucking eardrum.
Dude, my favorite thing in the world is when a water elemental jumps down your throat. That's a real grapple check.
This is the wizard who summoned all of them, by the way.
Fuck's sake.
I feel like I've made mistakes.
I wonder what this spell does.
Kermit the Wizard here.
Kermit the Arch Wizard here, actually. Today we're going to be casting a summoning spell. I hope nobody stumbles across it, or they may have a bad time.
What are the little funky little creatures could we? Or funky.
Dude.
So we're gonna have a fire toad, which is already sort of breaking the norm. What else do we
I
got?
recommend going to the bestiary or going in Foundry and searching via the Earth trait or the Air trait. There's more than just elementals available. There's mephits and sprites and scamps.
Earth wisp.
Use this one as the earth elemental because what's more efficient in returning someone to the soil?
Cobble swarm.
I like this one because it looks like he was drawn in the 80s and also he has a beard.
Oh my god, dude! Aura.
Alright, I'm saving that for fucking character art. Thank you. You ain't getting that one.
Living boulder.
Fuck.
It actually just summons a rock.
Now, it should be noted that a living boulder has Earth Glide, if I remember right.
It does. Oh, it just phases into the rock.
Correct.
You have no idea where it goes until it
Oh.
comes back.
Also correct.
Horrifying.
So it's like I spend my action to stride, just sinks into the
Stride
earth.
directly down.
The party goes.
You could
What
have
the
it
fuck?
where you could have it where the Earth is difficult terrain if you wanted to balance it a little bit.
So it gets like 10 feet. I mean, even then, 10 feet is still, you can't hit it
It's-
anymore.
Beneath the ground, yeah.
Yeah, I'm assuming it doesn't have to come out of the ground on its turn either.
It
just
don't.
is it in there. Yeah.
It can also know where you are as long as it's within 30 feet of you with tremor sense. It doesn't look like it's in. Oh, it's an imprecise tremor sense. Okay.
So you
So it
be
can
hidden,
just-
but it knows what square you're in.
Yeah,
So
you
that
hit
works.
him and he goes, ow. And then he goes into the earth and he waits for you. The party looks around. After 30 minutes, they go, they must have left. They set up camp.
Takes a bite out of your ass, leaves again.
Yeah, that's
I did that once. I had a underground dungeon where I used living boulders, and they would effectively just be hazards where they would come out of a nearby wall, make a single attack, and then go back into an adjacent wall in these
goodbye.
short corridors.
I think all earth creatures have earth glide. I think all earth creatures have earth
You do not
glide.
want to fight the dirt, man. Dirt got hands. It will fight dirty. Hee hee.
I see what you did there.
The Sod Hound. That's a great name.
I kind of want
The wettest
living-
boy.
I know it's like not aesthetics at all, but I kind of want the living boulder, like when it pops out, just be like a pet rock with googly eyes, and then as it fully phases up, it's just got like a really impressive, terrifying stone body.
It's the smashing rocks from Mario.
Yeah.
Oh, the thwomps?
The thwomps. Fucking, you see it phase from out of the ceiling. You're like, what the deuce?
It's like The fucking king one from Mario 64.
This guy rolls out. He's yoked.
Oh my god.
The fucking Titan.
Fight
Big
me!
landslides. Yeah.
Why are you looking like a shark over there? What the fuck?
It's time for your tutorial.
It pops up, Crown. The music you just hear in the distance just goes.
Party.
Titan.
Fucking flexing. Today we're gonna learn about death mechanics.
I'm gonna teach you how to grapple.
Is this the end of the dungeon, DM? And I go,
Optional room. Roll initiative.
Why did you come here?
Hey, this is the tutorial boss you're supposed to beat. Did I mention I liked playing Dark Souls and Demon's Souls?
Today you're gonna learn when to call it quits.
Today you're gonna learn how to roll well. But GM, that's an RNG skill. I know.
When life
aware.
gives you trouble, give up.
When
Go
life
home.
gives you trouble,
Try
get the
go
big
home.
land side.
It is not worth it. Take a nap.
I'm about to teach you the tutorial on how to retreat.
Go.
Retreat? You don't get panache from retreating.
Well, you ain't gonna get panache ever again.
What?
I smash you. I think.
Yeah, when the mage cast Disintegrate on me. If I'm gonna be Ash, at least give me some panache.
Stop. I'm sick of this panache.
Can't wait. I can't wait. Yeah, one of these days, Crown's like, okay, you get to play, but Swashbuckler's off the table for you.
I was this close to telling them. I was this close to telling Karen she couldn't play one.
Ooh.
Don't put the blame on the class. It was Leo's fault.
I was like, I don't want you fucking asking me for panache every 3 minutes. And she was like, it doesn't work like that. I was like, huh?
She's right. It is.
And then I read it and I was like, Leo, you fuck.
Yeah.
You just get it if you do the right thing.
The GM gives it to you. That's how you get panache.
Oh, a mud wretch. Oh my God, he's got a gajillion things. Oh my God.
Oh my
Oh my
goodness.
God. He's insane. Oh, he's immune to critical hits. Are they all immune to critical hits? No, just
Your
him.
fist smashes the mud wretch. It goes splorp.
Blorp. Try again, pussy.
You roll a crit on it, you take the crit damage.
So it's got let's see. Oh no. Okay. Gory hydration.
Ooh.
The mud
That doesn't
wretch
sound good.
is dehydrated. He's a little thirsty. The mud wretch
my
deals
skin.
constricted damage to a living creature that has blood. The mud wretch squeezes harder, dealing 1d6 bleed to the target. The mud wretch absorbs this blood, removing any penalties it had as a result of being dehydrated.
That's horrifying.
Oh.
Nice.
How does it gain dehydrated? Or does
That's a
it
great question.
what dehydrate
glad
is it
you asked.
is that like when it's bloodied? It fucking is like, "Arr, I could use a Mountain Dew.
I think it could just be a condition that you give it, because I'm not seeing anything that gives
Oh.
it dehydrated.
It just waits long enough and it's like, man.
I figure, maybe there's like a note. There's a low-level intellect, and while they do not form societies or cultures on their own, they are trying to... I think it's just a condition you give it. So like it starts dehydrated. Because it doesn't have like a tag next to it, which would usually indicate it's like a status effect.
Is this a question I can help to answer?
Is dehydrated a condition?
The mud wretch is dehydrated. Is dehydrated somewhere in the passives?
I'm looking. I don't see nothing.
The mud wretch is
Susceptible to desiccation. Oh, no, there it is. If you cast Desiccate on it, an 8th level spell. Huh?
Oh.
Or a similar effect, take 10 or more fire damage from a single effect or spends more than 24 hours outside of a source of sufficient hydration, such as a swamp, river, well, or recent rainfall, it becomes dehydrated. While dehydrated, the mud wretch can't spew mud, is sickened 2, and is slowed 1, until it either fully immerses in water, spends 1 minute in the rain, or rehydrates in another way, such as via gory hydration.
Jesus, that's terrifying.
What's great is
love
that
it.
there's a source of water right there.
Yeah.
When spring mountain water doesn't quite cut it, you look at the nearest adventurer and lick your lips.
Yeah. It doesn't have a earth glide, though, so it has to walk.
It's got to slurp its way over there.
It's got a swim speed, though.
It's called what is it called again? The mud.
Mud wretch.
I'm saving that because I want to traumatize one of my players by saying, "Yeah, this is a mud wretch," and when they recall knowledge, I'll just say, "It's looking at you. It's thirsty."
He's a funny little guy.
You see the mud wretch smacking its lips together as it looks at you in the distance.
Hey, did you know the human's body is 70% water?
I like.
Roll initiative.
It's like when there's an encounter with a mimic and they're like, "Hey, GM, what do I use to roll to check this chest?" Initiative. Wait, what?
Oh, mimic.
So we got. Oh, what level is your?
Five, I
Level
think.
4.
Oh, that was close.
It'll be another time.
I don't think we have mimic colonies yet either, which is a shame.
That's the mud wretch on its head. Later.
I did have the idea for if dead bodies count as objects, could theoretically a mimic impersonate a dead body?
If you turn your attention to Hangout text, I have made Toad.
Oh! Yes!
I'm gonna cry when you're. I hope they don't. I hope they fight a different one.
shit.
I hope they don't fight the Cinder Toad. He's a good boy.
What?
Don't kill him. Domesticate him.
Don't kill him. Thank you so much, Lauren.
Please. Yeah, that's all good, man. I get to use it
Domesticate
too.
him.
I will learn.
Would you like me to make a Toad Wizard as well while I'm here? Or...
I mean, you will not hear me complain.
Alright, Toad Wizard coming up. This gives me something to do while we're doing non-law related stuff.
Just trying to figure out how to make this map more interesting.
Which would be more interesting.
I guess just kind of. I don't feel like it has. Like not. I'm not talking about your map. I'm talking about my own.
I know.
That's
I
the
mean,
right
what do
answer.
you mean? I didn't think you were talking shit about my map. I'd have killed you.
No, I had to clarify because I was looking. I was like
Slowly.
looking. I was like, wait a minute.
Slowly lowers the brick. Oh, your map.
No, it's just because they are descending down into the caves, and I'll just put what I have in spoiler tags or hangout tag. This isn't the thing I was working on earlier because that's later. But the idea is they're going to be coming down from the bottom left, and I'm trying to decide if I should give them more to, I guess, extra branches to explore, because that little bottom area right before the temple is where their boss fight is going to be.
You have a point for extra rooms?
No,
Beyond, I just want extra rooms. Is there anything are any of the rooms going to contribute to the boss fight or provide materials that they can use for the boss fight?
that little crevice
Or
that
lore.
that little crevice right there will have one of the one of the dead compatriots. So for context, the team that was sent down, they got jumped by spiders, brought down here. One of them, or a couple of them, including one of the player characters that was introduced later, managed to escape, getting chased by a bunch of spiders, and the other person's like, I'll hold them off. And then kind of died and bled in that little hole right there, that side cave. And it's gonna have like, I guess, potions and other stuff in there that'll be helpful for the upcoming fight. I'm just
Okay.
like I'm just not sure if I want to add like, you know, in that room before, like if I want to add another encounter, or I just worry that I don't have enough, I guess, for a session.
How often do your players roleplay?
It really depends. I think I have to be better at facilitating like their roleplay to an extent, because I know one player specifically is very more likes combat more than RP, and a couple are still kind of getting their feet wet in roleplay per se.
You need encouragement.
Yeah.
Ask them questions. That's the easiest way I find. What are you thinking about right now? What do you think your character believes in terms of what you're seeing right now? Do you agree with what they said? Things like that.
Yeah.
Get them thinking about their character and their character's viewpoints, and before you know it, they'll be role-playing solo. That's my little tidbit. Works a treat in my experience. Sometimes, though, they don't want to roleplay, and to that I say, don't force them, whatever you do.
Exactly. Yeah, I'm trying to find that sweet spot. Still all learning, all new to me.
Mm-hmm. Practice makes perfect. There's no rush.
That's why I'm throwing a giant spider at them for a boss. That I think I need to fine tune how the mechanic's gonna work, especially since they have an additional party member now.
Oh, it's referencing tongue grab. Oh, wow. That's actually really fucking dope. How's it referencing that? Is it in the detail? Oh, it is.
Probably a passive
Additional
ability.
attack die. My brain. Gotcha.
See, here's the thing as well. Once you start playing a little bit more with Pathfinder, you'll notice, oh, hang on a minute, this works the same way as that thing. Or you'll think, let me try something that I've done with the other thing and see if it still, oh, it does work. Oh.
I was already sort of playing with that. I think you were talking to somebody. I was already sort of playing with that when I was making a weapon. Where there's like the storm hammer. And I was like, I want to make it the flame hammer. I want to make it a dawn hammer. I started like fiddling with it and I went into its little properties. And I was like, oh, I can change everything so that way it matches. Oh, I just need to change around some of these values. Oh, Like going into the rules back here. Sort of like, I don't know how to set this up, but I know it's similar to a JSON, so I can just change certain words and it works.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, George, he's learning.
I think
go to the top there, the damage dice.
Oh.
Select the IMID damage. No, you were right there.
Closer. There's a delay. What am I doing?
Bollocks. Those two windows that you had up, open them again. So under damage dice, on the Dawn Hammer, I guess on both of them, you'll see that they have a bunch of text there. If you put that on a character, when they roll an attack, it will give them a checkbox that they can do that will say Dawn Hammer or Storm Hammer. If you wanted to change what it says, you could add a label there. So you would do, after the damage, quotation marks at the end, you would do comma in quotation marks, label, colon, and then you would put in quotation marks what you want to put as the label. So comma, and then label. Yeah, you got it. Don't forget to put close quotes after label.
Oh, after label.
Yeah, on both sides of the both sides of the colon, you want to have each individual thing in colon.
Oh,
quote marks.
Yeah, just like up there. Okay.
Yeah, just like on the other ones.
So something like that.
So don't wait for the delay to do its thing.
What's the point of the label, I should ask?
So it'll change what it says when you go to roll damage. It'll say DPS on the damage window now.
So would I want it to
just like
say the ability, or would I want it to say?
It means you could give it like a cool name, or if in the description of the weapon you reference it as, say, Flame Strike.
Oh, I already
you
did.
Could name it Flame Strike.
I named it Rebuke.
Well, you could put Rebuke in the label, and then it'll come up Rebuke on the damage menu.
Excellent. Excellent. I'm learning. My brain becoming mad. It's throbbing, and it hurts.
All right. Less of the throbbing, please.
Hold on, I'll be right back with the ironer. We can't let the brain get too wrinkly.
I think if we gave this guy the actual abilities of the toad, he'll kill them. I don't think he's a level 3 anymore.
Oh. We ball.
Oh. Okay.
I'm joking.
What do you mean?
I might have to shrink my boss a little bit. Or change the map size.
What?
He has to reduce the size of his boss.
His boss. Oh, size category of the monster.
Actually, this might work out. So that way he's not spending every attack, not every action, dealing potentially more persistent damage. He's grabbing you and pulling you to him, which is an action spent. Then he bites you, which will be part of his multi-attack penalty. So he'd have a 5. Dealing 1d8 plus 4 plus persistent. And then you're stuck in the fumes. So he wants to pull you into the fumes. So his move is probably to stride, to get within range, pull you into the fumes, and then bite. It actually kind of works out a little. You need to make your map bigger.
Yeah, I either got to make the map bigger or just...
What is your fucking grid size right now, dog?
Let me check.
Okay, I should ask, what did you export your map in?
I exported it in VTT 2K.
2K?
Yes. Or sorry, whatever the VTT setting is.
Oh, so your grid is a 20 by 20.
Let me look, because right now my just look at the incarnate thing real quick. Is there a quick and easy way to see the dimension sizes?
Yeah, you go to grid and then you look at your what the rows and columns are.
On incarnate or in Foundry specifically?
In incarnate.
Grids in incarnate are... They are... Columns is 41, rows is 21. But I...
Oh.
In Foundry, the width is 4142 and the height is 2095. I just got to make the ogre spider smaller.
A word of advice.
Yes.
Never do odd numbers for your grids.
Hmm.
All of my grids will always be a 30 by 40 or a 40 by 40 because that is the base resolution that they use for their maps in Foundry. I export an 8K, which moves all of those to 8K, sort of like 80 by 70 type deal. You never want to do like 41, 32. You never want to do that stuff because that sort of fucks with you being able to line up your grid with the actual grid or the map itself.
Yeah, I wonder why. I think I might have been messing with the column grid thing and rather than adjusting the numbers. I think that's why it came out odd.
Yeah, I'd recommend just building in a if you're gonna make a map like that, just build in a 40 by 40 and then use what space you need to use. And it'll line up when you upload it into Foundry.
Gotcha.
Okay. If we give the Zephyr Hawk an aura, is there like a thing like if you add abilities to a creature, you need to raise their threat level, or?
Depends what the abilities are. Typically, a creature's threat is determined by its action economy and how well it uses its action economy. So if it has like 3 auras that are constantly in effect, that could make it stronger.
Ooh.
But if you tie things to attacks, like a action, then it's not too bad.
Okay, it does. It is a little scary now, I realize, because it has a 2-action thing to be able to roll up to you and make 2. It has the ability to stride, have to up its speed, or fly, have to up its speed.
And strike.
And then do 2 strikes.
Yeah, that's incredibly powerful.
So maybe we
That's
give it an action.
dangerous.
Maybe we give it an action to activate an aura. Instead of it being a passive like the Ember Toad, it needs to willingly spend an action to activate the aura. And it probably only lasts until the start of its next turn. How about that? Or maybe we make it a 2-action thing, so that way it has
2
to
actions,
choose.
so it has to pick.
Yeah.
I like that more. I like that a lot more.
Okay, we can make it a 2-action, Tempest aura or whatever, and you stand in it and you get your vertigo all fucked up. But then it has to choose either does its circling attack or it activates this aura, and then it's left with one action.
You can make it a stance or something, and then have it have a way of removing the stance. So, like, if it's attacked, the stance is removed or something like that.
Let me try the double action first.
Yeah, have a play around. See what you like.
Ooh. Category offensive. Air? Aura? We'd want to give the sickness, so I assume you wouldn't apply. I assume the trait wouldn't have the sickness thing. That's its own thing.
Come again.
I'm trying to apply traits. I assume sickness and like other status effects aren't traits.
No.
Okay. Good to know. House patch? Is that just homebrew?
House patch.
Yeah.
Oh, that's from a module.
Oh, I see. We'll just call it Zephyr Aura. Okay. Zephyr Hawk. Zephyr Hawk. Evokes the Wrath Wind. Element Air. Producing aura. Dizzying forms around itself up to a range of 10 feet. A creature that enters the aura begins its turn there must succeed on a... how did you write your... Oh, that's a billion numbers. Actually, that's a lot easier than I thought it was going to. Check. Dude. L. DC save or become second.
Where does it say a creature's EXP? Or where do I find that on the GM screen?
That is, so the XP is calculated based on the difference between the party level and the monster level. And that
Okay.
comes under, I think, let me double check my handy dandy GM screen. That comes under XP awards, I believe. Yep.
Okay, I see. Okay, there we go. Brain is.
Okay, so it's pretty much cut and dry, very similar to that of the Ember Toad that we're using. The Zephyr Hawk invokes the wrath of the element of air, producing an aura of dizzying storms around itself out to a range of 10 feet. A creature that enters the aura or begins their turn there must succeed on a DC 22 Fortitude save or become sickened 1 as their body becomes racked with vertigo. Everything within the aura, including the Zephyr Hawk, is concealed by twisting winds, not smoke.
What is the average fortitude save of a level 1 character?
Let's look at my favorite boy. And let's see.
Good old Ezra.
Good old Ezra, my favorite boy. He is trained in fortitude with a +5, meaning he'd need to roll a 17 on the die to be able.
Too strong?
It might be. Fighter obviously has expert with a +7. Even then,
+7's the highest you'll see.
Yeah. Damn, fucking 22 fortitude say on the rat? Jesus. I guess it's supposed to teach you sickened.
Mm-hmm. And it will teach you sickened.
You will learn come hell or high water. I guess, is there a way that you calculate a creature's DC? Or can I just throw any number?
No, never throw any number.
Okay.
It would be in, if you remember in GM Core, we were talking about building creatures.
Table.
There's a table called saving throws, spells, strike damage.
I think it's under the like make your monster, like how to make a monster.
Yeah, I'm just looking for the specific table. Speed, strikes, damage, bonuses, spell DCs, and attack modifiers. You could use those. If you didn't want to use the spell DCs, though, you could do, like you could base it on the level. Like DCs by level is another chart in the book.
I'll just pull that up. DCs by level.
So you're going to be using this table a lot. This is, in D&D they say like a low stakes roll is 10, then 15, then 20, then 25, then 30.
Oh yeah.
We break it down per level. So whenever something asks you for a DC, you reference this chart.
Oh.
And then you apply the +1, +2, -1, -2, -5, +5 to this to make the DCs easier or harder. You literally don't have to make up numbers in Pathfinder. Difficulty is calculated for you.
DC adjustments. Oh, okay. So I could go, I want them to, they're level 1.
Mm-hmm.
I go, okay, we're going to make this, we're going to adjust this. It's going to be a hard one. So it's going to be, instead of a 15, it's now a 17 DC instead of a 22 fortitude save.
Mm-hmm.
The fuck is fucking 22? A 22 is for a level 6.
It's extreme as fuck. That's what it is.
My God.
You're gonna be sick and you're gonna fucking like it.
So an extreme spell DC for a level 3 creature like the Zephyr Hawk is 23. So it's extreme. It's very nearly extreme.
Jesus.
It wants to teach you. But here's the thing. It's using it to put on the sickened condition. This isn't like a fire breath that it's doing, right?
Yeah.
It's just imposing a minor condition to show you how it works. It's basically saying, if you're near me, you're going to get sickened.
Honestly, I think it's to teach. I think it's fine that it's a DC 20 because all it's doing is sicken, and it's also going to teach them how flat rolls work too, if they haven't learned already.
Yeah, it's not too bad in that respect. You could get away with it for sure.
Because the concealed is the one that, it induces the DC 5 flat check. Excellent. Yeah, I go. It activates the aura. This ripping gale is around it. I go. Oh, you want to hit it, fighter? With your crossbow, you need to roll me a DC 5 flat check to even get the opportunity to roll first.
Mm-hmm.
Now, is it, if I fail my DC 5 flat check, is it my just attack didn't go through and the action is wasted, or?
Yeah, it still counts as an attack for map, though.
Understood. Okay, that's good to know. And it's every time, right?
Oh, yeah. Every time you target it, full stop. Heal spells, attacks, anything. If you want to cast haste on it, you have to make the DC 5.
Or ends at the start of its next turn. Bouquet. Nice. Nice. Let's see.
I've done a little bit of photo editing on this frog wizard, but it's looking pretty clean.
The land. Oh, okay. Here we go.
All those hours working in Paizo have really taught you. Huh?
Shut up. I do not work for Paizo yet.
Aura. Ooh, I'm learning. Learning
is occurring.
GM intensifies.
My God, it really is just as easy to be like, I wonder if something else has this ability. And I look and I go, it does. I like how intuitive it is. It is nice to be able to be like, all right, can I copy that? And I just look over and I go, oh, okay, I know what button I need to hit to make this exactly like this. That's pretty pog.
I think so too.
What I'm saying, chat, is if you've been playing Dungeons and Dragons for 8 years, nothing wrong with trying out something new.
You can walk away. The door is open.
So I don't want to go that far, right? I don't want to be like, fucking move on, because there are people who are very committed to Dungeons and Dragons. I understand. They find it very easy to pick up and go. So I get that. I get that, you have a lot of memories and stuff like that. I don't want to stop that. Just try something new. You never know.
Every now and again. Doesn't hurt.
Might surprise yourself. Like I did.
Treat yourself.
Just take one little taste. Just take one little taste. Nothing can go wrong.
What's the worst that could happen? You find that you enjoy it?
Tries one shot, wakes up surrounded by all the Pathfinder books.
Want every book on demand.
Dude, that's almost exactly what happened to me.
It's just a full blackout. 3 years have passed. You have
you've had full
posters of the
campaigns.
iconics. You have all the books.
John Paizo's texted you good morning.
Yeah. You have all your every single bit of Paizo paraphernalia. You're just like, what happened?
You have a mug to Caden Kalian above the bed.
You've got a restraining order from WotC.
Oh my God.
Pinkerton's knocking on the door. Dum, 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 dum.
What do you do?
The Pinkertons.
You haven't
are knocking
renewed your
at door.
subscription to D&D Beyond. Dum, 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 dum. John Paizo comes in, angelic wings on the side, descending in front of the door, holds the Pinkerton shoulder. He is with us now.
Fucking Thanos snaps him.
It's instead of how it's there's Pharasma and all the petitioners or whatever their names are that advocate for one's souls.
Mm-hmm.
Instead, it's just it's Hasbro and Paizo just petitioning.
You have a frog.
Oh,
He belongs with us.
Oh, he looks
Spent
amazing.
a lot of time working on the
Oh
flame.
my god.
Holy shit.
That's amazing,
Cooked.
brother. Answer me these riddles
Oh my
3.
god.
Can
And
I
I
Sounds
shall
frog.
bestow upon you one singular healing elixir. Why are you raising your weapon?
Where is it?
Why are you looking above my head? My eyes are right here. Looking at the EXP value, sweats.
No. I'm one level higher than you. You really shouldn't. Don't do that. Please put your weapon away. I beg you.
Salivating, like, you're just enough when I need to hit level 3. And that's when I get my next.
Get out of here, Ezra.
What?
Get out of here.
It's like that fucking.
Be on your
crab
way.
from- I don't know if you ever played Original Sin 2.
OG Sin 2. Yep.
It's like that one, if you have the talk to animals, there's that one crab that's like, I am a powerful sorcerer.
Dude, there's so many
Like,
animals in
okay,
that game
bet.
that are absolutely ridiculous. My favorite's the rat and the turtle that are in love.
Yeah. Or there's the rooster that you call its bluff and it teleports you halfway across the map.
Oh no, I take it back. My favorite's the dog in Fort Joy.
Yeah.
I think I love you. That one.
Oh.
It's just that easy. Drag and drop.
Let me change the name. Or do I have to make my own item?
You would have to import it, change the name, and then drag the imported version in.
Understood. Where are you gonna go when I import? Oh, you're an item. Interesting.
I see you silent. You're right. It is very sad.
It's okay. Honestly, it's okay because most playthroughs never make it out of Fort Joy. 50 hours in Fort Joy, and then like everybody just like shit happens, life goes along. The playthrough never gets along after Fort Joy.
Dude, I always found myself speed running Fort Joy. I can't be asked to do it anymore. I just skip it. I go straight out, get the 12k XP you get for leaving Fort Joy, and then I'll go back in, speed run everything inside with my brand new levels. Then I'll walk out again.
Yeah. Still takes forever because
It takes ages.
You still want to maximize your experience because you're gonna get fucked in Act 2
Yeah.
if you don't.
100%.
At least on Tactician.
I am
I've run Fort Joy
Tactician.
like 12 times.
Fort Joy skip mod.
Still haven't beat the game. What does the skip mod even put you?
And what items do you get if you skip Fort Joy? Do you
The
get access to all the
teleportation
skill
gloves.
books that you would have got?
My teleportation gloves.
That's one of
I
them.
need to fight the crocodile.
They're the first thing on the list. They will carry you through Act 1 and a lot of Act 2.
I have had those gloves
spell,
since the end. I've had those gloves like at the end of the game at some points.
Yeah.
Yeah, just sat on my hot bath when I need them.
Yep.
Those fucking crocodiles.
Mm-hmm.
And the
Yeah.
turtles.
You can't skip them out of your sanctuary though. I've never
Yeah.
used the gloves Lamau. Shame on you.
You're missing out.
You're missing
Skill
out.
issue.
I think what they mean is they take Arrow Third on all of their characters every playthrough.
That sounds more likely.
Because there's no other reason you would ignore the gloves.
True. And Airthurge is like the most OP of the elements.
Oh, it
They're
straight
like,
up
I don't know what the
skips
big
Act
deal is. I one-shot everything,
It puts you on
including my
the
own
boat.
party.
That's not a Fort Joy skip. That's just Act 1 entirely.
Yeah.
I wouldn't blame someone for skipping all of Act 1 though.
True.
When you've done
Done a
it
million
so
times.
many times, yeah.
True.
But
If
then
you
don't
could
get
choose the act to start, that'd be pretty sick. And then
Yeah, but
customize your character.
Yeah.
but then you don't get to do the fun little, the whole bait and switch where you have your one person talk to them while you go and rob them blind while they're faced the other way.
Oh,
and then
yes,
run
the
off.
classic.
The old razzle dazzle.
Bucket on head back in Skyrim. Yeah.
Yeah.
The
I
stealing
love doing
drinks.
the same exploit for the 5th time. It's really epic.
Especially when it takes me an extra 5 minutes this time.
You know, it's very, very Godwoken coded. I'm the hero of this story, I say, as I pick everyone's pockets with and steal everything that isn't nailed to the
I
floor.
always get them, I never use them. You are the minority, my son.
You clearly never seen the thrill of barrelmancy.
Barrelmancy back when it was pre-nerf.
God.
Just telekinesis throwing infinite health chests at people.
Even in Div 1, barrelmancy was fucking insane.
I haven't played Div 1 in a long time.
I never beat it. I
don't think I've ever beaten it either. Very good game though.
Started it
all. What are we doing to this aura?
So the aura seems to be perpetual even though it's an action. So he's starting with the aura on. I was trying to figure out if there's a way to not do that.
Let me ponder.
So even if I remove it, the moment he moves, the aura immediately comes back.
Did you use anything to create Zephyr Aura? Did you copy something?
No, I made my own.
Did you make it from scratch?
I made my own.
Let's see. Show me the details. The aura. Okay. And the details. So the rules section, I think you put a rule in that just gives it an aura all the time.
Oh, what I need to change this?
No. Yeah, so in the rules, you've got an aura, but you've not given it like an option of when to do the aura.
Oh, what the fuck I do that?
Great question. I think it would be like, so what you would do is you would have on the description, you would drag the effect Zephyr Aura into the description, and then you could drag it from the description onto the creature and give it a duration.
Okay, hold on.
That's a quick and dirty way of doing it if you like.
All right. Yes. Fact. Dizzying storm. Okay. And then I guess I would need to turn it off on this.
So if the effect has a duration, when you click on the Zephyr Hawk, it'll say expired in the top right when it's over. You'd have to remove that aura in the rule section. That aura is constant all the time.
Cool. Ezrin has no health. Let's give him his health back.
Just revivify Ezrin.
I do use Ezrin to test. I use him a lot on all of my stuff.
They were right, I wasn't ready.
Why did I become a wizard at 40?
My midlife crisis has a midlife crisis now. Please let me go.
All right, so it spends on its turn. It does Zephyr Aura. I target it. I apply the effect.
You just drag the effect onto it.
Oh, I drag the effect. It spends an action to fly. Oh, doesn't produce the aura. Means I probably have to put I didn't do that.
Yeah, you would put the aura on the effect. You got it.
I guess I need to drag it into itself or no? I don't think so. I don't need to put anything in effects, right?
No. It's on the effect.
Excellent. Very good. Let's.
One thing you could do, I think, is you could apply. If, let's say, you didn't have like a DC associated with it, you could apply sickened on the aura, and then everything in the aura would get sickened. That's like an example of what that does with the effect tab.
If I update the effect in here, does it retroactively update it in an ability that already has it?
You would have to remake the token.
Okay. Oh shit! Hold on. Perish.
Be gone.
Five. Oh, one more day, Ezra.
Oh, thank Christ.
Zephyr Hawk.
I've lived 1,000 lives and 1,000 deaths.
The gods.
Please let me die.
For Asma shows mercy.
The thingy goes. He goes, I spend 2 action to Zephyr Aura. Boom, Zephyr Aura, bam, boom, activates. He flies. Must. I done wrong.
What's wrong? What were you expecting to happen?
The same thing that happens when the rat moves in. It applies the concealed condition immediately to Ezra.
So, under the effect that you've created, that you added to the thing that we talked about before, where you were like, do I put the effect in here?
Mm-hmm.
On that area, you would add concealed.
Ah, okay. It looks like it already has it.
To the aura.
Unless this is applying only to it?
So where you were looking there, under aura, you want to put under the effects tab on aura concealed.
Okay.
And drag concealed in there as well.
That.
So grant item means the thing that has the effect on it gains the item concealed. But if you wanted to affect everyone in the aura, you would have to give it to the aura. Maybe it's because it's a condition and not an effect. How would I do that? We might have to do it in a roundabout way. Let me make the action real quick. So, actually, make it easy for me if you could. Could you export the Zephyr and send it to me?
Yeah.
And I'll play with it as well.
Oh, I usually like a button.
Right click on the actor, export.
Indeed, it did. Excellent. I want to order some food.
What kind of food?
I don't know yet. I just know that I'm hungry.
Import, choose file. Zephyr. Burger. Ooh, I need to update my foundry. What a way to find out.
Good heavens.
He's got the new version. Oh no. A good practice, by the way.
Don't update your foundry.
a good practice to do after major updates for Pathfinder 2nd Edition is to set your character level to 0 and then set them back to what it was, and it will update all of the actions and various different things. So if they've added any automation, it'll do that there.
It's very dope.
Neat.
And you can also, if you like, go to Ezran, for example, and click one of his actions, you'll see at the top bar it says refresh on it, and that means that it'll update it to the newest version.
That one. Yeah,
from the compendium. Let's have another go. So we were in the Binabos. Migrate.
Foundry question.
Mm-hmm.
So I know like walls can block vision. For whatever reason, because I'm trying to hide a part of the map when they get down there, is there a way to make that temporarily unseeable? Because when I try doing, like, making a wall around it, they can still see through it.
Reset your fog of war.
Could be that, definitely. If you made it after they saw it. I'm gonna delete my Zephyr-Hawk. Let's have a look at this aura. Details, rules. Oh yeah, I don't have your Zephyr aura either.
Oh shit.
Send me your aura. Thank you, kindly.
Finally got around to fixing my calendar. Oh, dude, I uploaded my calendar into Pathfinder, and they already gave me phases of the moon. I didn't even have to do anything. I said, this day is when it's a full moon. This day is when it's a new moon. This day is when it's a crescent moon. I went, Jesus, thanks.
I just realized I do not have my days of the week or calendar at all established.
I haven't worried about days of the week yet, just because naming names like that is you get very noodly.
Yeah.
But who knows? Pop off, King.
Every Tuesday is a Wing Tuesday. Taco Tuesdays.
Taco Tuesday. Yes.
So, like, I reset Fog of War, and then this is from my Barbarian's point of view. Are they supposed to still be able to see the other parts of that cave? Like, on the map?
Show me your wall perspective. So go to the walls and then show me what you've done.
I literally, to make those areas, like, not seeable, I just made, like, a solid black image to overlay those two areas.
That is bizarre. You might be... Huh. Because when I click on Ezran, I can only see what Ezran sees. I don't know.
You have GM vision on, that's what it is, Control G.
No, because I have it off, because when I click on... Because GM vision on is I can see the, like, the spiders and everything I have situated. But without it, he can't see that. What I mean is, like, he can kind of, like, the people on the map can see the rock and the eggs and stuff. They can't see the creatures, but they can see, you know, they can see details on the map, even though they're, like, way far away. I'm not sure if that's...
I would help you, but I'm in the middle of doing the stuff at the minute.
No, all good. All good.
I would
That's
help
something
you
I'll
there.
figure out for later.
Okay, so for aura, throw it on there. Yeah, I figured it out. So all you had to do is make an effect with tab. So if you make an effect real quick and call it concealed. Problem is concealed is a condition, but we can easily remedy that.
Okay, hold on. An item.
Oh yeah, sorry. Do you want to order your food first?
Effects.
I
Concealed.
just started rambling mid burger order.
I was said. Let me finish setting up my order, and then I'm down.
Yeah, take your time. I'll take this opportunity to go rehydrate. Friendly reminder to all the viewers out there: hydrate.
Oh.
That's so weird. I don't understand why.
The whimsiest, are you all trying to make the aura toggleable? What we're doing, Whimsy, is we're making a effect that we can drag and apply to any creature that we drag it onto. That applies the concealed effect to everything in the aura. We figured it out though. It requires one extra step, but we sussed it. Right, while Crown's ordering food, let's have a look at these walls. What seems to be the problem?
So if you notice, like, so when it's all black and white, that's from my player's perspective.
Yeah.
Like, I have the walls set up, but for whatever reason, they can still see, like, the little details ahead of them.
I'll stream
So,
it
like,
to me.
yeah, so, like, well, here.
Streaming, I think.
Yeah, I'll stream.
Solution.
I do not have streaming privileges in here.
We might have to do it later.
Yeah, I mean, if you look, I posted the picture in Hangout text, like the walls and the other thing.
So you're worried about them seeing past the wall?
Well, it's not the end of the world, but I'm just curious why they can see so far ahead.
Did you reset the fog of war?
Is that the what?
Reset the fog of war. If you go to the lighting settings where you can create lights, there's a little cloud at the bottom.
Cloud at the bottom.
Mm-hmm. It's like a little rain cloud.
I do not.
I'll
see
send you a
that.
screenshot. There you go. It's this. It's like a little rain cloud. Do you see it? A little closer.
Yeah, I see it.
So you click
Oh
on
my
that.
god, I am a fool.
That's what Crown was saying before as well.
I've been
resetting
in the
the fucking
wrong
wall.
place this whole time. Holy.
Don't worry, homie. We got you. GMs look
Thank
out
you.
for each other. Need to check something as well with this effect that I've put on. Find kill.
Semi-related note, I really want to play run or play a Path of Exile inspired game, Pathfinder game.
Fun.
Such a cool Raycless is such a cool setting.
I've never really played Path of Exile. It does sound cool though.
I am back.
That's free. Welcome back.
Oh.
Welcome back.
I had an idea. Completely. I'm going to explain. I'll explain after we get up, but I figured out the lore of this room.
Oh.
All right. I make the concealed item. Bueno.
Oh shit. So, once you've made the concealed item, as an effect, you want to go to the rules of that effect. And you want to create a grant item and give the concealed condition in there.
Fucking scroll bar. Grant item. But I drag down concealed.
Well, you'd copy the UID into it.
Copy the U. Oh, here we go.
Do you know how to do that?
Oh, I do now.
Perfection.
Papa. Boom. My brain. Massive.
My brain tremendous.
You simply wish your brain was as big as mine.
No, that's cancer.
Fuck, that's... God, that makes me think of my Psyker character.
Megamind have an ass.
Actually. I am the great Braino. Guess my IQ. Spoilers, plebeian, greater than yours. Greater than yours.
Where do I find your guys' pictures?
For which things?
Your Pathfinder pictures, the ones you guys use? Or do you guys use the core data for your icons?
We use our own. So if you go to use the data, system, PF2E.
Huh. PF2E.
They're all in there.
Ah, excellent. Icons.
Excuse me, sir. How might I rob you?
Hand it over now. Very good.
Please. What is the most efficient way to steal all of your shit?
I need to see if there's a simpler way to streamline this.
I am not trying to help you, Bilbo Baggins. I'm trying to rob you.
Oh
my word.
Now, I explode the Zephyr Hawk.
No!
Come back in. I go to Aura.
My bird!
I go to here.
Bring out your frog.
Effect.
Bring back your frog.
I say, shut up.
Bring it, baby.
Shut up. I put the Zephyr Hawk down.
Yes!
That's
what we've been waiting for.
I then add it to the initiative.
So no frog breaks spear.
He goes first. He spends
my God.
2 actions to activate Zephyr Aura, and then drag Zephyr Aura onto him. He then spends an action to fly. Well, yes!
There's going to be a way to make this simpler, though, because you'll notice it gives 2 concealed symbols. One of them's the effect, one of them's the condition. I'm going to see if there's a simpler way to do that. It might be just foregoing the condition and just having the effect mirror the condition completely.
Uh-huh.
I'm talking nerdy shit, don't mind me.
What esoteric crap? Gargling.
Ezrin rolls in. He needs to measures the aura. Yep, so it needs to roll a DC 22. Come on, Ezrin. Ooh.
Come on, Ezrin.
That's a failure. It was almost a crit fail.
Fucking Ezrin.
Sickened 1. I drag sickened 1 over onto
my old hiatus.
He begins to... He can't see anything. His vertigo's fucking him up. And now he's concealed.
He sat down too quick.
It's Ezra's turn. He said, "Ah, shit. I'm concealed."
Ah, shit.
I don't... So he's
Dang
not
it.
blind, right? So he can move.
Yeah, concealed just means that it's slightly obfuscated.
So he's going to spend an action to stride. Going to leave the second condition. He's like, oh my God. Or the concealed aura. He's then going to spend, I think it's an action, to trying to make himself throw up.
Actually, yeah, we've been doing this the hard way. Just going to steal from the Cinderella.
He can spend a single action to retching and attempt to recover. He's going to spend an action to attempt a fortitude save. It's a DC of the effect that made you sickened. Oh, so he needs to beat a DC 22 again? Am I reading that right?
Every time. If there's no immunity.
Oh my God.
Cinderella.
I tried.
He's a grown ass man. He
That's
can
right.
make the saves. He's a grown ass
Oh,
man.
he's a
Make the
god.
42
Natural
saves.
20. He's no longer sickened.
Oh shit!
Wimp.
They can be beaten.
He what can he do for a action? He sends a message. He's gonna force barrage. One action. But now he needs to, because it's concealed, now he needs to roll a flat check. It was over. It was a DC 5 flat check. Succeeds!
I think the next campaign I make
Average.
or run, I will do a tutorial dungeon because I'm kind of just
Two
flying by the
points.
seat of my pants.
Then goes to the Zephyrhawk's turn. The effect ends. Nope. It's gonna spend. I already taught you a lesson. It's time to teach you pain. It's gonna spend 2 actions. The circling attack.
No, thank you. I'm well acquainted.
It flies up to half of its fly speed. It makes 2
Wait.
attacks. Let's see. Oh my god. So it flies in, hits you, flies away. Both attacks count
kinda
towards
fucked up.
multi-attack power. So it makes its first attack with the wing.
Winga.
A 20 hits.
I'll say.
Right, Ezra. You take 12 points of damage.
My old wizardly bones.
It then makes its second attack with multi-attack penalty. That's a hit by 8. That's a 23. That hits. Oh, you lucked out, old man. That's never mind. You're dying. It was just enough to knock you unconscious. Oh. You are now. I apply the dying condition to you. But now that you're unconscious, Ezrin, the hawk don't care about you anymore. But it does fly back with the rest of its movement, or part of its circling attack. And then it's going to spend its action to stride. It's going to move. It's now
Where are you
Ezrin's
going?
turn. Ezrin is unconscious. My man can't see shit. I was going to say, for the sake of this, he spent his hero point to do something lame, like roll occultism. So he don't got that anymore. He's going to roll a recovery check.
Takes away your fucking hero point. You don't deserve this.
He crit failed. His dying value goes up by 2.
There's nothing heroic about this.
My aged bones.
Zephyrhawk fucking Fortnite dances on his body.
With his Hatsune Miku skin and Skibbity toilet backpack.
Ezrin needs to roll another recovery check. It's a failure. His dying value goes up by 1. He dies.
Wow. Fucking skill issue, Ezrin. What the fuck?
As he lays there dying, he suddenly starts to question his life choices of starting magic at the age of 40.
Ezrin, I thought you were supposed to be based.
He's holding the
What
wound
happened?
on his chest. Oh my fucking god.
What the fuck was I thinking? Marion. And just dies.
This is nothing like it was back in the academy.
The Zephyrhawk
Just
goes
like
back
the
to its orb.
simulations.
They told me the cantrips were stronger.
I didn't even get to use a fucking cantrip. What the fuck?
Divide is real.
I died not even being a wizard.
His
Unfortunate.
dying words are rambling about wizards underpowered, Paizo, what the fuck?
If only this was 5th edition.
The frog and the mud wretch. Oh my god. Why'd you fucking kill that man, dude?
It was a bird.
As Ezrin's spirit is slowly floating up, he can see the other 2 elementals being like, "Hey, man, yeah, we're
Dude,
so sorry."
Sorry. He's a bit of an asshole, man.
Look, he has no chill whatsoever. That was just unlucky, my friend.
Dude, I'm really sorry.
He was going through a bad breakup, all right? He's been like this for a week.
Dude,
He hasn't been
the
as-
water elemental went missing. He kind of got a little crazy.
hasn't been the
Sorry,
same.
man.
He hasn't been the same since the divorce. Sorry about that, man. He wasn't personally trying to kill you. He's just working through stuff.
I love Ezrin. I love bullying Ezrin.
Meanwhile, Pharasma is just fucking sitting there, like, flipping the channel. She's like, alright, I'm used to seeing all kinds of people dying, but that shit was funny.
Okay, so the lore.
The lore.
Is the wizard who previously occupied this area of the temple was in service to the deacon of the temple. His whole shtick was conjuring and summoning assistance from the elemental planes. The 4 entities here are envoys, so to speak, of the elemental planes, lesser envoys, and they were in mutual agreement. They were down to help this wizard. The wizard was providing them things that they wanted, and in turn, they would channel their power into this sort of central current, into this central crystal, so that way the wizard could manipulate the current, or have an easier time of doing so. Something bad happened. Something happened to the wizard. The wizard died, or something like that, some time ago.
The fucking Zephyr got him.
As wizards would want to do.
And the whatever creatures that basically tore through this place before everybody got here, basically absconded with the water crystal and disturbed everything. The elements weren't aware what happened until it happened, and then they showed up and they realized everything's in disarray. The wizard's gone, the water crystal's gone, so they're like, a thief, he stole one of the envoys. And then the party shows up. And then the party rolls in, and then they roll in. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to have the first person who walks in, I'm going to ask them subconsciously, your character, which orb drew your attention? And if they say the red one, I go, okay. Emerging now from the red crystal is the Ember Toad, who accuses you of theft and challenges you to a battle.
Defend thyself, knave.
Sorry, is there a wizard in the party? Because that'd be really fucking funny.
No wizard yet.
Damn.
That's fine.
Who wants to play wizard? You.
No, it'd be funny because of the Lord. Be like, you're back, motherfucker. We've been waiting for you.
So the party rolls up. They pick a fight with one of the elementals, and then at the end, they learn that bit that somebody had absconded with the crystal. That they've sort of been stuck here. They haven't been released, and the party can perform a ritual here to release the envoys, to send them back to their respective planes. And if they do, that's when the party can go around getting these status buffs from the crystals.
Right. Speaking of elementals, question. Because I know there's 4 elementals in 5e, like the 4 elemental planes. In Pathfinder, there's a 5th one. There's the metal.
6.
Oh, 6.
Metal and wood.
Metal and wood. All right.
We've got the plane of wood, and we have the plane of metal.
So what I was going to say is for Ada's, is that going to be just like not main planes?
I'm gonna probably introduce that later. If we end up moving over to Pathfinder, I'm gonna introduce the metal plane and the wood plane and stuff like that. Because again, a lot of the history of the world was lost with the Shadowed Age, so knowledge of those places is gone. Only like really eccentric scholars know that shit. So the party could meet as a plot hook. The party could meet somebody later on down the line in a town or whatever. Like Oliver rolls up to Rosewood, and the guy in Rosewood goes, "Do you know of a metal elemental?" And Oliver goes,
it's called a white unit.
Oliver's like, "I'm not a wizard," and he's like, "Close enough." And then he's like, "I need you to go gather some samples because there's been a recent incursion of metal elementals basically forced out of their plane. Somebody's been summoning them here and leaving them. I need you to go gather some samples." And the party's like, "What the fuck is the metal plane?"
Have you ever been to the metal plane? Oh, who am I kidding? Of course you haven't.
I'm just a little guy, though.
Shut up.
I don't know nothing about metal. Are you gonna pay us?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not broke.
Oh,
I ain't some
Unlike
broke
you, I'm
bitch.
not poor.
I'm not poor. I have 500 silver.
Yeah,
Wow.
I remember when my parents used to.
Oh,
give me
Logan has it.
allowance.
I don't have anything.
500 silver.
I have a
Neat.
collection of Marling axes and
That's
beads. I collected all the weapons because they're funny.
You haven't sold them yet.
We literally ended the session. What do you mean? We haven't had
sold
time
them
to
yet.
sell them. We literally. That's why I was RPing that he like fucking slapped the fucking backpack on the table and it went thud, and it's basically been rattling with like more like bones and shit because it's just a bunch of morling weapons and goblin shit. He's like, "Hey, mom."
What the fuck is that?
I get it. I was half expecting though. What the hell is that? As from the fucking like collection of garbage.
The greater point was giving Finn a sword.
Yeah.
That was the more encompassing moment. It was your mom going, "You gave him a what?"
I thought it'd be funny.
And Grayson died?
The mom's just like, oh, I'll clean out his backpack, get him a new one. Let's see what's in here. Fucking a whole bunch of morling and goblin weaponry encrusted with blood and fuck knows what else just tumbles onto the floor. Oh my god, my kid's a sociopath.
Ooh, what if I give the Mud Wretch the ability to tear off a little bit of himself and he throws out a little area on the ground, and that's what produces the aura instead of him? So he rips off a chunk of himself and he hurls it. It'd be like a 2-action thing. He throws it on the ground. It produces a little 5-foot aura in that area, and if you enter that area, you get sickness.
Could it be closer to yeah, you could do it. You could say, target space within, I do feel, do you want to do this much homebrew?
Oh. Oh.
I'm not like throwing you under the bus here. Minor suggestion would just be to like maybe try them as is. I know we want to like introduce second. It might be a shout to keep it simple for the start at the very least.
I see. Yes, you are correct. No, you're very correct.
You could I'm all for it, but in order to like make that ability, what we would have to do is reference other things that have similar abilities. So we'll be looking through the bestiary, finding the creature, copying the ability over, changing the modifiers. It's a lot to do if you want to homebrew it. You could do it though if you wanted to.
Oh, I'll keep us some.
Yeah, there you go.
Snail trail that behind him, he has little bits.
I don't mean to be the buzzkill. I don't want to be.
It's all right. I've already homebrewed more than I should have already.
I'm staring at this Zephyr aura, trying to figure out how to make it simpler, and I think it's turned me into Scrooge McDuck a little bit. So I apologize if I'm coming off a bit coarse.
No, it's all right.
Coarse.
Me out here, I know how the system works with
I'm a master.
5 hours into it.
Fucking me.
I could do anything.
I'm trying to figure out if there's a way.
Stick to Rob before I start fucking with shit too much.
It's real. When I've been homebrewing for so long, it's so hard to just be like, yeah, I'll use the creatures as they are.
Yeah. You're like, yep. Force a habit. You're like, but what if I did this? What if I added this? And then you're
give
like,
a little story beat. What if I give a little story beat?
You're like,
you could give it a spell or something. Give it some innate magic that has a sickening effect. That could be a nice, cheap, and easy, dirty way of doing it for the Mud Wretch. I'm thinking Sickening Ray. I don't know what they call it in the remaster. Admonishing Ray is that the one? No.
God, it admonishes you? That's fucked.
Don't think they call it Ray anymore.
You're like, what if I introduce this aura that does this much damage?
Admonishing ray does bludgeoning.
I'll look it up.
Is there a way to search by tag still? Is there like a
Ray
poison?
of Sickening was first edition.
Noxious
Violet
vapors?
No.
Oh, noxious vapors gives you you emit a cloud of toxic smoke that temporarily obscures you from sight. Each creature except you in the area when you cast the spell takes 1d6 poison damage. Basic fortitude save. A creature that critically fails also becomes sickened 1. All creatures in that area become concealed, and all creatures outside the smoke become concealed to the creatures within. The smoke can be dispersed by a strong wind, and it has a duration of 1 round.
It's not too bad. The only downside is you want to crit with it.
I mean, I imagine you could just...
Let me look up the poison trait.
One more time, Leo?
Oh, I was gonna say something and then I just completely lost my train of thought. I just kind of like blue screened at the moment.
Nice. That's fine. We can honestly, we can work, like, we'll worry about that when we're like making morlings and stuff. When I get to the colo and I'm like, okay, how do I change the colo to better represent the fucking plethora of morlings that are out there?
Just make them a 1,000 morlings put together to form a Tarrasque.
I am interested in learning more about morlings and their sort of anatomy and the rules of their existence. Because we could make some pretty cool stat blocks for morlings, I think.
I'm also excited for that. My hope is that this beginner box goes well, because it's already going to have, like, they're mostly fighting humans, like humanoids who are going to talk to them. So I know that's something they've been wanting for a while. So we'll see what comes of that. Plus, this guy's got a bunch of weird stuff. He's got like spew mud, and he makes you do a reflex save, or take get like a speed penalty.
Yeah, and the fact that he can, it's literally that saying, trying to draw blood from a stone, but the stone's trying to draw blood from you.
Mm-hmm.
This thing's plenty terrifying.
He is scary. I almost just want to keep him as a 2, because he has the same amount of hit points as all the other big boys over here. The only difference is armor class. If I bump him up to elite, his AC becomes 8 or 18. His HP becomes fucking 55, which is a lot.
Honestly, if there's one that's not like, even if he's a little weaker compared to the others HP or whatever wise, I don't think it's, as long as, because like Lore was saying, it's each part of the beginner's box is like teaching you something. So as long as they get the message across. Plus, even if his AC is less or HP is less or whatever, it means fuck all if he crits one of your party members.
That's the other thing. Yeah, if I go, I'm gonna teach you how sickening works, and the party goes, awesome, thank you, DM. And I fucking roll his attack, and I go, well, that's a 30.
Teaching you how to be sickened IRL as you watch your character fucking fold.
The cleric on the other half of that attack goes, dear God. Yeah, I just critted the fighter with a 27.
Yeah, that's pretty sickening.
I go, all right, you guys are gonna learn how critical hits work, and the party goes, what? And I go, all right, that's 12 points of damage, and the fighter's like, oh. All right, I will be.
First two...
What?
I was just gonna say the first two teach you what the sickened condition is as like a game effect. The Mud Wretch teaches you what it feels like to be sickened mentally.
I'm gonna go eat my food, and then I shall return, and then we're gonna work on the cave system that's just above. We're gonna put some fungal leshies in there. I'll be back.
Okay.
Alrighty.
Alrighty then.
Oh right, what druid order were you thinking of playing, Sizzle?
Uh-huh.
Druidic order for your druid.
Druidic order. I haven't looked at them. I don't know. Smile. I just know druid.
What you know about being a druid and shit?
Yo, stand back. I'm gonna druid.
I'm not a druid, I'm a druid. You get a order skill, a druid feat, an order spell, and anathema.
Anathema. Balls.
Oh. Right, I'm probably going to dip.
Oh,
I hate to do it while the
Oh,
boss man's away, but I'm passing out. So
all good.
I understand that.
Go, Lore,
Understandable.
losing consciousness.
Oh, fading.
right. Before you go, the thing that I sent you for my boss seems good. 5 level 2 characters. Level 5 boss with the potential of like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
This
7.
is 5 level 2. If it's level 5 versus 5 level 2s, you're probably going to have a really bad time.
I will or they will?
They will. What's the AC of the creature?
AC is... The Ogre Spider AC is 23.
23. What's the highest you hit that one of your players has?
Highest hit modifier is a +8.
So that's a 15. The best chance they've got is 25% chance to hit the creature. And that's without like bonuses or anything like that.
Yeah, so I'll probably just throw the spider, and then if they're stomping it... Because the thing is with the eggs is they have a chance... Like, basically, it's not like they're going to pop out all at once. It's... They have a chance to destroy the egg before the thing comes out.
Sure. It just means that with a 25% chance to hit, if you've got 5 players, you're going to be averaging 1.25 instances of damage around, and that's not crits, that's just hits. So, how much health has it got?
It's got 70.
And they're only doing 1 die of damage with a maximum of D12. Have you got any giant barbarians?
Yeah. Yeah, the
So with a giant
barbarian's a
barbarian, if they've got a 3 and a 6, that's a 9, and a D12 weapon with an average of 6.5, that's 15, we'll call it 16. And they're hitting once a round. It's going to take them 6 rounds to kill it ish.
Okay.
I don't know.
So
6 rounds is a pretty long combat.
Hmm.
But it also means that for the rest of those rounds, and that's assuming that the giant barbarian is the one that hits. So that's best case scenario is 6 rounds. The rest of that round is people missing their attacks, which is not particularly fun. So maybe drop the AC just a touch, maybe the saves as well, just to encourage them hitting it, but keep the HP the same. That could be a way of dealing with it. Right, on that note, I'm going to disappear. Say sorry to the boss man that I can't help him with the mushrooms, but I'm going to watch it.
Very well. Okay.
Have a good night.
See y'all soon. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
I guess I'll set the AC to 20. Okay, I'll set it to 19.
I return.
Oh,
Welcome back.
Thank you.
oh, I was having the most wonderful dream.
Oh.
Yeah, Lord said,
Or-
I'm tired of answering these stupid questions. I'm leaving.
Oh.
100% the truth.
Why'd you ask so many stupid questions, Sizzle?
I didn't. Legion was here. He did it.
You're gonna put this on. You're gonna pin this on Legion,
Do
the man who draws for you.
you believe it?
Gonna get more cursed Oliver art.
Started bringing up the banana sar again.
He literally hasn't.
no,
That's Rosley.
no. Right when you left, you brought up the banana sar.
Hmm.
Yeah.
I see. I see.
Oh, hey, Legion.
Oh wow.
Well,
Hey, Legion. Asking about the banana star again, huh?
That's crazy.
Well, I just got here. What's going on?
Oh, hey, man.
Why did Banana Star come back? What is it? What's going on?
Huh? Nothing, man. Don't
You're
worry.
the one who brought it up, man.
Yeah.
Memes aside, Argent, I'd like to hear your solution. What you cooking, brother?
I do have a question.
What's up?
So,
Bro.
I guess this doesn't really involve TTRPGs, right?
Oh. Okay.
Did you ever watch the 2016 Suicide Squad?
No.
Or the James Gunn one?
There's more than one?
Yeah, the James Gunn, the definitive Suicide Squad one.
The first one or the second one?
The second one. The one that has the Peacemaker in it.
No, but I took inspiration from Guilt Shot or Bloodshot or whatever his name was, in the form of his helmet. That's about as much as I've looked up.
Okay. How about you, Mr. Sizzle?
I have seen the second one. The first one is bad.
Yes. I have a question. What do you think of the Weasel in Suicide Squad?
The what?
The Weasel.
Oh God! Why would you bring that up?
Humor me. What do you think of it?
No, I will not. It's a hideous, gross freakazoid, as it was meant to be.
Okay.
It should have died,
Okay,
but it
this
didn't
leads to
because life is
okay,
cruel.
okay. This leads me to my next question. What do you think of
Just get
like
to the
characters?
point.
What characters like these, right? What do you think if they got like like their backstory
What?
got explained and they're much more deeper than just baseline?
Huh? Well, then they're not the weasel.
No. They're still the Weasel. Everything about
What?
them is still the same. Yeah.
No, because that's just the weasel.
No.
The minute you're like, oh, I'm going to give it backstory and try to make you care about it, it's no longer the weasel. It's something else. You cannot have one and the other. You cannot eat your cake and write backstory for it too.
Okay. So I hopped in here just because I wanted to see people's opinions. But
Why?
I've just watched Creature Commando, so the Weasel is very prominent there, right?
The what?
And Creature Commandos, it's basically like Suicide Squad but with monsters, right? James Gunn is creating his DCEU now, and this is one of the things that was released for it.
Comics were a mistake.
So the episode that episode 4 was all about the weasel. Well, at least partially
Uh,
about the weasel.
great. I'm so
And
happy for him.
and to be fair, so so they made him tragic, right?
I do not
Uh,
care about the weasel, nor its tragic backstory.
So
I will not. I
obviously,
refuse. This is where I draw the line. I don't care about him, and I hate him.
yeah. So
He will always be a freak.
so it's because going in, I was also like thinking, how are they gonna spin this, considering because there's every single show kind of deepens the characters, like with
Why
the
can't he just
Peacemaker.
remain a freak? Like he was the butt of a joke being a freakazoid that no one liked because he looked at you and he blinked one eye and then the other, and he looked like the ugly dog from Deadpool, but
No,
without
that's the
any
thing.
of the cute vibes.
No, yeah, that's the thing. He's still a freak. He still looks like a freak. But
Yeah,
the
I hate
whole
him.
the whole backstory about him murdering 27 children. Apparently, that's
Yeah,
because
how?
of. Okay, yeah. See, that's
And
the thing,
there
right?
it is.
Yeah, see, that's the thing, right? That's the thing.
And
He didn't
there,
murder-
you're gonna give that a tragic backstory?
No, see, that's the thing. The report.
What's the thing?
The report on the whole killing 27 children, that was falsely fabricated.
Yeah, man, he dodged the allegations.
Apparently, yeah. I was like,
I
well,
don't
okay.
believe you. I don't believe
So
Gunn.
So the thing apparently was,
It's like Mog.
Okay.
Like, sure, man, he dodged those allegations. He's still a freak, and I hate him.
well, he's more like just like a wild animal. Like imagine a dog, right? Like a stray dog.
Yeah,
And
a
the
feral
kids
one
that
that should
he-
be put down. Yes.
Yeah,
Go.
the kids that he supposedly killed. Okay,
Uh,
he never. To be fair, he didn't kill them. First of all,
okay.
yeah, he didn't kill them. Surprisingly,
It's remarkably
And-
easy to believe that he did, though. So that should already say something about him.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's very easy to believe, right? Obviously, appearance, all that. But so he didn't kill the kids. They weren't 27. They were 8 kids that he tried to save from an explosion at a school because of a whole sequence of events that led to the accident.
Okay.
Yeah, so basically, the kids were basically playing with him, right? He's like a dog. He's treated as a
Okay,
dog. They're like, oh,
look.
come fetch.
I don't need to know his tragic backstory. Unless there's a point to his tragic back. What is the point of bringing up the fucking weasel?
Because apparently one of the kids, right, that was there, the one that was saved, wants him to be free. Essentially, that's her whole shtick. So
I
she
also want
grew
him to
up.
be free of his life.
No. But yeah, the whole
He should see a
the
better
whole,
world. Or the world should see a better, itself without him.
wow. So I bring this up because I was wondering what you guys what are your opinions on, like, retroactively, I guess, changing characters, like again, the weasel, right?
It's
Killed
cringe and it's
27
overdone.
children. Yeah, okay.
It really is overdone though. Like we make every fucking villain tragic and misunderstood, and they have to have a silly backstory. It's such a comic thing to do, especially.
Mm.
And it doesn't stop them from all the crimes that they yeah, sure. Villains come from bad roots, but they're still villains.
No, see, I guess that's the thing, right? He isn't.
Okay.
No, that's what I'm trying to get. He isn't really a villain. He can't speak. Like, that's one of the core things. He's like a dumb dog.
Skill issue.
Right?
Okay, but you still put down pit bulls after they fucking savage a child.
No, I get it. I get
that's-
it. It's an
that's the
ugly
thing.
duckling motif. Like he didn't actually do anything wrong. They put him in prison because he was an ugly, ugly little boy, a little munchkin, and he blinked at people with one eye and then the other, and that unsettled them. So they said, "Yeah, this guy definitely kills kids," and they threw him in jail.
No. See,
And he
that's
should stay there.
No, he didn't. No, what do you call? It's not an ugly duckling situation, right? It's because there was a concerned citizen, like a concerned like old man, saw like
I'd be
this.
concerned too.
Yeah, yeah, obviously, right? You'd see an animal playing with kids, all that,
Correct.
like a wild dog. Right, right, right. So this old man decided to take up, stuff with his own hands. So he got a shotgun and went to try and, uh, dispatch of this ugly monster, right? The whole shebang. So they called the police as well. I was like, hey man, there's a werewolf and they're about to kill these kids. You gotta save them. So they went down. That caused all accident. Shot like the heat or something underground. I don't know logistics. I don't know the makeup of a building. Exploded,
Are
etc.
you
And now the cop.
are you trying to convince me to like the fucking
No,
rodent?
not always. I'm just asking about the whole.
And I've given you my answer.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't know. I'm
Yeah.
just like I just talk about it. I don't know. I just
Okay.
want to talk. Yeah.
Because it sounds like you're trying to like convince me that that I'm wrong by like continuing the story of the rodent, who I will never love, no matter what.
No, but I guess what I'm getting at is okay. So obviously the whole they were evil, etc. All that, and they weren't really uh like the whole shtick like they did something good, etc. and all that. But what are your thoughts if it's like right, like you see an enemy in D&D, they're all
Uh-huh.
bad, those kinds of characters, but they can really defend themselves about the whole because again they're like a beast, and the whole I don't know, reveal that they were not really bad, like that sort of trope. I don't know. I was just curious. Again,
I think that
I
only
mean,
works for
there's
Morlings, wouldn't that?
yeah. I mean, we have the Morlings shenanigans, but Morlings are bad. At least their like culture is bad in the eyes of Tarosians.
yeah.
But that's not like he's just an innocent little guy. Like you gonna tell me that motherfucking what's his face? The dude we fucking
Ripjaw.
also butchered like a dog.
Yeah,
Ripjaw.
Rip.
Or are you
Like
talking
you can
about
tell
the
me
bird?
Oh, the beak guy.
the bird. Oh, the poor bird. No, Ripjaw. I mean both, really. You can tell me those two didn't do anything. They didn't do anything
No,
uh,
no,
bad in their lives. They're just misunderstood.
no. It's not that. It's more like I'd say. I guess I'm now going for the deep mover and all that.
Nobody thinks the Deep Mother's evil. At least not in our party.
No, yeah. It's. I guess it's the fact that it's not like the Morlings who that they've done something bad. There is evidence on that. It's more
I
like
mean, socially, they have done something bad. If you could probably point at an individual Morling, probably a young one, and go, and they may individually not be evil, but their culture, the current culture of raiding people and causing chaos, is bad. Is bad.
oh
Is
yeah,
real bad.
yeah, 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 yeah.
So, like, the risk there isn't like, oh, he's an ugly little guy, but who looks like a demon, but he's actually a good guy. That's a much more real, to me, problem of generalization out of fear. Because Tarosians fear Morlings, and so
Mhm.
because they think they're dangerous, they're going to assume the stereotype that the Morling wants to kill you rather than giving it a hug and then finding out if the Morling wants to, chop your dick off.
Mhm.
That, to me, is a much more realistic uh, issue rather than he ugly.
No, I wouldn't even go as for that. It's because again, Morlings do have thought. I'm saying like a beast type character, right? Like
Like
someone
just
who's like
like
more
Beauty and the Beast kind of thing.
no, like feral, like an wild animal. Like again, like the
Oh,
the the
that's an
rabbit,
animal.
the rampaging pit bull, but not actually rampaging,
Okay,
right? All that.
but then that's not a character, that's an animal. And thus the animal is showing characteristics like of a person is being
Yeah, like
personified.
I guess characteristics in like trying to save an entity and all that. Like dragging someone away
Uh,
from a burning building, or like they were attacked by Morlings and this ravaged pit bull fought off the Morlings, but it looks like it's all bloodied and like looks like they're about to attack like a
Okay, you
person.
picked a terrible example. This is what you should have done. You
Yeah.
should have you should have said a Morling helped fight off a band of Morlings, but they can't speak common. They're drenched in blood. They look just as much like the creatures they're stood around. Their face is dripping with blood. They have weird fucking mutated horns coming out of the side of their head and shit. They look like an atypical Morling. You roll up on the scene and you watch as they are stood in front of a farmer ripping apart a Morling. What do you do?
Right.
Well, I guess the thing is, right, Morlings have thought, right? They're conscious. They are aware.
Are you specifically talking about creatures that are not conscious nor aware?
I think beast-like creatures that are just,
beasts?
Beasts who happen to be, helpful, right? Like, what do you call those things? I'm trying to pull from like real life cases of like wild animals.
Are we talking Jungle Book type of shit, where like you look at the big deadly wolves and it turns out they raised a kid or some shit?
No. It's like
No.
real, like real cases, right? Wherein
I'm so
like
confused.
I don't know. I guess I was just asking, like, hey, what do you think of characters who initially looked like they were bad, like at the start, and then retroactively said, hey, man, they actually are good in story, and the accounts that were brought up against them were actually falsely fabricated or misinterpreted because of X, Y, or Z.
I think
Do you
I
think
think
that?
any plot line can be done well if it's handled within the confines of whatever. If the author's good, your rodent, fucking weasel thing, I think is a example of that. Not because there's no way you're convincing me that creature is good after you've hit me with it killed 27 children and it looks like that thing. But if you're giving me like a big ugly monster, like a fucking I don't know, big ass mammoth with huge ass tusks, right? Fucking ice age, oh, it's a big ass mammoth, it's gonna eat us or stomp on us, and then it, whips out a kid. It's like, I've been raising this child for you. You're welcome. And we go, you're an animal. How'd you do that? They said, story, and then they walk away.
I mean, you guys have already sort of done that, and that was in the form of
yeah.
That was in the form of the ogre and the boar.
Right.
The party rolled up and they're like, "Oh my gosh, just a boar!" And then I went, "Nope, it's a druid with dementia." And the party went, "Oh my god!"
Yeah, ignorant. The plot device of ignorance is well used and can be used to great effect. To for that sort of aha moment, for some gotchas or some plot twists. That was a very precise. That was a very.
You good, brother?
That was a heck of an example. No, I can't do words right now. I'm fucking tired as shit.
Fucking Jim beat your ass today, didn't it?
No, it's not the gym work.
Ah.
Fucking beat my ass.
Oh, no.
Fuck, that's what I forgot to do today. God damn it.
You'll need to add the new genetic memory.
Not work.
You'll need to add the new genetic memory lore. What do you mean, Argent? Like, where the fuck is that? Right here? The lore skill?
But yeah, I just hopped on to ask that. Ooh.
Where do you think you're going?
Oh, away.
Where?
To work on my finals presentation for my other class. Yeah.
Finals.
I think this is more important than your future.
Finals. That sounds a really weird way of saying commissions.
No, not yet. No, I haven't worked.
It's a really
I
weird
haven't
way of
started
saying
it. No, no.
commissions, if I'm being honest. I don't think is that
No,
like
no.
a colloquialism over there? Like
Yeah, it's a Filipino thing. Oh yeah, I'm working on my finals. My art finals. Finals that
Nice.
give me money.
my final paycheck is what I'm working on.
That is true. Hell yeah, brother.
I go work on your fucking homework, goddamn dork, getting all smart and shit, education.
Not really.
What do you mean not really? What are you going to school for?
Education. A piece of
I
paper.
guess. Well, see the thing that and I guess this course doesn't really make you smart. It's more like deepening understanding. I'm not sure
making
that
you
counts as
smarter.
getting smart.
Stupid.
Yeah, there's something to be said about, sure, like wisdom and intellect aren't tied together, but there is something to be said about being smart with more wisdom.
I mean, you're not really gaining new information, like new knowledge. It's
But you're
still the
deepening
same.
what you already know.
I guess.
Socrates would kick you in the nuts.
Well, Socrates is dead, so he can huff this.
He's manifest behind you. What were you saying about me?
Screams
You're
at
not
you in
real.
a language you
You're
can't
gone.
understand.
Fucking shit.
You're gone. You're gone. You're old. You're a fossil.
Oh my god.
No.
That was uncalled for. Say you're sorry to Socrates right now.
I
Say
win.
you're sorry.
I'm alive. You're dead.
Nice.
See this
Oh,
kind
you
of
shut
shit
them
right
down.
here? Exactly what I expect from someone that talks about splitting up souls.
What? What's the what? What correlation are you pulling?
But you're a
What is this?
little psycho with no respect for the dead.
Bro,
Yeah,
Oh my
they're
word.
dead. They should remain dead.
Oh my god.
that's crazy.
You said the ad button. Oh, sorry. I got fucking sucked into putting my walls down. Give me just a second. It's so much easier to put walls down with Pathfinder because it has like a mini anchor instead of like grid anchor. So D&D only has the grid anchor. When you're doing lines, it's just loose. It has not connected to anything. This picks small anchor points within a square, and then you can drag it to another corresponding anchor. It's super fucking nice. It is like getting this far would have taken me like 40 fucking minutes. And I've just pumped it out in like 5.
Oh, does Pathfinder give you like the Pathfinder Foundry thing give you like just an entirely different experience?
Mm-hmm.
Oh wow.
The lighting's different, and so far the walls are different.
Oh wow, I didn't expect it to be that different. Like I expected it to basically be like different mechanics and like different UI, not like literally entirely different like map building. That's crazy.
It's actually wild.
It's right.
It took like 10 minutes for me to map out the entire first floor of the dungeon.
Can you not?
I don't know,
use
DM. I don't know if I like Pathfinder.
Brave new.
Wait.
Brave new
Can you
rules.
make use of?
Huh?
Couldn't you make use of these same tools for when you were making the D&D stuff before?
No, it's only in the Pathfinder game system.
It doesn't cross. It's not cross compatible. Oh,
I'd have to make this in Pathfinder and then somehow figure out how to export it, walls and all, and hope to God it stays into the D&D system.
Oh wow!
And at this point, I'm not gonna fucking do that. Regardless of what happens at the end of this beginner box and the adventures that follow thereafter, my next campaign is gonna be Pathfinder. And if people don't want to play it, that's fine.
You don't have a choice. I love the change of like the policy slowly and inexorably moves. I'm not surprised at all, but it's pretty funny.
The progression is funny. You're like, I might try it. I'll see if
We'll just give it a shot, see what people think. This is the future.
You're just like, hey, you know what? This is not a democracy. This is what's happening.
No. I'm not saying that I'm gonna go back to SOT and be like, all right, SOT is now fucking Pathfinder. I am
Why
saying
not?
that after SOT is over,
Whatever
after it's
comes
run its
after.
course, what comes after is going to be a Pathfinder game. And if my friends would like to continue playing, it's going to be a Pathfinder system. I hope they can understand the amount of ease of access and utility that is being offered to me in terms of like prep and stress. And I hope they see that for all the benefits it has. And they are willing to put up with learning a new system.
Why not do that for SOT as well?
I'm only going to do that for
No.
SOT if the party says that they want their characters to be, if they want to play Pathfinder.
Oh yeah, because especially with Logan's oath and Ryland's. Is there an Echo Knight in
No.
Pathfinder?
We'd have to
Oh,
give him a oh god, excuse me. What the fuck is it called?
It would be a what you call it. It's something from Thaumaturge.
Meridian some starts with like an M. He'd have to get like a little avatar thing that he can summon.
Eidolon?
Eidolon. Thank you.
I mean, also, Thaumaturge has a little trinket that gives him basically a bootleg version of Echo Knight.
Yeah, but he wants to be a fighter. I don't think you can Thaumaturge fighter, right? Thaumaturges are casters. He wants to do sword and board. He does not give a single shit about casting spells.
Bro.
I think you can do, what you call it? I think you can do a melee Thaumaturge. Yeah, it's not martial.
Can it wear plate armor?
Great question.
That is the other selling point.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, I thought you could. Can't you still wear armor even if you're not proficient with it?
Of course you can, but he wants to be proficient in it. He wants to be the tank.
Okay, fair enough.
Trained in light and medium armor.
You lost him.
I think. Hold on one second.
He wants like
Wait,
the
which
Grail.
class?
He wants the Grail Knight motif.
Thaumaturge.
Oh, Thaumaturge.
Can you not just what do you call this? Overwrite the thing there. Just say, oh, okay, you can also use. If literally that's the only difference, like it can't use heavy armor. Can you just overwrite and like include heavy armor in the proficiencies that they can do?
I think that would fuck with automations and stuff.
Yeah, I think that would be unwise.
I'd have to
especially starting.
I'd have to remake the Thaumaturge class from the ground up and then include it in all of their other various things.
We really don't know how like armor meshes with a Thaumaturge's abilities or like what it might do to like his movement. Maybe because like I think heavy armor affects your movement in
you don't have
Pathfinder.
Actually, that's a great question. I think it does have some conditions tied to it. So let's see.
Yeah.
Full plate. Let me import it so I can actually read all of its things. It has Bulwark, which is a status effect. It doesn't give me anything. Plate armor consists of interlocking plates that encase nearly the entire body in a carapace of steel. It is costly and heavy, and the wearer often requires help to don it correctly, but provides some of the best defense armor can supply. A suit of armor comes with an undercoat of padded armor and a pair of gauntlets. It gives you an AC bonus of 6. You get a check penalty of -3, a speed penalty of -10, a strength requirement of 4, which I imagine if you don't have the strength requirement is where your speed penalty comes in.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no dex cap. So it looks like you're... actually, I need to figure out how the fuck AC is calculated on a player character.
Oh.
I think it's your proficiency bonus. I think you add your level to your, so you'd be trained in heavy armor. You are trained in heavy armor, which means you add your level +2. So Ezrin at level 1 would have 3 to this. So his AC would be 19. If he becomes an expert, it's 4 plus his level. So that's why ACs skyrocket.
If you're not proficient, is it just like -2?
That's a great question.
Yeah, so it's I mean, at least for unarmored, it's Dex plus proficiency because everyone's trained in unarmored.
Mm-hmm.
Let's
Let
see.
me look at the martial character.
Armor. Check penalty. While wearing your armor, you take this penalty to strength and dexterity based skill checks, except for those that have the attack trait. If you meet the armor's strength threshold, you don't take this penalty. While wearing a suit of armor, you take a penalty listed in the entry as your speed, as well as other movement speeds. So if you have a climb or swim speed, it also gets reduced. If you do not meet the armor's strength threshold, your speed is reduced by a penalty of 5 feet.
Actually, honestly, Geigen or Huber had a good idea. Fighter with summoner dedication. I think the only thing that might suck is I think I don't remember how Eidolons scale with
Oh, your AC is actually insane. Your AC is 10 plus your dex modifier up to your armor's dex cap, plus your proficiency bonus, plus your armor's item bonus to AC, plus other bonuses, plus penalties. I wish it would tell me what would happen when you wear armor you're not supposed.
Wait, there are AC penalties? Isn't that counterintuitive? What do you mean by penalty?
I assume that means like off guard, other effects that like the creatures that melt your armor and shit like that.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I kind of get it.
Hold on. Let's see. You have to eat. Oh, so you gain nothing if you wear it without proficiency. All you gain is the penalties.
Oh.
So if you wear heavy armor without heavy armor training or proficiency, your speed is reduced by 10. You have a -3 to everything.
What the? That's very brutal.
Yeah, you shouldn't be wearing plate armor.
Yeah.
Wasn't in D&D, I forget. Was it only if you don't meet the strength requirements, you're like just
your speed's reduced by 10.
Yeah. But you still benefit from like AC, right? Because again, even if you can't like wield it properly, that's still metal on your chest.
I don't know. Actually, I've never had that situation come up.
Okay.
Honestly, the Echo Knight might be. I'd have to check with lore, but the stuff that I'm looking at is. It's like options are okay. Because I mean, even Thaumaturge, like you can take like the Thaumaturge dedication, get an implement. The mirror one is more illusionary rather than like an actual. Doesn't function exactly the same as Echo Knight, but the neat thing about it is when you get hit, or if one of them gets hit, you can determine which one was you and which one was the reflection.
I know he made an Eidolon for Rylan. I just can't remember where he posted it.
Oh.
That's why I was trying to remember the name. I thought it was like Myrmidon or something, because that's like what the elementals use as their little stand-in soldiers.
Also, since champions have a lot more, I guess, domains they play with, right? Like when you're choosing the type. Well, does that mean you're gonna pad out the what domains each saint or god has over now?
I guess we'd have to rechange them.
Oh.
Or make our own, and then just sort of find vague associations until later.
The most powerful tool in a GM's arsenal, making it the fuck up as it comes necessary.
Yes.
Every time
Very
every time I stress to my other GM, I'm like, all right, what do I like my DM like I'm not sure what to like set up here. How am I gonna do it? He puts his hands on both my face. He puts his hands on my face,
Huh?
looks me right in the eyes, leans in and says, "Meg it the fuck up."
Nice. You know what we could do
But what?
for genetic memory?
What?
Seeing this as the lore and everything like that, I think everybody should be untrained in genetic memory.
Okay.
Then we roll a D100 at character creation, and I go, okay, high or low. And you go, high, and I go, okay, and I roll, and you get a 51. And I go, you are trained in genetic memory.
Oh.
If you want to even spice it up too, you can make it a blind roll so they don't know what they rolled to determine their training. Because you can just hit on you can even just do like a, set as like a secret roll so they can't see the number.
Did you ever try to get your genetic memory lore is done? Now all you should have to do is drop the feat onto a character, adjust the value to whatever their modifier should be, then add the genetic memory lore to their skills. Oh. Okay, so I've slapped it on him. We've adjusted the value. At least in the rules. I don't know if we need to adjust anything for details. We've set the value to 1. Then we come over to this, and then we... So, oh, it looks like he already has a +1 to begin with, unless it's counting as level. Oh no, it looks like he's getting a little bonus right there. He's trained. Ah. Okay. When you level up to 2, that becomes a +5. So to 3, that becomes a +6. No, +5. 3. Okay. +5. And if you could become an expert in it, it comes base +4. Why is it a +5? I thought it was a +4. That was 0, 2, 4, 6, 8. Huh. Maybe I'm calculating it wrong. Are you sure, Von Hooper? Because what I'm reading says you take the all the penalties associated with the heavy armor. Their speed's reduced. You have a skill penalty or a check penalty. Oh, I'm a fucking moron. It's counting as level.
Wait, what?
Nothing. I just figured out why the number was weird.
Oh.
It's I was trying to figure out why it wasn't the flat value, because it'll never be the flat value. Your proficiency will always be your level plus 2, 4, 6, 8, depending on if you're a trained, master, expert, or legendary.
Right.
So because he's trained, he will have a +3 because it's 2 plus his level plus his genetic memory score. Oh yeah, it was just the strength requirement, Von Huber. It looks like, I guess you could wear it if you have a 4, if you somehow have a 4 strength, but don't have heavy armor proficiency, which would be wild. I imagine, given that 4 strength seems pretty high, at least at like low levels. Dude, what is with this music, bro? Why the fuck does it keep doing this?
Doing what?
Why is it doo-doo?
Also, can the people in chat, can you guys tell me in the future if this shit bugs and like just refuses to play? Like, God, how long were we sitting in silence there?
Well, I don't know. I have it muted because I don't want to hear myself.
Likewise.
Same.
Yeah. I heard the echo.
Apologies.
Not you guys. You guys are. I don't have, like, when I'm in call with Brett, I don't have the stream muted as well. I was more so for people in chat. Like, you guys just like sitting in silence? You bunch of weirdos.
Hell yeah.
You're like, map making ASMR.
Off-provoking ASMR. Oh yeah, have you ever tried
20 minutes?
Ooh.
Jesus Christ! It stopped the... I'm gonna fucking...
Maybe they just need your voice, boss man. Have you ever considered that? Your melodious intonations.
There are long stretches of time where I'm just working on something, not saying a goddamn word.
It's the pondering time, you know. Or ponder.
I'm probably gonna give way too many spells, but fuck it, we ball.
Also, speaking of, have you ever tried just playing white noise, boss man, or street?
White noise? No, I have not.
Just static in the back.
Yeah, like very subtle. Like,
I have that when I'm not listening to anything, so I'm good, man. I don't want to listen to that. The reason I play music, so that way I don't have to hear that noise.
Have you considered 24-hour whale noises?
Wait,
imagine if
that's
you got
perfect.
DMCA struck for whale noises.
I probably would.
Throw Animal Planets after your ass.
Library of the Boston Aquarium.
One more time, Mr. Hill. You're very quiet.
You'd probably get some nonsense like, this audio recording is owned by the Boston Aquarium.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking.
That's BS. You don't have a copyright on whale noises.
You would be surprised what
You
has
laugh.
Oh, stupid.
That's YouTube, baby.
Remember, we live in a dystopia.
I literally got claimed for the song I'm using now. There's a 3-second bit where some people in the background of this music go and they laugh. Very subtle. You can barely fucking hear it. Some Sims audio tried to claim it on YouTube. That 3 fucking seconds to deny the entire video monetization. They claimed that 3 fucking seconds, saying it was from The Sims.
It was from The Sims.
I will say, though, there's
Love bots.
There's a huge problem, particularly with YouTube, where there are literally bots that just troll YouTube now and will throw up nonsense copyright claims. because the videos will get taken down and YouTube's too lazy to, manually review stuff. So
if you ever were wondering why an episode hasn't come out yet of like map making or the game or anything like that, it's because I'm waiting for YouTube to review it because they flagged the video.
Oh no!
No.
Because if I put it out there, that's just views that don't retroactively count towards money.
Monsters.
I don't know if you saw earlier, but do you know that you can hold down Control and click to continue placing walls to connect them so you don't have to keep drawing them together? Huh? What the fuck?
Wait, what?
Huh?
Whoa!
Whoa!
What the fuck?
eyes
A whole,
opened.
a whole
Mind
new
blown.
world.
It's crazy what one button can do to a man.
The efficacy continues to increase. The productivity is off the charts.
Okay, so there are some areas that I need to fine comb with this, but damn, that's pretty pog.
Yes. Also, can you not do curves on this?
No,
Is it all straight edges?
all straight. I don't know if I'd want to. Oh my god. Oh my god.
I just cut down that 5 minutes into just a minute. I'll finish this whole map in a minute.
Oh. Jesus Christ.
And it's fascinating how the D&D system doesn't have this, according to you, which is very wild.
Oh.
Does Paizo have a thing on Foundry, or is Foundry like an independent third-party thing again? Forgot.
I think they have a thing on here. They also work hand in hand with a lot of their module makers, so.
Okay. Oh, it's like the boss man is drawing.
Oh,
tracing.
That's done.
Ta-da.
Amazing.
Is that Shrimple?
A feature to Creel for.
So tasty and good.
I just remembered something I wanted to ask a while ago about the kobolds and the dragons, if I may ask.
Sure.
So let's say when a kobold, right? Like they're a different what do you call like dragon color heritage, right? If like say what you mentioned a while ago, like let's say the kobold is like a white dragon. Oh no, a green dragon, right? A green scales.
Okay.
If a kobold like that basically falls under the like they offer their service or their fealty towards like say a platinum dragon, would that dragon's colors eventually seep into the you know the scales of the kobold, or would they just still be a green kobold?
How would
Like would allegiance affect their their kobold type or their kobold scale colors.
I'm not. I don't think so. No, I'm not really sure how that would work.
Well, I don't know, like some weird dragon magic affinity stuff. Like much like how with the chaos and order stuff, right? How chaos goblins look very different to order goblins. Maybe kobolds, I was just thinking like maybe kobolds. You see, you see a green kobold who's offered their allegiance to a specific other dragon. Suddenly have like another shade or another color that's mixed towards their scales to show allegiance. Like green kobold with a stripe of red.
Oh, I mean, I don't have anything written for that right now, so.
Okay.
I'm also curious to see how you address, like, especially with Kobold Pathfinder lore, is not just to dragons, but also their heritages have different evolutionary like traits based on what they were nested by.
Nested by.
Let me look up the proper terminology real quick.
Like who sat on their egg?
So pretty much. So your kobold heritages. You select a heritage at first level to reflect abilities passed down from your ancestors or common amongst those of your ancestry in the environment where you were born or grew up. Kobolds manifest certain physical aspects due to their benefactor. Choose one of the following kobold heritages at first level. So some of them are just like, a vertically oriented home. You have like the combat climber skill, and you're more that you have a dragon one, which is dragon skill kobold. You lived amongst dragons or with the dragon, so you gain sturdier scales. It's one from Spellhorn, which you lived in the vicinity of a powerful source of magic, so you get a cantrip from the arcane spell list, and it's heightened equal to half your level. There's a Venom Tail one, so you get like Tail Toxin, one that give you swim speed, etc. So it's not specifically just dragons. You could flavor it if that's how your lore goes, where it's just different types of dragons.
Actually, that's pretty cool. Much like a kobold egg that was brought to the brood, right? The brood bloods. So they're looking more alligator like.
Yeah, basically they they kind of develop in respect to their environment. So some of them have dragons, but for example, one of them is like your proximity to a mighty kaiju has made you strong and hardy. Instead of 6 HP, you have 10. And instead of the normal attribute boost and flaws, you can choose to boost strength, boost to charisma, and flaw in intelligence.
Much like much like Shyvana from League of Legends.
Oh,
Shyvana's like a half dragon, half person. Not because a dragon mated with a human. It's more like a human basically stole a dragon egg and took care of the egg. And when the egg hatched, what came out was like a humanoid person that had like dragon scales instead of like a fully fledged dragon.
And then the other ancestry that has something similar or more in depth to kind of like evolution is the Circi, the bug people, where they actually get evolutions based on they have evolutions, and then I think they get a feat or something that lets them take another one. But for example, there's like the Breaker Circi, which get harder claws, so they get a claw attack, and they get evolution stuff where they get magical raise, like an upgrade in their attack, stuff that reduces your forced movement, ones that give you, I think, tunnel tunnel movement, burrow speed. There's ones that make you sturdier, like a sturdier carapace. Very cool race. I think if I ever get a chance to play in Pathfinder, I want to be a Circe.
Oh, also, I just realized. I think what I'm realizing now is Pathfinder offers a lot of options and choices, right?
Understatement.
However, it does, from what you've told me a while ago, wherein it's kind of hard to basically overwrite what already exists there. I think that's the one thing that D&D has over Pathfinder, wherein since it's so bare bones, you can just like slot something in and it'll easily mesh well with it. Like there wouldn't be much I guess difficulty
It's not easy.
overwriting an existing thing. Really?
It's not easy. No, dude. There's no balance.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. It wouldn't be balanced, but
Yeah, that's not fun. You know how much of a pain in the ass is to make something and then be like, God, I hope this doesn't break my fucking game. You don't have playtesters.
Right.
You would hope to God that WotC, the $1 million company, would playtest their stuff. They don't. And now you're forced with that burden.
No, I mean more like when you homebrew the other races, right? Like the races of Aethys, the orcs, the elves, all that, giving them like super strong stuff. Wasn't it a lot easier to just slot in different features and traits from the get go as opposed to how in Pathfinder?
I haven't made any Pathfinder ancestries yet, brother. I have no idea what it's like.
Fair enough. I don't know. I guess I thought it'll be the same as when I asked like, hey, why can't you just give like say like as a thaumaturge that doesn't have heavy armor proficiency? What if you just override it and say, hey, this guy, at least in the case of Ryland, they have heavy armor proficiency, instead of like going full bore, having to create something from scratch.
I mean, you could
instead
ask the same thing about D&D, brother. Why don't I just give all wizards plate armor proficiency?
It's about time.
Why not? Okay.
And yeah, what I would also, to answer your question, Legion, there are some ways to skirt around it. So, for example, and when lore wakes up, they can correct me. But I know sometimes when it comes to those archetypes, sometimes you can give out those archetypes as like like a milestone moment or like a cool event. So Ryland could have, I think somebody mentioned the Sentinel dedication, which gives you heavy armor proficiency. So Ryland could just have that archetype there.
Oh, okay.
Or because the thing is yeah, the one thing is the math is tight, but it's kind of like the same reason I'm not fucking with homebrew besides being baby DM is that you got to understand the rules before you really start fucking with them. The reason D&D is more homebrew out the gate is because my thing is a lot of the rules, there's not a lot of things they kind of just leave up to the DM to figure out. Which is why I really like Pathfinder, where there's so much stuff like explained and written out that you're not, once you've memorized the rules or got an understanding of the rules, you're not going to have as much of a pain in the ass of adjudicating stuff.
I'll be honest, brother. Even just making the little aura for like the Ember Toad, I don't think that Ember Toad's level 3, but it all fits within the same shit. And that was homebrewing, so I had fun with that.
Like, it's doable. It's just understanding the math. That's the main thing.
Understood. I guess I just didn't click in my mind because, I don't do B.
Oh, man, you just got to give it a chance. We haven't even played yet, brother.
No, yeah, understood. No, I got that. I just like, I'm a smooth brain.
I'm so sad I had to drop my PF1E game. I'm so bummed.
Oh.
I was having so much fun playing my occultist.
You like being in a cult? Wow.
Yeah. No, occultist was a fun psychic caster class that dealt with...
I was kidding.
Well, no, I was just going into it. Occultist was actually really
I'm going into it anyway.
I'm going into it anyway.
Okay.
Blaze.
But yeah, no,
It was a joke.
because it was like a psychic caster that its main thing was around these implements that gave them a passive ability when they put their resource into it. And it also determined their spells, and you could do cool little powers with them by expending the mental focus. So for example, I had like a transmutation implement that gave me, when I invested so much into it, gave me a permanent +2 bonus to one of my attributes. So like I boosted up my dexterity while I still had focus in it. And then I could use a power to make myself, like give myself enlarge, that like a non-spell enlarge. Or the other thing too is if I had an extra implement, I could give it to a party member, and while they're holding it, they could benefit from that passive. It was a lot of fun. I had these implements that like gave me. There's one called Legacy Weapon for transmutation, which is funny because you can effectively, with enough mental focus, you can give it. You can give your weapon for 1 minute almost any type of property on it. So I was like, oh, I can't hit ghosts. All right, giving my bow ghost touch. Or it's like, oh, this thing's weak to fire. Okay, now it has it has fire damage now. And it could like get +1, +2. And then you could it was really probably not a class to play for my first time, but it was a lot of fun. I was playing this item junkie Bedlam. It's like a rotting leopard that was looking for items to try to alleviate his condition. And he talked like this. He was very paranoid and didn't trust anybody. He had at all times, he had a mental list of his party members of who was most likely to betray him when the time came.
My
and
God.
It would change. And he sensed motived everybody.
Oh, good heavens.
He almost died to fall damage because he got swindled into renting a room, air quote, but it was actually just some random dock manager's office. So when the dock worker came up and was like, who the fuck's in my office? He's like, oh my God, they came for me. I knew they would. And jumped out the window.
Jesus.
Almost broke his neck.
What's that little creature doing, little boss man?
Yeah.
These are fungus leshies.
Leshies are cool.
They're going to be the cavern encounter.
They don't look welcoming at all. Why is that?
What do you mean?
They don't look like the Dark Souls mushroom people.
They're not. They're worse.
Oh. Oh.
Trust me, if I can learn how to do what Lore did, then I will definitely make some. I will definitely. I don't like these guys either. I think they look ugly. I would definitely make the Dark Souls Mushroom Man instead.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, these guys don't look friendly.
Yeah, they're
so that we immediately see those friendly-looking little mushroom dudes, and then get decked halfway across the map. Is that right? Okay.
Well, these guys aren't friendly anyway. They're here. Like this is like their grove, quote unquote. And they're gonna take any trespass as a sign of aggression, and that you want to harm their fungus, so they're gonna attack you on sight.
Yeah.
I imagine just looking at him, but at the same time, I imagine the cute little mushroom guys were like, hey.
Oh my, he's so round as he's walking up to you, arms outstretched, and you're like, oh my God, he wants a hug. And he rears back at the last second.
Yeah.
Nut punch.
There's there's different variants of them too, if you look in Hangout text, because that's just one variant of the Leshy.
So the mushroom Leshy skips your face across the water like a stone.
Go ahead and roll me a fortitude save.
Hey, what's your AC again? Just you're like petting one of the little guys. You're like, oh, where's your dad? Where's your dad, little guy? Behind you, just standing menacingly.
Cracks knuckles.
He's behind me, isn't he?
I would love to
The little
see,
guy
like,
nodding.
if I ever do a fungus leshy that messes up one of my players, I'm going to commission somebody to do that. That that Saitama punch when he's training with Genos, and it's like the big fist, the death. It's just the fucking myconid, or sorry, the fungal leshy.
Our mushrooms are fauna, right? They're close to animals.
Huh?
Mushrooms are fucking weird. They're like in an in-between liminal space as far as creatures
Yeah.
concerned.
Yeah, mushrooms are like an alien.
Mushrooms
Because I just
are an alien, man.
if they're fauna, if they're like alive, can
Tell me the name
mushroom
of God, you fungal piece of shit!
can
Do you feel it?
can there
The burning in your
oh,
heart?
God.
Dude, I read that and it actually gave me an existential crisis. I was like, what the fuck?
Sorry, go on, Lee.
Can there be order aligned mushrooms and chaos aligned mushrooms?
No, because nature itself is chaotic.
Yeah, but the thing is, right? They're not like fully nature. They're not fully
They are
plant.
full. No, they're fucking chaos.
What? Oh. Can't
Chaos. Nature wants to reclaim the world. It's trying every day. It wants to reclaim man-made structures. It would like nothing more than to grow through the ground, to grow through the paved roads that we've made to establish a path, order. We've carved through the chaos of the wilderness to make a straight line from here to here. And nature would love nothing more than to just grow up in the middle of that, completely disrupt the entire thing.
So that's why we're mowing down the rainforest. We can't lose the war. We're gonna win.
No, that's
Fuck
that's
them
human
trees.
greed. That's human greed. There's a big difference.
But yeah, no, I mean, also, just because they're chaotic, it doesn't necessarily mean it's evil Legion. You could have some good little guys that are like, yeah, I'm gonna plant plants all over your house and there's nothing you can do about it, but I'm gonna do it nicely.
Yeah, the druids that Rylan met were all chaotic. They're all on the side of chaos. They are for the side of nature. They do not give a singular shit about your roads, about your laws, your edicts, anything like that.
Wait, so does solar punk not exist in Adus? Like the concept of such?
Huh?
Solar punk.
What the fuck is solar punk? Like solar power?
Oh yeah, so kind of like steampunk, but instead of steam, it's ran on.
What does that have to do with trees?
Solar.
Oh, everything. It's basically
everything.
Yeah, it's basically a it's sort of mutual cohabitation between human creation and nature. It's basically like them interwoven on to a degree that they can live in harmony, right?
That sounds like some elven bullshit.
I mean, that just sounds like you're describing like the Bosmer from Elder Scrolls.
You're describing some kind of hippie dystopia.
Like that's what you mean, right? Like living in the tree instead of carving down the tree to make a house.
Oh no, it's basically metal and stuff being fused together. It's like having trains and such with I'll try and find a picture. One second.
Please do, because that sounds
shit.
confusing
Wood
as fuck.
It sounds very like.
I'm either seeing it as a wood elf society living in the tree, like the actual tree, or it's some other weird amalgamation that does not sound like beneficial to society or the future at all.
Oh no! Wait, 1 second. I'll try to find
no, it's
one
not.
commercial.
Okay.
No, it's not. I swear. Come on.
Speaking of which, they got what you call it? The druids have like their orders that have their own, or at least most of them have their own anathema. So like the storm druids, their anathema is pollute the air, allow those who cause major air pollution or climate shifts to go unpunished.
Oh.
or untamed, become fully domesticated by the temptations of civilization.
That sounds very fitting for the druids that the party met.
And then the druidic orders give you a order skill, a feat, an order spell, and your anathema.
But yeah, that's what Necro posted on text chat. It's like a seamless transition of metal, concrete, wood, and all those
Where are you putting
futuristic stuff. Oh, it's in text chat.
Which one?
Imagine
No.
if society committed to green energy, like
Oh.
actually committed to that.
Yeah, that's
Correct.
not here.
Wow. So this sort of excite cannot exist in Aethys.
I'm not saying
The
it
idea
can't.
that-
I'm saying it doesn't right now.
Oh, okay.
There are too many things in the wilderness that want to fucking murder fuck you the moment you step outside the boundaries of your town.
It's just waiting there, like nightstick in hand.
Come on, fucking rubbing its hands together.
shit.
Come
Dude,
on.
Everybody feels tough till the concert frog rolls up and says, "Hey, let me sing you the song of my people."
The cannibal
Fire toads.
The cannibal elves waiting for you to stray off the road so they can just fucking snag you so they have a barbecue.
Hey, why don't you come to have dinner with us? You'll be the guest
I don't want
of
to.
honor.
That wasn't a request.
Yeah, I mean, one of the
guy.
There's so much shit and trying to
Sing the
figure
song
out
of your
where
people.
trying to figure out where all this shit fits in my setting is like it's fun but also frustrating. I know I don't need to have everything together, but I'm like, what do I want to do for these cute little leshies, little guys? And then the poppets, what do I do with them? They're just little guys, little toy guys.
Just make them food.
What?
Yeah, they're just, something that people, either tolerate or they, breed it and grow it for food to eat it.
Wait, the leshies or the poppets? I'm very confused.
I mean, I'm both.
I mean,
of them,
either.
guess.
Why would you eat dolls? You fucking weirdo.
Do you not say like dogs and chew toys?
Oh, I said dolls. DOLLS. Well, I mean, if you are a dog, then I guess you could. Or someone who ate objects and had pica. Sure, maybe.
I mean, maybe, they decided they didn't want to cut down trees anymore, so they just, manufacture poppets and use those as firewood instead.
I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to save myself a lot of effort. I'm going to make a laborer. I'm going to use the Herngar laborer, but I need to find a proper picture. So we'll save that for a bit. We're going to put, there's going to be like a brawl room. This is where you're going to fight just a bunch of low-level guys who've got like mugs and picks that'll swing them at you with like low pluses to hit and shit.
Yeah.
Yay.
Do you just want to kill a bunch of guys that are just minding their own fucking business?
Honestly,
Well,
combat's
they're
just a lot of
slavers,
fun.
so
Oh, okay, never mind. All right,
Yeah.
conscience is clear.
yeah, they're slavers, so you will be able to walk away with this and wipe your hands.
Also, Pathfinder combat's very fun.
Lights grenade, tosses into room,
Correct.
closes door.
Alchemist moment, you can do that.
So the situation in which this would arise is twofold. Either you've come through the main corridors and have found yourself in what is their galley, or you wiped at some point in the dungeon, and now you've woken up in the slave pens, getting ready for transport.
Good.
Yeah, because the Herngar, they don't want to kill you. They're going to sell you to the Maverin.
I don't know who revs are.
You do.
The last thing you hear before you black out and lose consciousness is you hear the Hrengar on their telephone saying, "Hey, I got a really good haul in for you today."
Exactly. And you do. Kieran, you know who they are.
Who are they?
Think real deep. Think real deep. Who have you seen
Every adventure
Dwagar
feels tough
working
until they
with
end up on
before the
somebody's shopping
past?
list.
Drow.
Looked slowly
they fucking
over
hate
and says,
Drow. What are you talking
what did you do?
What? Why am I being blamed?
This is me.
Queen's adventure.
Huh?
Never mind.
The Malverin are Illithid.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's not my. It's not my adventure. It's not Maltoris or Morlings. Sorry.
Speaking of which,
Better luck next time.
Necro, have
Better
you
luck
seen
next
what the
time.
Pathfinder Illithids look like?
They're not gonna look like that.
No,
Those
I know,
creatures
but
are
have
too
you seen
fucking ugly.
Have you seen what Paizo's version of Mind Flayers look like?
No.
Ugliest things in
I'll keep it that
existence.
way.
Okay. Speaking of like the different heritages and ancestries, for the ones that are in Pathfinder, do you plan on finding a place for most of them?
Probably not. No, I'm probably just gonna. If there are weird ones that I'm not gonna like or whatever, I'll just probably won't use them.
Fair enough. Yeah, because
You mentioned like the insect one, and I was like, I'm not introducing insect races until like Imperium of Adis.
yeah, no, like I'm yeah, I don't mean like right here and now. I mean at some point. Because I'd be curious to see what you would, if you incorporated them at some point, what you would cook up with these guys and hang out. The horse dudes, the Galoma.
It's like there are no canonical bug people. Sorry.
Oh, that looks cool. That looks like a Morling though.
Playable.
It looks like a werewolf.
They're horse people.
Or
that's not a horse.
Horse where?
I don't see no hooves.
Hold on.
What the fuck you mean horse?
Boss. Do you know Frostpunk?
Yes, I know Frostpunk. It's been brought up to me several times. What?
Do you think
that I would ever
chaos...
run a Frostpunk game? No.
No. Like the chaos people, the chaos faction that resides up in the wilderness up north. Would they have that sort of vibe? Worshipping a gasoline generator, spewing smog up into the sky.
Well, not out of ignorance. They'd know what it does.
Yeah. Yeah, like keep them, keep the fire lit and all that.
No, like they'd know the workings of a generator. Somebody up there would probably have a high enough genetic memory.
Yeah.
What do you mean then?
A generator. Oh no, like just the aesthetic, all grimy, soot covered, shoving people into the generator to keep it alight, all that jazz. Like forming some sort of weird cult around the generator, even though they know that it is just a generator. But since it's in the up north where it's very cold, they're like, yes, the generator.
Sure. Oh. The players will probably never meet them unless I'm running a wilderness game.
Okay. I was just asking. Can't I ask?
You usually ask with the explicit want for the players to meet them.
No, it just occurred to me because after I brought up Solarpunk, I'm just wondering. World building.
Okay.
Just because the players are gonna meet. Yeah, it's for the world. It keeps
for me.
Yes.
So here's the thing. I've learned to not build for the world unless it's relevant to the story currently being told, because all that's going to do is burn me out. I tried it with CTF where I was trying to write everything and anything that was not at all relevant to the story. And as a result, the story plummeted pretty hard. So with SOT, I have focused explicitly on writing the lore for the story they're doing and anything relevant to the story. Now, what I can do is I can write some weird innocuous shit and then make it relevant to SOT, which then means the players have an opportunity to learn it. And I have a reason to explain why this is this and that is that and why is why.
I see.
So like the Manticore. The Manticore being there gives me an opportunity to explain where Manticores come from. If I was just writing where Manticores come from and my players never fought a fucking Manticore, that is a waste of time.
I mean, if you decide to start, putting up supplements on Patreon, the world.
On Patreon?
Yes.
What the fuck do you mean supplements?
Start making your own book. The
My
World of Canis.
own book?
Yeah.
Christ.
Just clone yourself 5 times so you
Okay.
can get that done.
I've said this before. Do you understand how much I would have to scrub of my setting to make it legally distinct? I would have to change so much stuff.
Incremental tidbits, and you put it up on Patreon until finally, once you're completely done, you compile them all into one giant world book. Just like with the Goblins of Goblinac. That's basically like separate from everything, right? But it is there. It's up on Patreon, last I recall. Like it's just a slice of the world, of the setting.
Well, if we end up doing some cool shit with Pathfinder, that might very well be the thing. Because Pathfinder does not have that much in the way of weird shit like that, so.
Or even just setting stuff, like this is, your world. This is Aethys.
Mm-hmm. I know what you're saying, brother.
Yeah.
Legion,
You're a writer, boss.
Revolutionary.
What are you saying? Stop saying stuff.
Stop talking now.
You're making up gobbledygook, okay?
Silence.
It's freaking me out. It's freaking me out.
God, hear me out.
So funny.
I'm hearing you.
Stop talking.
Stop talking now. Just a little guy, by the way.
Just the little guys literally just slit my throat.
What the heck?
It's okay. Whatever you dish out to me, I'll just take out on my players.
Nice.
That's another hunting spider to the encounter.
Oh my god.
Oh, you're saying I can make it worse for your players right now.
Yeah, I'll link them. Yeah, if it's a TPK, I'll be like, hey, this little guy is the source of your misery.
See that bee floating above you guys right now? Yes, murderer.
Murderer.
What? We will call it a murderer.
Well, I certainly
But
ain't
you're
calling
right.
you a liverer.
Good, because that'd be stupid. I'd have to call you dumb if you said that, because it's not a word.
What?
Yeah.
Okay.
Back on the menu.
So, I won't do this because I do actually want to play. But we're basically ready to run Pathfinder.
Hell yeah!
My God.
Nice.
But I do want to run
Nice.
Vampire the Masquerade, so I'm not gonna.
Oh.
We're not gonna run it yet.
Or if you wanna run Pathfinder, we can get started ASAP.
What? I just said I wanted to run Vampire. What are you talking about?
Oh, I just realized. Is this gonna be up on the Patreon?
Is what gonna be up on the Patreon?
What you're making right now?
Oh yeah.
For Pathfinder?
Once the exports are actually finished and it doesn't take 29 years for me to export a map, yeah. I plan on putting all the beginner box stuff that I made.
Yeah, see, look, that's perfect.
Just email Paizo and be like, hey, nice beginner box, but I made it better. Here you go.
I definitely did not.
They give you a job offer.
He's like, I licked it and made it mine.
That's more apt.
Oh, dude, Sword World is cool, Huber. I was looking at it. 2d6 system, very interesting. But good luck trying to homebrew your own world with it. It is very tied into
World?
Sword World.
Oh.
Japanese.
Wait, does this?
The Japanese TTRPG that's not even available in the West. Just some people loved it so much they translated hundreds and hundreds of pages.
Oh, is it good translation though?
Yeah.
Oh.
So I definitely want to revisit it at some point because it seems interesting, especially the 3 ways you can do combat.
Oh,
it literally has the support. Yeah, the actual developers support it.
Boss, does the thing that you're working on right now cover the entirety of the beginner box
Yes.
for the Pathfinder?
It covers it covers the entire beginner box.
So it's like a full adventure module, right?
It's I don't know. I
And
would
you
not
have,
call it
like-
an adventure module.
I mean, it's good enough for at least a couple sessions of adventure.
I think depending on how much roleplay happens, probably 4. And
Yeah, that's pretty
with more questions added on top and needing to explain, it's probably easier to round that to 6.
Are
And
you
you have,
making the inn we're meeting in?
Good point. Good point.
I will be, yeah. So
He's like, ah, shit.
Not done. Finger guns.
Does
around?
Menace
Does
under
this
Otari, I sleep. Malevolence under Adis. Real shit.
nope, it's called Menace under Istari.
Wow, you just take out one letter
You know
It's fucking beautiful.
on the sign and just replace it. You're
it's the
like,
town of Istari. Abo.
Oh, I get it. A story.
Here's the county of Calador. So I've made more because the plan is the beginner box, the 2-floor dungeon, and then basically being like, all right, you guys want to keep playing because I have more quests for you to do, and the party be little wayfarers around Astari.
So you don't feed them to a juvenile dragon at the end.
Well, given that the creature at the end is a thing, smile.
it's redacted.
They're who knows? I will say
what I mean is it's not a guaranteed lose.
I mean, we lost because of really bad dice rolls. So that thing crit the shit out of us.
It did basically max damage every single time it attacked.
Yeah.
That is true.
And then recharges breath weapon every time.
Yeah. The creature I've made does not have that. It does not have the crit recharge breath weapon. Despite how fucking cool that is.
Honestly, the real issue with the dragon was we realized that the minute it flew, our DPS somehow just suddenly plummeted.
Mm-hmm.
As everyone looked around and then looked at their melee weapons and went,
"Oh fuck!
Oh,
oh fuck!
Ah."
See, in moments like this, if I had the cantrip inside ropes, intestinal ropes,
Stop! Stop with your fucking intestinal ropes, you sick freak!
It would have held.
You're a sick freak.
It's 50 feet.
You're a fucking freak. You're a freak.
It is organic. It doesn't leave a carbon footprint.
Just get rope. Just buy
what
rope.
happens when it starts eating your organs because you wrapped your fucking organs around its neck?
You know,
Huh? Did you think of that?
We'll cross that.
Did you think of that one?
We will.
You are giving it your liver?
Yeah, maybe I'll domesticate it. Maybe it'll be my friend.
What?
Okay, Prometheus.
Von Huber, thank you very much for your Prime Gaming brother for 2 months. Very kind of you, my man.
My goodness.
This will be your guys' little room that you're starting at, which is literally 1-for-1 with the.
It is 1-for-1.
So this room and the next room are 1-for-1 with the beginner box, Everything after that,
And
I
then
put my own
pick
spin on
these
it.
shifts.
After that, you are no longer safe.
Correct. You are walking into unfamiliar territory beyond that point. The moment you step beyond the second room, the layout of the dungeon changes dramatically.
We got 2 rooms before DM's urge to homebrew took over.
Correct.
And it started shifting.
I went, I just fucking put my little eraser to the board and just went, let's get rid of that. I can move that here and put this here.
That's fucking hilarious. Holy shit. 2 whole rooms.
It's like Laura's like doing like those art classes like, okay, step by step you're gonna do this and that, looks away for 5 minutes, comes back, and Crown has immediately done his own thing after
So
step 2.
I will say the second floor is much more in line with the beginner box, mostly because I liked the second floor layout. The cave system connected to the structure, connected to the weird side building and stuff. I really enjoyed that, so I kept that, but we just put our own flavor on everything.
Yeah.
I hope you're ready to get introduced to kobolds.
Wait. Question. Real quick, boss man. Apologies. Real quick.
Okay.
So, just to clarify, you have, I guess, this map, the second map with where they'll see the kobolds and the Kyungar, right?
Uh-huh.
So you also have the town of Asteria. Was it Asteria? I forgot the name.
Astaria.
Astaria. Istari. Okay. You have a map of
Get it right or we'll get sued.
the map of Calador or Caladir. I forgot.
Calador.
You have the hex map for Calador. You have NPCs written up. You also have like different encounters. I don't know what to tell you about it. It feels like you could make a little module for this. Like it's a full on, if you group them all up, this is like enough for someone to run. And
You could sell this on the Patreon?
Yeah.
I mean,
And
you have to look. It might be able to. You
He's gonna take you.
You have to look under the orc license. But
Maybe for the $25 tier?
Yeah,
Did you know
that tier
the
doesn't
Crown
exist.
DM has a Patreon?
Oh.
That tier does exist.
the
For
DM
the
tier,
$20 tier.
And Leo is right. I'll have to look up what to do with Orc, which is their publishing stuff. So
For like commercial,
Oh.
I think as far as commercial stuff, yeah. But it's basically what the spirit of the OGL is or was before Hasbro tried to gut it, and kind of is gutting it.
I mean, as
Looks at
far as
Foundry, looks at modules.
But I mean, to be fair, as far as everything is concerned, right? You did make this all from scratch, even though maybe some are, traced over. They were all assets that you placed down yourself. It's not like it's taken from something and then you placed it on there, right? It's not like you copy pasted like a section, a chunk from an existing map and just plunked it on there, right?
no, this is all redone by hand and Incarnate.
Yeah, redone by hand. Then the second map, the second part of the adventure, it's all done from scratch, right? Wouldn't that be good then? Wouldn't that be like safe?
Yeah, but you'd still have to read over it just, because better safe than sorry, just to make sure. And then depending on how
Fair
much, if he has to change anything. But yeah, it could be something you could sell on you could put on your Patreon. Speaking of
Yeah,
Patreon,
DM.
hey guys, did you know the Crown DM has a Patreon?
Shut up.
And you
Shut up.
Yeah,
Shut
that exclamation mark, Patreon
Shut up.
to go view and
Shut up.
support
Shut up.
our illustrious
Shut up.
dungeon master
Shut up.
in creating
Shut up.
the world of
Shut
Aegis.
up.
And
bricks.
He's gonna disconnect you from the
Mach
fucking
10.
server.
Mach 10.
He's gonna just like,
Woe, brick be upon ye.
Thanos snapped from the chat. I don't
He
feel so
goes,
good, boss man.
I don't feel so good, boss man. Boom.
Is that it's 20 gold. Okay. That's pretty hefty sum of gold there. You give that to you in the beginner box, huh? That's pretty neat.
DM, do these kobolds understand the concept of stealing?
These kobolds, these kobolds will in fact be able to talk to you outside of Draconic. So
I see, and they understand what stealing means.
they have their
We
own.
won't have to.
They have their own concepts of like
Their
those
own
laws and
concept.
shit. So to the kobolds, stealing within the clan isn't really a thing. Like unless you mean to hide it. But if you see the person with it in their hand, you know that they're basically using it with the intent of giving it back.
Good. I was afraid that we'd have to, cracks knuckles, teach them our culture.
Well, these guys didn't steal from the pub. The pub is dealing with an infestation at the moment in their cellar and are needing wayfarers to go clear it out. There appears to be a pretty gnarly break in the wall. So if you could figure out where these things are coming from, you're going to get paid.
Please help me before the health inspector comes over and closes me down.
Oh god, it's that fucking mission from Skyrim.
You are, in fact, rat catchers. You're level 1.
I have spent years studying the esoteric arts so I could finally take my place as a rat.
It's that fucking, like the smiling, frowning meme. It's like rat catchers in D&D, smile. Rat catchers in Warhammer.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Yeah, it's basically that.
PTSD.
Will they level up from doing the rat catching quest before they enter the second level? Or not?
No. So I think by the end of the beginner box, if we had slain the horned dragon, we'd have been around 800 to 900 EXP, which is just 100 short of level 2.
We'd be rich.
What?
Yeah, that is all that for a drop of XP.
But the EXP system, it works. So the way I think it would have gone better had we not triggered the traps, because I think you only get a small sum of EXP. I think if you disarm the traps, you get more.
Or if you bypass them entirely.
Mm-hmm.
Which is why I think it'd be funny to have, I don't know if you've played like Dragon Age Origins, right?
Nope. I've not played a single Dragon Age game.
Okay, but Baldur's Gate, you know how when you do stuff you get like that little EXP over your head?
Yes.
I would love a module that does that, so especially when your players don't realize you've gone over a trap, it's just like, wait, what the fuck? Why did I get EXP? Huh? Don't worry about it.
You going to release this map on Patreon? Yeah, I'm going to release the entire dungeon on Patreon if I can. I need to wait for Incarnate to fix their export bug.
Does it also include the hex map for Calador and of the town map of Asteria? I don't know.
There'll probably be separate packs, honestly.
Oh.
I wasn't a no, you doofus.
I know, but it would be like a big thing, right? You include all of that, then you include the NPCs you made, the stuff they sell.
Guys, wake up! It's the calendar update.
Calendar. What does it mean?
And if you also include like some other like miscellaneous encounter maps, bam! There you go, adventure in Calador.
Bam.
But yeah, Huber, I know there's like I could do a few things and do that together, but I'm lazy and I'm not tech savvy, so I want someone to do the hard work for me.
For stuff that we make afterwards, maybe then I can make a module. Like I could make an AP for hunting the Necrosoul Manticore. But aside from that, this is all borrowing from Otari, like the beginner box. So if it's released on the Patreon, I think it's more fair than me making a little PDF and all that shit. Are we gonna test run the dungeon? Nope. We're gonna fucking wing it, baby. And hope to God it works. I've done the math on most of it. In terms of calculating EXP values and what they correlate to in regards to like challenge ratings and stuff. Because they actually give you a little fucking number that actually means something. Like glare at D&D. So I've built that.
What do you mean the CR rating works half the time, none of the time?
So the way you calculate EXP in Pathfinder is it is correlated to the creature's level in regard to the player level. So if a creature is level 1 and the players are level 1, that creature is the same level as the players, therefore awards 40 experience, or is worth 40 experience when building an encounter. If I wanted to run a moderate encounter, I would run 2 level 1 creatures for a total value of 80 EXP. That is a moderate encounter. If I wanted to run a -1 creature, which is a level lower than the party, that would be 30 experience. I now have 30 experience per level or -1 creature. If I wanted to run, say, 4 -1 creatures, that is a 120 EXP value, and that is a severe encounter. And I can also adjust EXP values. Oh, we have a 5th player? Well, now a severe encounter is 150 EXP instead of 120. A moderate encounter is now near 100 EXP instead of 80. Got any recommended incarnate map assets for building a town or regional map? Yes. So with Astari, which is our town map, all of these buildings you see, except for the white ones, all these buildings are kit-bashed buildings. So I took the modular building piece and basically made the building. Either there are some that already come in a generic enough shape, and I just slapped the roof trimming on. I slapped on like a little chimney, stairs, stuff like that. And then there are some like this, which is several pieces combined together to make a unique shaped building. I would recommend using the modular pieces when building your own stuff. This is the watercolor cities, which is what I recommend for your top-down city maps. For regional, I recommend your parchment style maps. Parchment is what I used for my hex map here.
Mm. And you know a funny thing? All this that you see right now and what's shown to you, it can also be yours if you join the Crown DM Patreon. Exclamation mark Patreon right now.
That's crazy.
You're a braver man than I am, Legion.
I also went through and I started naming stuff last night. I got a little inspired. So we have Astari. We have the Sunset Woods, which is the woods to the west of the Allerdale Highlands, which are what the mountains are. We have the Spire of Garanin, which is the abandoned spire right here in the middle of the Allerdale Mountains. We have the Tower of the Oracle. We have the Haunted Keep. We have Calador, which is the seat of the county. We have the Slumbering Lookout. Which one else did I name? Oh, that's right. I left everything else as all the weird ones I left as question marks. So like this weird cave, these weird ruins. Those are more like
weird cave.
Those are more like people telling you in town, hey, there's something weird in the Allerdale Highlands. I don't know what it is, but if you travel northeast for like a day and a half, you'll find a cave over there. It's pretty, like a huge fucking cave.
Secret town.
Little do they know, it takes you to the world below.
Oh, beans!
See, what there's being shown now, right? It's all question marks. But hey, funny thing. If you buy the map, right, you unlock all the names for these areas as well. It's only secret because the players are in the call, so they shouldn't know. But if you join now and exclamation
The Patreon
Patreon.
version is going to be blank.
What? What? What is this?
There's going to be two versions. There's going to be a version with my markers on it if you wanted to run it for some reason. And then there's going to be a version that's just blank, where you can put your own little markers down where you want the town to be, where you want your city to be, all that stuff.
G Crown, that sounds super swell.
I like having this map form of each hex having a main POI biome and just having the whole hex represent something. Yeah, dude. That was, I forget where I learned this. But I did this way back in the fucking day, dear God, which I'm so glad I learned how to actually do hex maps proper instead of killing myself. This is the hex map that taught me how to set my own, how to make my own biomes and what each color should represent. This is the entire Ettenmoor. This is a hex map of the Fanghold. You can travel from one end to another. Every city's marked, so you can travel to all those major BOIs.
Wow. What the fuck? That's so much.
Yeah, it took about 3
My
weeks
eyes.
to make. Each hex is designed, has its own color coordinations, all that stuff. Get pretty far up here.
Your powers frighten me.
And because this wasn't enough, he then made a smaller portion, like a smaller piece of this as another hex map.
Correct. I then carved out this chunk and made this its own hex map. I then did the same thing over here. I then carved out this area here and made its own hex map.
I simultaneously relish.
It took 8 years to load.
Well, unfortunately, that's because your computer old.
Scale issue.
Literally said computer diff.
That is an unfortunate situation, but yes, if your computer is old, it explodes. It explodes trying to load hex maps.
My computer looked at me and goes, "Really? This?"
Oh yeah, I'm not gonna be able to. Even when I can make these things, I'm not gonna be able to use it for one of my players. Their thing dies if I flip my tokens too much.
I fucking love making it. Hexploration, like I've said before, no matter what fucking game we're playing, I'm gonna figure out how to put exploration in it some way, shape, or form. I like hexploration that much.
The idea seems neat. I wouldn't even know where to begin with it, but I do like the idea of it, like being able to kind of pick and choose your path.
Do you have it as custom stamps? So what I did is I made a group. So for example, the forests. You can see that there are some forests that have 3 trees, some that have 2, and some have 1. What I did is I would make groups. So this is the 3, I would set it aside. This is the 2, I set it aside. And this is the 1, I set it aside. And I'd come through and I'd start copying and pasting the 3 trees everywhere. The densest part of the forest is what the 3 tree represents. And then I'd do that. And I'd go, okay, time for the middle of the ground where you'd find some clearings and stuff. I put the 2 and I start dragging that around. I do the 1, do that. I did the same thing for the mountains where I made my own custom stamp by sort of outlining a 9x9 hex or 9x9 hex. And then I'd set it aside, make a copy of it, and then paste it wherever I needed to paste it. I did the same thing.
Hear me out.
Go on.
A dungeon that is just hexploration. Like imagine imagine zooming in on a single hex and then making a hex map out of that. Like you're exploring like Dracula's fucking mansion kind of shit. And each hex takes like an hour to traverse.
That's just old school dungeon crawling, brother.
Or full circle, maybe. Imagine you took like a city of Baldur's Gate and then hexed it out.
Dude, that's just old school dungeon crawling. Each like
That's
you wouldn't
right.
even see the map. Your dungeon master would just go, all right, there are 90 rooms on this floor.
Yeah.
And the party goes, all right, we're on room 1. He's like, all right, where you want to go? And they go, we want to go to room 2. And he's like, all right, that's an hour of travel. Are you guys doing anything? And they go, I'm tapping the ground in the ceiling with my 10-foot pole or my 11-foot pole. And he goes, all right.
Not the 11-foot pole. Please remember that.
You trigger the spike trap on the ceiling, and because you did it with an 11-foot pole, you're safe.
Yeah.
Until you realize the dungeon they're in is called the Tomb of Annihilation.
Oh, then there's none of that, brother. You see your death in the immediate hallway. There are like 4 POIs that kill you instantly, just alone. So, was that you put your ear up against the door to listen to it? Well, the worm inside the door.
Yeah.
Wimp.
That happened in one of our games. We were playing with an old school DM who was he basically took a second ed module and made it for 5e. But luckily we were a bunch of fucking absolute horror gremlins. And we're like, oh, there's a door and I can't unlock it, fire. And it's like, well, you hear popping as all of the insects that were nesting in this thick wooden door on the other side that would have attempted to crawl into your skull had you listened at the door get set ablaze. However, the kobolds know you're here.
Worth it. Smooths
I see this as a win.
Gary was not in a good mood that day when he made tombs.
You, Patrick Bateman, walking through the door.
Gary's big thing, Mr. Gygax, hated arrogant players. Hated them. His biggest thing is that he would hate when you came up to him at conventions and told him how you did a bunch of cool shit in your game that he thought you shouldn't have been able to do as a player.
I mean, if there's anyone that would be rules as written, I imagine it'd be the guy that wrote the rules.
I think it's more like, hey man, my character's so cool. You're talking to the guy who made D&D. He like 1v1'd an adult black dragon with his cock out.
My guy,
thumbs up.
My guy killed Thor and now has Mjolnir.
Yeah,
and
isn't that cool?
Gary's
My
like,
DM's a pushover, and I bullied him.
He's like, you shouldn't have that. You should never have been able to kill the guy. Why did your DM stat out God?
He's like, well, so that character's story's over. He's like, no, I play him every day. And he's like, what's he do? Well, right now, we're on hiatus right now. But when we get back, I'm gonna kill 3 beholders at a time at once.
He's like, I see. Cut away to your GM or your DM just sitting there casually relaxing. Gary knocks at the door, strangles him. He's like, "What the fuck are you doing?"
He looks over the bragging player's shoulder to the thing that looks like a corpse. It's his DM.
No, he does one better. He using his performance skill, he impersonates the person's GM since it's an online game on Discord. And things don't go so well. Things are brutal. The party TPKs. And it's at that moment he reveals himself. Anyway, this is how it's supposed to be.
Anyway, Mr. G, if you could make a new module for like high-level play, that'd be great. I'm getting kind of bored with the material that's currently in D&D. Like, I don't know, I just kind of blow through all of the challenges that my DM can make, and he's been asking for some higher-level content. Finger guns out.
Gets throat punches.
Nope, that's where Tomb of Annihilation comes from.
Yep.
Oh, higher-level content. Sure, Mr. Gygax says. Behold,
Challenging.
Tomb of Annihilation. They go, it's a 20th level dungeon? I'm way too powerful for that.
Tomb of Annihilation or Tomb of Horrors? Either one.
Either
really
one.
Is
Whichever one's the old one.
Tomb of Annihilation. You walk into the dungeon, death. You put your ear up against the wall, death. Oh,
you gotta go find the dungeon, silly.
I was gonna say, I think Tomb of Horrors is the one where there's the traps on the traps. And it's just go in and try and survive. Tomb of Annihilation is yes, you have to find the dungeon first, and then good fucking luck.
I think they both have that. I think they both have the Skull Mountain outline that shows like this is a Serax domain and shit like that. And you need to find which hole it is in the mountain that allows you to get in through it, and then also has like the earworms and the orb of annihilation at the end and the pitfall traps if you don't follow a specific pattern that's mirrored on the ceiling and shit.
Yeah, Tomb of Horror is the first one, and then later on was Tomb of Annihilation.
Just
Tomb of
like,
Horrors, then.
Oh, you walk into the room, death. You take a long rest, death. You put your ear up against the wall, death.
Your character like chokes on their own spit, death.
You go and take a break for 5 minutes, believe it or not, death.
Oh, real quick, boss. I just have one question. It just popped into my head.
Okay.
Are there, for the Knights of Heroes, right? Is there like a dead man switch that they can do when they're about to die, or they know they're about to kick it?
Huh?
Like, when a knight, right? When a knight goes out to war, and they know their seconds are numbered, they're about to kick the bucket. Do they have like some sort of like fail safe wherein if they finally do kick it,
they're not a Spartan, dog.
I don't think most knights go out to be like, oh yeah, this is the one. It's Jover.
No,
that's the mindset of a knight necessarily. I think it's I'm going to win glory and then come back and bang my wife.
No, yeah, that's true. But precaution just in case.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, what would this failsafe even be?
I'll never tell. Fucking cyanide capsule pill in the teeth.
No, like some sort of rune etched on their armor is like, hey man, I'm about to die
What?
now, but I'm gonna take you with me.
Oh my god, fucking the Predator explosion.
Something like that, yeah.
No.
Oh, fatty. That sounds like more of a Morling thing, honestly.
Like something I had for my dwarves in my 5e setting when they were dealing with necromorph tier horrors. So, like they would just have flame runes inscribed that would explode on their death, so they
or
deny
like
an enemy recruit.
Or like some sort of fight beyond death sort of deal. Like they made like these pacts with, I don't know, maybe the Somber Lady. That hey, after if I get killed but the fight's still ongoing, can I come back just to finish the fight and then I die? Then I solely go to your arms. Like just last hurrah.
Just give all your players that one perk in Call of Duty that just drops a grenade where they die.
You want all of them to have martyrdom?
Yeah, martyrdom.
Fuck my life.
No, but it's like some sort of like seal or like some sort of like rune etched on the armor, like fight beyond death.
All of them? No. Maybe
no, like
a
certain
small,
knights.
tiny handful.
Knights of Saren.
Yeah, one of my my GM or my DM for his what we call 5.5e because it's heavily homebrewed has a wizard called Glyph Wizard where you can it's Glyph of Warding, but you can do more utility with it and set triggers. So one of the spells a player had was on his death, it conjured Major Illusion, which was him pants grabbing, and then after that triggered, it did a 9th level meteor swarm on the location. As one big fuck you.
Yeah, that reminds me of the old contingency spells.
It literally, yeah, it's basically it's basically contingency the class where you could do. I had this thing that I wanted to work on when there was more text RP horror or like big calamity events. I wanted to make my Armageddon book where every day I would spend my 3rd level spell slots to inscribe a fireball into my book. And then what I would do is that the trigger is when the book falls more than 5 feet, it would target at the nearest creature. So the next big monstrosity that hits the island, I would be sitting in my room and I'd be like, okay, have my Raven Familiar fly my book over, overhead and then drop the book and watch as this thing eats like fucking. I think regular book can hold 100 pages. So eat 100 fireballs just going at it repeatedly. My little Armageddon book.
This is my last hurrah.
No, it doesn't even kill me. I'm chilling in my clinic, and then I'm sending the person that caused this fuck up and just said, "You owe me X amount of gold."
And yes, Colin Super. It is basically the Zealot Barbarian thing, but instead of like a class feature, it's like a little seal or rune that you can etch for non-barbarian characters, like prominent knights and stuff.
Like,
All right, Legion. Which anime did you get this from?
What? No, nothing really.
What anime are you watching right now? Come on, you could talk to us.
What anime? I don't really watch anime.
Zone here.
You don't
What?
watch anime? That's a lie.
I watch anime with the people here.
Liar.
Wow. I see how it is.
I see how it is. You freaking liar.
Mm-hmm.
3, 6. 15. Okay. This. 4. Excellent.
Excellent.
What's that? What's that thing bosses have? Like, wherein they just shrug off like an effect.
Legendary resistance.
Yeah, like a legendary resistance thing. Like one of those sort of like patches wherein it can kill the first grievous spell that's casted on you, and if you fail it, it just burns up that that what do you call that?
I mean, I think there's stuff like that in Pathfinder, so maybe.
Mhm.
But are you asking me if they're wearing suicide vests? No.
But why not?
Because.
Because of what?
What the fuck is honorable about that?
It's so that your allies can escape, so that your loss also means a potential for the enemy's
Keep
loss.
fighting on, pussy.
Yeah, you fight on, but you die eventually. Do you not?
Yes,
Not me.
before they bleed out, they spray paint their mouth and say shiny and chrome.
Yes,
Witness
but like that.
Yeah, what
Yeah.
Yeah, are you a fucking barbarian? Jesus Christ.
That's why I said it's like a suicide vest, because the barbarian wouldn't do a suicide.
No.
Oh, okay.
What the fuck?
I see how it is.
That's the most ass backwards thing. Yeah, go on Knight who trained for many years. Just blow yourself up.
When you're about to, when you know that everything is lost,
How do you
and you're
know?
about to die.
How do you know?
When you know.
How do you know? How do you know? How do you not go? How do you not go?
Concordance.
Pussy,
What?
pussy,
Everything is
pussy.
concordance.
Hey, you know why they won it, Legion? Because they aren't fucking planning for failure, alright? That's pussy shit. That's what
Get your shit
losers do.
together. Get your shit
They're not
together.
realistic.
Haven't you read Rich Dad Poor Dad? Okay, set yourself up for success.
Yeah. You know what?
Don't have a
you've
plan B. Okay, plan A is the only plan, and it's winning.
Man. You didn't see the secret level for Warhammer. They're like, hey man, this is a suicide mission that you're about to undertake.
Oh, that's what you
And they're
watch.
like, yeah.
I see. Yeah, Warhammer's a little different. Warhammer, they don't want you. It's fucking obliterate yourself so that they can't get your gene seed, Stinky.
And then there's the Death Corps of Krieg that just decide to like needlessly sacrifice themselves.
Yes.
You go kaboom when you die, okay?
Yes. But that's Warhammer. They aren't knights. They're disposable soldiers who are thrown into the mill of the Imperium. What?
The Astartes from secret level? The Blade Guard veterans? What? The Space Marines?
Yes, they are. All are disposable soldiers for the Imperium of Man. Don't you get it? Mark?
Think, Mark, think.
We're making the hex. We're making the Underdark hex map. You are correct.
Oh shit, it's D&D time. Whoops, or Pathfinder time. Gotta go.
Can't
All right,
Good
bye
luck.
bye.
Get the hell out.
I'll let you know
bye-bye,
if I
good
kill
luck.
my players or not.
Good stuff.
Good luck. I can't believe Heroes doesn't allow for necromancers raising up, their captains when they die. They won't allow their captains to wear suicide vests when they die, so that they can take
That just
enemies
sounds
out.
so fucking ass backwards, brother.
Haven't you listen? Why don't you listen to yourself right now for like 5 seconds
Yeah, what?
instead
I
of
can
just
hear
thinking
myself.
about secret level
I'm not.
and letting your mouth talk without any connection to your brain? Your brain's just like replaying the episode in your mind, and you're like,
Oh, they're dying.
See, the thing about this is he's gonna spout all of this stuff, and then in like 5 minutes he's gonna try and convince us that he's just a little guy.
Yep.
What the?
Me, a
You guys
war
are
crime? Never.
It's not a war crime. It's what you do with your life after
It's not
you
a
die.
war. Yeah, man.
Yes.
Yeah, it's not a war crime.
You're
Strap
fighting.
your soldiers with
Morons.
suicide vests. That's not a war crime.
That's their own choice.
They're. Who chooses
I didn't
that?
say every knight has access to it. I'm just saying some knights, if they
It's the
want to,
consensual suicide vest. My bad.
Wow.
You have to sign a form, so it's not. It's the Geneva Convention. Excuse me. I'm sorry.
Holy shit.
We'll need you to sign this NDA before you
Oh.
put on the vest.
Oh, holy shit.
I'm always fighting for my life here. Can't believe this.
Fighting for you deserve it.
Yeah, I deserve it.
What part of Arthurian Knights also goes well with like fucking suicide vests? Fucking Mad Max shiny and chrome ass looking ass over here.
Practical knights.
Huh?
I said practical knights.
Practical?
Yes.
How come nobody's done it before? How come we don't see that in actual knights historically?
Because they're not practical, and they just want to
They're
see
not practical.
glory.
Oh.
They don't think about what happens afterwards.
Oh,
They're
I
like,
see.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna
you're right.
survive this.
You're so right. The religious knights don't
So
think
right,
about what
that's
happens
me.
after they die. My bad. You're also right. They don't try to win. My apologies. I forgot. They were
Saying they try to win. What the heck? I didn't say they're gonna bomb themselves
Practical.
afterwards. I'm saying it's a precaution.
It's just it's because of the implications.
Yeah, it was an instant wipe.
Oh, nice.
I forgot one of the players is going to their sister's wedding tomorrow, and since it's a boss fight, I don't want to run without them.
Seems. Oh, the Legion has left the building because he can no longer defend himself.
Where's a grenade?
So he has flown away like a little bee.
Where are the kobolds? We did some stuff with the kobolds. I'll need to write up a little bit more about their lore. But the kobolds have been press ganged into service by the Herngar slavers, known as the Ember Raiders. They are a corporation of slavers working for the Malverin, and they're here to capture spellcasters.
Spellcasters.
That's right.
I was going to say.
Specifically spellcasters?
Correct.
And who's hiring them?
The Malverin.
Are we sure?
Smile.
Are we sure about that? You're not lying to me, are you?
What do you mean? What's up?
He's not gonna
Because,
tell you.
What's up? What do you mean?
Because, well, you see, I know my memory isn't bad. It's not what it used to be.
That's right. Uh-huh.
Shakes cane. But I do vaguely remember a similar mercenary company wanting to steal spellcasters.
Mm.
Yeah, I don't think the Malverins. We were told a different entity, a different organization.
Mm-hmm.
Indeed.
Mm-hmm.
There were vaguely illithid adjacent stuff around us at the time,
Mm-hmm.
but it wasn't for them necessarily speaking.
Mm.
So it's just it's sort of a deja vu moment.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
I think my favorite thing is I'll write some story beats, and sometimes those story beats don't get used.
Yeah.
Sometimes I want to use those story beats.
I see. Hey man, don't worry about it. I mean, I'm not hating. I'm just marking the similarities.
Watch your motherfucking tone is what I'm saying.
I'll watch nothing of the sort. You fucking shitter. I'll say what I want.
Looks at character class selection. Ooh, so not a spellcaster. All right,
Everyone
understood.
quietly
Don't-
changes to
Don't
Marshall.
worry, none. There's a special little tab for adventurers. You guys get special treatment.
Mm-hmm.
Is it a knife?
No. Your brain gets replaced.
Oh.
We don't, you might not be prime material to become a Malveran. But boy, howdy, are you prime material to become a unit?
Mm.
A eunuch.
That too, but that's a separate situation to be a part of, I'm afraid.
Did I not put this in that freaking tab? Oh, I actually have to stat people out for some of this. Fuck. Okay.
Well, time to prep the other game. Or prep the other game that happens tomorrow.
Yeah, for a moment I was like, I'm not gonna need stats, and then I remembered, I was like, you know what, I might need stats.
Always have stats prepared.
Like, it might not be in your best interest to find out what some of those stats are, but like, okay.
I'll do what I want. I'm gonna do my own thing.
Punches random person, or attempts to punch a random person you've never met before.
Found dead in the street.
I don't want to go too crazy with this. I think we're just gonna leave it like this. Like a small pocket. Completely different vibe.
Vibe?
Vibe.
Vibe.
Well, the players might wander down here, and I'm gonna show them the hex map and be like,
After ignoring all warnings,
and then I'll be like, go
it
back.
still could happen. You don't want to be down here. And I show, blah, 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 blah. That's what you sound like as I go down there.
You put them in bright red saying, yeah, if you're going to go in these areas, you're going to come home in a body bag. And then they'll say, cool story, DM, anyway.
Ooh.
Then
Hey.
go, hey, DM, why
I'm
am I
built
dead?
different.
Oh, okay.
That's what
I
my
nodded
barbarian
along.
said. That's what my barbarian said to the crowd.
Now, DM.
What's up, man?
You're making a big old hex map up top. You're making a big old hex map underground.
Yes,
You got a big old fancy beginner's box.
Yes, sir.
How many sessions are we planning for this little Pathfinder experiment?
I'm not setting a number.
Okay, but like,
That's
how
bait. That's bait.
how big is like what are we doing? Like, I thought it was just beginner box. City in dungeon. Are we expanding beyond that with these characters?
I don't remember saying just the beginner box.
Are we
Did I
not
say
doing
just
just
the beginner box? I might have.
Well, that's what I'm asking.
That's a great question.
Is it
Did I
just
say
the beginner
beginner
box? It was the implication was that this was a test run. By test run, I mean you said this was a test run to see if people like Pathfinder.
A test run.
With the
You weren't
the
in any
implication
danger.
was that
So there was danger.
the implication was that would be the beginner box.
That's
but
crazy.
it seems like that we have we have an entire island and under island.
I mean, press a finger to your lips and go, shh.
What if there was?
Like,
how would you
how
feel about
much-
that if there was? How would you feel if there
I
was?
wouldn't necessarily mind it. I'm just, the scale would be very surprising to me, and I would be like, so I just kind of made a guy.
That's fine if you just make a guy because there's no like resurrection stuff at very early levels. So
Oh, we're not doing the temple thing. I
mean, you
see,
can. It's just a
understood.
lot of money. It's a
It's
lot
just-
of money.
You're very expensive.
We're just gonna
I
have to
see.
keep casting a gentle peace on you, or peaceful rest on you.
I'm going to
so
give
you're
you
still
guys
don't blow
a lot of consumables because I like the consumables in Pathfinder. I think they're really neat. Being able to give you like a cantrip deck is super dope.
that even non-spellcasters can use is a nice little tidbit.
Indeed.
Yeah, like what level are we expecting to hit?
1 million.
By the end of this campaign.
2.
Me 3 years later, level 20. Oh, well, that was a good tutorial.
We're exiting the
we
dread
can start the
shrine.
game
That was
now.
a good little adventure, don't you think, guys?
We got a grasp of Pathfinder, or you guys want to run it back again?
Hey, level 20 guys, I don't think we quite get it. So hey, so I know you just understood the rules, but we're gonna go back to level 1 and we're gonna use mythic rules.
Now we can play the game.
Now we can play the game.
I'll just
Sizzle, I think the official answer is the game ends when the game ends.
That's I mean that's not entirely fair. If the party goes a DM, I don't want to play this anymore. I go okay, then I wrap it up.
I see.
But I do want to give you guys the opportunity to get it.
Get what?
It.
What is that?
Yeah.
It.
Get laid?
Sure. I mean,
Seduce
maybe.
me.
Seduce me.
Right, all right,
Pull
here
out
we
my-
go again.
I pull out my chapstick. Come on then.
Every
Come on, bring it.
I'm waiting.
Oh my.
Fine. You've seen my adorable cat arc. Just a little guy. Now prepare for the suave. Just kidding. I dumped charisma.
I don't know how character stats work, honestly. I don't think we don't roll for them. So
Nope. It's
No, we just put little points in there. I think.
It's just
Looking at Path Builder.
Yep. It's only modifiers now, which honestly I really fuck with.
And nothing goes below 0, if I remember correctly.
I think you can have a -1 depending on your ancestry.
Yeah, because you can take some ancestries have a ability flaw.
Oh, well, I'm potentially just a half elf, so like.
I think even if it does have a flaw, you can forgo that and just get the like +2 to something or whatever. But yeah.
It's pretty cool though. I like the idea of modifiers instead of like having to figure that out.
Well, I mean, because in the end, like, what
That's what it
actually
matters,
matters
yeah.
mechanically? Yeah. Like,
Pretty
I have a 15. All right, what kind of modifier is that? Dingus.
Yeah, like Cyborg in the
Ooh,
Borg
ooh.
series.
We
Like, it's
don't
like,
use-
okay, you roll these numbers. Oh, that's your modifier? Okay, you can throw away the numbers now. We don't give a shit about them. Just the
Ooh.
modifiers.
We don't use that 15 around here. Your strength? That's a +2.
Yep.
Your con? That's a 0. You're very brave.
Okay.
I
you're playing a-
see.
you're
Looks
playing
at
a
Path
kobold
Builder.
with-
I see. Adjust accordingly.
Oh, you're playing a kobold with 0 con? God bless your 6 HP, buddy.
I appreciate you. I didn't know we
God
were stress
bless
testing that hard.
Took a -1 to your con for some reason. God bless your 5 HP, little one. We'll miss you.
Yeah. No, that's.
We'll miss you.
I've fucks with it. I say, looking at the encounter, everything's a fortitude save, and I go, I'm gonna miss that little guy.
I'm gonna miss that little guy.
It's like sending him off to war.
Actually. You want to play your little
Oh.
guy? Yeah, you can play your little guy. He's just a little squishy.
That's crazy, man. You
fucking
did that to
creature-
yourself, by the way. That's wild.
Fucking yeah, you have 5 HP. A creature does 10 damage, just instantly dead.
Oh! Ow. Rubbing my nose. Ow.
Well, anyway.
Players like I've written so much lore about this character, you know, like I have it fully fleshed out, pages, backstory, like super invested. Has 5 HP, gets hit for 10, just all that work.
Fucking Gallagher's against the cleric.
That is actually something I had happen in session 1 of a game. Someone like threw me 5 pages of backstory for his half orc, and then got real uppity, and it was, I think, like something of the Mad Mage I was running, and they talked back to the wizard in charge and activated one of the traps that said, you know, keep off the grass, and a giant statue fell on him.
Oh, good heavens!
Well, I'm not.
I was like, well,
yep.
Rolls however many d10s for that statue in the module. Oh.
Oh.
Ma'am, I'm not a mathematician, but I do understand this simple chart. When you fuck around, the more you fuck around, the more you find out. There is a direct correlation.
Yeah,
And
he
your
like
half-orc-
directly antagonized the mage in charge of the realm. Like in his little own demi-plane.
Why? Why would you
I
do
don't
that?
know.
I don't know. I had to the prisoners that were escaping. One wanted to pat one of the Kraken's tentacles as it was reaching out, and I was like, hey, DM2 player, don't do that. You won't make the reflex save.
God just like, hey man.
I had to repeatedly, I'm like, a voice whispers in your mind as you go to reach for the tentacle. Lava potion, lava potion, lava potion. And they understood it.
You do not do not high five the suction cup. You will die.
It is operating on instinct. You touch that thing, the tendril, it is going to grab you. And much like the guy that summoned the thing unknowingly, you will pop like a grape.
Oh!
The fucking poor old guy with the thing. He's like, don't worry, as long as I got this trinket, we'll be fine.
The rest of the party. Oh.
He got fucking grabbed.
Guys, I think we need to leave.
Fucking dodging tendrils. A couple of them almost died to falling debris. It was a cool segment, but
honestly, that is the more terrifying thing in any encounter is just the environment, because it does not give a single solitary fuck.
Especially in
Correct,
Pathfinder, we
you
love
are.
hazards.
Allow me to introduce you to hazards. Hazards have a level that correlate to players. And a hazard could be level 4 and you're level 1, which means it's 3 levels higher than you, which means it's an extreme hazard. And it does not give a fuck about you. It's going to go on its initiative score when it wants to, and it's going to kill you if you
Even just
fail.
regular traps.
But like, again, like something like falling debris, you know,
Yeah,
you can't
like
fight gravity. That, or well, unless you have a fly spell, you can't
yeah.
fight gravity.
I'll put it this way. I had a level 1, the collapse trap or whatever. It fell on the, like I rolled a 1d4. It fell on the barbarian who failed to save. It half shot him. It fucking half shot him.
I was rolling damage for the web noose, which is a common trap that web lurkers set. It's a 3d6 reflex save.
What?
Yep.
You critically fail, that's double damage. So that's 12 turned to 24 or 15 turned to 30. That one-shots most level 1 characters. And it's a level 2 hazard. That's just a little bit of rope right there. There's a little bit of webbing right there. Just strings you up and you go
traps. Yeah, those
literally
bear traps, I
like
think are
falling rocks, like a house fire, getting stuck inside of a burning building.
yeah, you know the kobold bear traps, I think those are level 1 or level 0, and you know, fucking did what? Out of the 19 HP drill he has,
It does
did like
2d8 damage.
Yeah, it did a fucking max roll, so I was like, oh, I'll be fine. Ah!
A spike trap is a level 1 hazard. It is a 2d8 piercing damage on a DC 17 reflex saving throw.
Yep, fucking almost killed me, and I was like, I'll be fine. And then I looked at Kira, I'm like, no.
I'm fine. Like, I am incorrect in that assumption, and
I may have fucked up.
Cleric.
Yeah, medic.
But yeah,
Deserve.
like, or like, oh, you fell into the river and the current is rough. Good luck. I'm like, that's terrifying.
Mm-hmm.
Carry on my wayward son.
Dude, fucking I've been fortunate to not have been in a party TPK yet, like as a player. The closest I got to it was from drowning, and my GM had the audacity to, as we were making constitution checks to avoid drowning, was playing the RuneScape sea shanty. Because like literally the ship sunk and there was this like fucking water primordial that if we sunk too far below, it would notice us and we would all get hooked and dragged to the depths. The closest we came to a TPK, and it's the RuneScape sea shanty. And I told him, I swear to fucking Christ, if we die, if our TPK to that fucking song, I am strangling you.
Your game master's based.
He really is, but also a motherfucker. I can't lock the doors.
You stop muttering to yourself there.
No, I
What the
don't
hell
need
you
to mutter
muttering
because I need to
about?
prep things.
What are you muttering about?
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I'm getting
It's okay.
pictures. I gotta stat some people in case you decide to make poor decisions.
My premonition's gonna make poor decisions.
It's okay. You can share with me in the DM so I can laugh at them with without them having any critical information.
What do you know about Vampire the Masquerade?
I know the lore.
Well, lore isn't going to matter all too much for what I'm going to run them through.
Yeah, I read a
So
little
they're
bit
not
of the
going to get
books.
involved with Cainite heresy or the Bahari. Yeah, we're not.
I want to know.
They don't need to know about antediluvians.
Game Master, I want a storyteller. I want to know about what pack this werewolf belongs to that's currently ravaging my tech bro.
Well, you don't have to wonder that for long because your tech bro is not very durable and he's turned to look at you.
Your tech bro has been
Gentlemen,
death, and you're
I've been
next.
liquidated as I fucking get torn apart.
Literally turn to ash as you die. You're like, gentlemen, I'm dead.
Blech.
Fucking werewolves are terrifying.
Yeah. They're
As I
really
die.
kind of like tragic in a way because they're trying to do something. They're trying to essentially save the world, but their only tool is a hammer, and that's being Garu.
Yeah, but
And
you
it's
know
like
what?
Angie.
You know, I love that they're out to save the world, but honestly, I really couldn't give a fuck when they're trying to tear me to pieces as a vampire.
I lay torn to ribbons in the gambler's arms. I say, I want you to have my NFT. It's my most prized possession.
Take it. I will let you screenshot
What
my...
do you mean?
Take this.
NFT?
I give you my phone on it is like a serial number.
Oh,
It'll unlock
dude.
my funky monkey.
Oh, dude, I don't.
It's
I
Sweaty
have a flip
15.
phone,
It's
man.
revolutionary.
That's a what?
You flip phone? You fucking.
Yeah.
No, let me die. He says.
I fucking die on the spot.
I got like a smartphone. Oh, you're dead. Oh, okay. All right, man.
It is the only ape that is not bored.
The pin to my phone is. Oh,
that's crazy. Hey, is there a pawn store around here somewhere?
Yeah, you start going through his fucking pockets.
I just
take
pawn
the
his
watch
phone.
up immediately.
Yeah, this guy said there was like a monkey or something in his phone. I didn't know what that meant. So
I fucking wake up. Invest in GameStop before it's too late.
Huh? What the fuck is GameStop?
Short.
Starts adding the archaic flaw to your fucking character sheet.
No, dude, I don't play video games. Sorry, man.
It's gonna be fucking hilarious.
All right, I'll be right back. This is the layout of our world below hex map. I really fuck with the colors.
It's nice colors. I'm gonna go to bed.
Oh.
Okay.
Good bed.
Oh my god. Oh my goodness.
Good night.
Well, since you put it like that.
Sleep boil.
All right, go back. Okay.
I'll be back. I've already decided that the world below, at least here in this area, very cold. I haven't decided why, but it's very cold.
Bunch of fucking caves.
Because of climate change, which is fake.
Polar ice caps melting. Anyway, goodbye.
Good night. Trying to find like a good map for like a little criminal hideout.
Fuck. I need to find some good art.
Okay, I'm back. But I think I'm going to refrain from making the hex map. At least the Underdark hex map. At least until I know my players are cool with Pathfinder.
That is fair.
I like making maps, and sometimes that clouds my judgment. So
Get a little carried away, going a little too ham.
yeah.
Had myself on mute. For what it's worth, I do think we'll enjoy Pathfinder. I think for a lot of us, it'll be pretty fresh, pretty new, just kind of revitalize interest in TTRPGs, that kind of thing.
I would say there's there's a pretty big difference though between making like a town map versus making a hex map.
Yeah, fair enough.
So for
I
now,
wouldn't know the difference.
you do. You've played in enough games.
Well, but not the making part. Sizzle says there's still an inn to make.
Correct.
Oh,
I'll still be making the Bear's Pub for you guys. So this is the
Bear Arms Pub.
Nope, just the Bear's Pub. It's ran by Preston the Bear.
Just spectacles.
He's got the help of his daughter Viri, who helps him run it. They sell a lot of local tastes and finery, so you can get your hands on some of the delicious Astari cider that's here. And yeah. Have an ale.
Why is Razi's character being the problem child in my brain? Fuck.
Because it's Razi.
What you mean?
Because it's Razi. Well, no, I'm just figuring out how his intro vignette is gonna go, and I'm just like, what the fuck do I do with you?
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, because like I know how yours for Nathan's gonna go. I have that. Sizzle handed me quite a bit to work with, so that's gonna be easy. So did Stella, so I know exactly where that's gonna take him. I'm just looking at Razi's character and like the blurb that I got, and I'm just like, what the fuck? Of course, I am again trawling Pinterest for, art.
See, I'm son of a little bit of genius, really. I read through and I went, oh, Malkavian sounds pretty cool. And then you went, Malkavian? And then I knew right there. I was like, ooh, I picked a good one.
Yeah, like
ooh,
little
baby.
thingies. Like, oh.
I was like, oh, hell yeah.
Premonition? That means I just get to be like, hey.
Oh.
I got probably the worst moment. Hey.
Guess what's happening? And I go, uh-oh. And you're like, that's right. Premonition time.
You're like, wait, I'm driving. Yeah, the driver blue screens.
Hey, Anthony? Yeah? Take the wheel.
I'm about to go on a trip. I'll be right back, guys.
Yeah, that'd probably be an exact word for word scene. Hey, Anthony, take the wheel. What?
The air don't taste too good right now.
I'm tasting a little bit of copper in my mouth.
Hey guys, skill challenge. Anthony.
So
You have control over the wheel, but not the gas.
And you realize Nathan's pushing down pretty hard on the pedal.
He has
You're
currently
accelerating.
no control of his body as this vision overtakes him. Meanwhile, Nathan.
The vision of the crash.
Oh
You're
no,
accelerating
sometimes
faster
it'll
and
be
faster.
relevant. Sometimes your premonitions will be relevant to the exact moment you're in. Sometimes less so. It'll be like 2 sessions later, deja vu. Like, wait a minute.
I understand now.
I hope there's moments of that general insanity where it's just like you're getting like a lore development moment, but Crown's character is not taking it in because they're too busy arguing with a stop sign.
I will only make him argue with a stop sign if he wants to argue with the stop sign.
Walking back. It's the fucking Vine where I bump into the trash can. I look back and I go, fuck you just say to me? And I start kicking the shit out of it.
Pussy!
My friends are like, they're watching and then they join in because they don't want me to be alone.
That would totally be, I feel like, Stella's character and Razi's character. They're just like, you know what? I can let homeboy be alone with his one strength.
It escalates until you use a discipline, and then all of a sudden you just see in your like vision, just you've gained a masquerade violation.
I start freaking out. Everybody else around me.
Nathan, I'm gonna need you to roll me a frenzy check, please. Please and thanks.
Oh, calm down.
This is a fury frenzy, so apply any banes if possible.
All of them.
Hey, wait a minute, you're not a brew, huh? What the fuck?
He's a bra. He's a bra.
Yeah. Just the Malkavian ineffectively punching a stop sign.
We're not supposed to draw attention to ourselves.
He's On drugs, says Anthony, the character most likely to be on drugs.
Don't worry about him. He's on drugs.
Oh, thank God. The officer says as he walks away.
The little fucking squeaky toy sound effect from my one strength punching the shit out of this wall. I'm actively hurting myself.
Like, yeah, you keep punching, and it's just like, it's destroying your hand.
You're giving
Like, yeah,
away
I'm gonna need you to take too superficial for that.
You're doing masquerade violations because your hands are healing as you're destroying them.
Well, no, he would have to consciously do that. It would just be like, this guy's on PCP. He keeps punching, even though now I can see the bones in his fucking knuckles.
If it were modern times, it'd be like Bros on the Lean.
They are playing in 2015, so yeah.
I meant like current time. It's like, oh man, bro needs to lay off the fent.
Like, he's just going.
Kill!
Everyone just like, what do we do about this?
Okay.
Do we do anything about this?
Let the police sort him out.
Sir, I'm gonna have to please ask you to stop attacking inanimate objects.
Oh, hello, officer.
Stops for a moment to just say, oh, good evening, officer.
Just cunt pointing to a fucking trash, pointing to a goddamn dumpster. This asshole.
This asshole.
Officer, I'd be more than happy to stop if you would get this fucking piece of shit to stop talking so much shit. Hard cut to
Looks at trash can.
Yeah, hard cut.
It's smeared in blood.
Oh yeah, it is just, you're painting this. You're Jackson Pollocking this this steel trash can.
Next
that has been like kind of bent, but like not really.
Next thing you know, they're like, hey, we got somewhere for you. And now you're on a trip to Grippy Sock Bay.
Oh, finally. I can meet all my other cool Malkavian friends there.
They're not Malkavians. They're just also like clinically insane.
Nah,
sick individuals.
I know what they are. I wink at the actual schizophrenic next to me.
I know what you are, wink.
He turns to you saying, I wasn't fucking talking to you.
My
No,
people.
dude, on a serious note, schizophrenia is actually wild. Like, seeing it full blown. Watching an individual
we're about to get to a very real subject here. It was supposed to be a meme.
This was supposed to be a meme.
I don't want to talk about all the people in grippy socks I saw when I was in the Navy at the hospital. I don't want to talk about that.
But no, it is a very interesting subject that we will avoid.
How fucking big did I make the singing tier rooms? It was big enough for like.
Enough.
Oh, I don't want them to be massive.
Now I'm just imagining in my head what it would be like as an outside observer, watching someone who's clearly a vampire trying not to be a vampire. I imagine it would have the same kind of vibes as, like, you know, if I'm hanging out somewhere and I see that one dude who's clearly on drugs, who notices me, and then he tries as hard as he can to act like he's not on drugs.
Goes real still.
Have you been drinking, sir? No. I swear to drunk Ossifer, I'm not God.
All right, bud. Come with me.
No.
Why don't we just take a little bit of a walk here?
Okay.
The coterie has to be like, wait, we can't let him go to jail. He'll fucking die.
I want to go to. That sounds great, officer. Take me away. We have to kill. Guys, looks at the rest of the party. We have to kill that fucking cop.
Oh no.
You guys might have to kill that fucking cop, I say, storyteller, just looking down. What are you gonna do about it?
Whoever your employer is like, you know, when I said don't make a scene, I really meant don't make a scene. What you've done here is rather contrary to what I asked of you.
Nathan,
they say as they look at the news and see wanted with your guys' faces plastered.
Nathan in the back of the cop car getting a coffee from the cop because he's a sympathetic cop. And he's like, "Hey, man." And he's like,
Hey,
"Oh,
why don't
thanks,
you-"
officer. I appreciate that."
Sips it, and then I go, "Hey, Nathan, that's coffee, right?
Yeah, I love coffee.
I need you to make me a resolve plus stamina roll
Huh? Oh, sure,
to
DM.
actually drink it. Oh, that's
Go,
not
go, go,
difficult.
go.
Gets only 2 successes. Yeah. So,
What'd that mean?
as you begin violently retching,
Oh, the officer.
God.
The officer watching through the fucking little mesh cage in the back as I'm.
you realize that the contents of your stomach have been replaced with blood.
Oh, dude, that cop is gonna shit his pants.
Yeah, you're spattering that little like mesh window with coffee and blood. Just
I need to fucking whack it
spewing.
here now.
Getting
He's
medics on
out.
site.
You're freaking.
They're like, oh my
You're-
god, he's
you're-
cold. He has no pulse. What the fuck?
Your coterie watching this, just seeing the back of a cop car explode in bloody vomit, and it's just like.
I
Oh.
forgot that you can't even drink coffee. I don't think I could be. I think that'd be a deal breaker for me if they offered me to be a vampire.
I wasn't
Well,
offered.
offer is a very strong word for what happened to these guys.
I wasn't
know.
offered.
I know, but what I'm saying is like, hey, you want to be a vampire? Okay, drinking blood, sure, I can get used to that. Living forever, yeah, it has its drawbacks. Not being able to drink coffee, nope, deal breaker.
I got turned into a vampire because I lost a bet.
Yeah.
But now I have a lady in my head who calls me Stub Muffin. It's my
Yeah,
psychosis.
Hey, stud muffin, kill your friends.
See, like, so while I'm prepping, because the book breaks it down into like scenes, and I'm like, all right, so I've got like backgrounds for some of the places that you'll be, because a lot of VTM is theater of the mind. You know, you don't really need a map, frankly.
Okay.
Oh yeah. It's not like, oh, you're 35 feet away. It's like, hey guys, woo 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 woo, pretendy fun times.
Okay, so it's not really combat heavy then.
It's not super combat heavy, no. But there is the potential of you could get into combat. However, the thing is, for vampires, age is power. And you don't know how old people are just by looking at them.
Oh.
So that 20-year-old at the end of the bar could be a elder vampire.
I would love if
Fucking
part
Jewers.
I would love if part of Crown's psychosis, if like lore pops in from time to time, being like, "Hey, that's an extreme encounter," and fucking leaves.
That's an extreme encounter. Huh?
I have to walk, God.
Just pops in, says that, leaves, refuses to elaborate.
But yeah, so that's actually a thing. It's like you don't know how old or powerful someone is just by looking at them.
Never ask a
So-
vampire their age.
So choose your combat carefully.
Nice.
Never ask a vampire their generation either.
I throw hands with the 20-year-old looking guy.
Oh, they're a third generation GG.
Oh, fuck it. What? What did you say to me?
Yeah, the 9th generation elder sends you through the fucking concrete wall.
Oh yeah, what generation is our players in version 5 normally?
For babies.
So, yeah, these guys are very, very new, and because it's Modern Knights, very low,
Are they thin
high
bloods?
generation. So, typically for player characters for VTM V5, there's no generations lower than 10. These guys are 13th. They are literally at the end of the line.
They are right before thin blood.
Exactly.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yep. You guys are pretty much like the last generation to actually be a vampire.
Nice.
Then you get into Thin Bloods, and they're kind of like ghouls plus plus.
They are freaks.
Yeah. On the cusp of thin bloodedness. That's why I was like, hey, if anyone plays a Thin Blood, don't.
Yeah.
Or at least asterisk, be warned.
Just do a little diablerie.
A little diablerie. Just a light snack.
Diablerie.
I was gonna say, it looks at people who should not engage in diablerie, these people.
That's when you eat the vampires, right?
Yes, diablerie is not just draining a vampire, but going further than that and consuming what would be considered the soul of them.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
Jesus Christ.
It's very frowned upon in polite vampire society.
I can't fucking imagine why.
Yeah.
I think the Sabbat is like honestly skill
Well,
issue.
Yeah, the Sabbat is something else entirely. The Sabbat are a faction of vampires that think being a vampire is the greatest thing since sliced bread. And they are very vampire supremacists that, they should essentially rule the world with humanity as chattel.
Oh.
And their goal is to get the closest to their progenitor.
Cain.
So the first vampire, yes, Cain.
My
And the way
brain's
to do
pretty
that,
big.
yeah, to raise their generation, they look at diablerie as A-OK. So they will occasionally go out and hunt younger, weaker vampires.
Oh, so by consuming another vampire, let's say I somehow, miraculously, don't get fucking giga destroyed by like a 4th generation vampire.
There would not be a 4th generation vampire on this fucking map, but
And
okay.
I eat them. I eat them. I mean, I get stronger?
So, mechanically speaking, diablerie gives you a couple of bonuses. When you drain the other vampire, depending on the number of successes that you have versus the contested roll, you get experience points to spend specifically on blood potency. Blood potency gives you additional abilities, makes you stronger when using, your blood for doing things like using disciplines, using your blood surge ability, things like that. The drawback for increased blood potency and increased power is that you'll have certain feeding restrictions at some point.
Oh.
So at like blood potency 2, animal blood and bagged blood only satisfies half the hunger that it normally would. So right now at blood potency 1, you guys can sippy on a little blood baggie and satisfy 1 hunger. However, you would need 2 blood baggies if you were blood potency 2. If you're blood potency 3, animal and bagged blood no longer does anything for you.
Straight from the tap.
Yep, you need to get it from the tap.
Oh god. So like Stella's vegetarian, quote unquote, will eventually be fucked.
If she, either commits diablerie or lives long enough, because the blood potency will eventually thicken over time.
Why you say it like that? Why you say it like that?
Well, look, I'm just saying.
Why you say it like that,
saying.
Game Master? Why you say it like that?
Shut up.
If she lives long enough, fucking smirk on her face.
When you and your homies are mortal beings, the only thing to fear is each other.
Kind of, yeah. And to answer your question, Cater, I believe it kind of levels you up depending on the disparity. I would have to double check the actual numbers for that.
Yeah,
but it will actually, Yeah, it lowers your generation. So if you were 13th and you omnommed someone who was, like, let's say an 11th generation, you would go up to 12th generation. So you're closer to Cain. However, the effects of Diablerie can be seen in your aura. So anyone with high enough aspects will be able to see that you did a naughty.
I didn't mean to eat him. He slipped into my fangs.
I mean, there are some vampire clans with their banes that, they can't stop. Or they have a very difficult time stopping.
Man, it's crazy when I, I'm walking along to go meet my, 4th generation friend. I slip and my fangs sink into him and I can't stop drinking.
And that's also a risk that Nick brought up, is that if you fail to diablerize the soul of the other vampire, their soul can just take over your body.
Ooh. Gotcha.
Yep.
High risk,
Yeah.
high reward.
Yep. So you could get that higher blood potency EXP. Oh, you also get, I think, a free discipline or several discipline points from the vampire you consume, so you gain their knowledge. But yeah, it has that risk of, you failing spectacularly.
It's a concept I've shamelessly stole for the vampires.
Yeah, and of course, additionally, you take a hit to your humanity automatically.
But damn, people, why am I upset?
If anything, I killed one less.
Sold is
I got
bit
rid
much.
of. Okay, but I got rid of an evil vampire in the world. If anything, I should have gained humanity from that.
Why is the Inquisition pissed at me? I killed a vampire.
The Inquisition does not discriminate, my friend. They are equal opportunity vampire slayers.
What the fuck?
There's some bullshit.
It's thanks to Hunter the parenting. I actually managing to understand a good amount of this conversation. I'm sorry, Skull.
On a slight sidebar, Crown, I found your next named Illithid NPC in Hangout text. Look at this fucking unit. Wait, why isn't it an image?
Why'd you just send me a Trojan virus, you fucking weirdo?
Why did it upload as a fucking image? Hold on, I'll screenshot it.
You sent me another virus, Leo. I'm kicking your ass.
The first one was shits and or giggles, and all it did was just download Paizo malware.
Oh my god!
This fucking unit. They're going up against a Maven, like, okay, spellcaster, we gotta be wary of him, but you know, if we can get up close, we can hurt him. Behold, I train the body and the mind.
Ooh, Gerald as an Illithid.
Oh. Hate that.
Oh god. Oh man, if you gave him, you could give him wrestler archetype feats.
Okay, it grabs you, explodes you.
Peak psionics suplex.
Let me see if I can find the. I don't know what it's from. I think it's from Fate. But it's a really dope fighting gif. This one. This is how this guy fights you.
Actually.
I spend 2 actions to pop the fuck off like that.
Dude, fucking, that would be... Speaking of, like, pop-off characters, I was looking through the bestiary for things to torture my players with. I found a 17th level humanoid creature named Lord Guridan, and I want you to just take a quick...
Guridan. A sick name. Let me see this lad.
Or Lord Gurdon or whatever.
I like Gurd.
I'll put it in a hangout text. He is just a regular ass dude, but look at his stat block. He is a prison warden.
Oh my god.
His
+3
fist
greater
dude-
striking speed, hand reps, mighty blows.
Yep. He has a flourish that lets him make 2 fist strikes ignoring math until after both strikes.
He then grabs you, or if you're grabbed, he then fucking throws you into a targeted. He grabs you and throws you into another guy.
Yep, and whenever he makes a fist strike and lands it, he can choose to apply grab, knockdown, or push ability to his attack.
Oh my god.
But don't
What
worry, his fists
adventure
are
is he from?
non-lethal.
He kind of looks like the fucking captain out of Tintin.
I bulked up.
Seriously.
What is he from?
It seems like a very odd stat block, honestly. Like,
Is it Agents of Edgewatch? But still, it's like, what the fuck?
that guy's just a little insane.
I kind of want to make him like the warden of Grey Rock that got destroyed by the Kraken. He was offshore, and then he's just something that hunts the players occasionally.
You fucking Henry
He only
Cavill
walks
reloads
at
his
them.
arms.
He only has a 30-foot move speed. He walks at them, and the players are like, "We need to leave.
We need to go. No."
One of my players because he was looking through the bestiary when we saw this. And if I post this image, I'm like, you see this guy slowly walking towards you saying, "I finally found you. We need to fucking leave."
Gotta shit your pants in one easy step.
And I was looking at it. He is a level 19 creature, which means he could have beaten that Kraken, probably.
I love that idea. I love that
Literally,
the
like,
only thing that prevented him from doing that was that he was on shore instead of there.
he literally was on shore leave. That's my idea for him. I might give him another name and give him like maybe some different token art. But when they see him walking and see his stats, they're gonna know. At least my one friend who's playing will know. It's like, oh fuck.
What have we done?
Please leave. God, what have I done?
It's okay. His fists do non-lethal, but he's going to beat the fuck out of you.
Gives you a blood. Yeah, all right. Fucking. All right, Batman. You gonna pay for my medical bills too, asshole? Those clerics ain't cheap.
It's gonna be like Yakuza 0, where he's just Mr. Shakedown now. Give me your fucking money.
Oh!
Time to make legally distinct Batman. Actually more terrifying than the Kraken. Oh, and of course he has Reflex Strike, because, you know, why not?
I dare you. I triple dog dare you to walk away from him. I quadruple dog dare you to walk away from him. See what happens.
I'm gonna do fucking, if I use him, I'm gonna do Lore's little trick. I'm gonna do Lore's little asshole bait, where he's like, oh, it doesn't seem to have Reactive Strike. Never mind, fucko.
Oh no. Oh, Jesus. That's a very blurred picture.
Maybe
What I'm
I'll
running into here is like, do I prep more than I need? Or is this gonna happen like my other table where it's like, cool, so we've spent an hour in one area. Sick.
Is it stuff that's for sure eventually going to happen, or is it stuff that might happen?
It's pretty linear. Now there are other things that can happen, but the beginner box for this is pretty linear. And also, starting off, there's only going to essentially be one way to go.
Very smart.
I'd just say, what you call it, just do a little bit more.
I will probably prep until the second scene. So if you like speed run the first scene.
I think we're gonna role play.
Yeah, I looks at the group. Yeah.
Yeah, you're gonna role play, and then when session starts, they all made a pact to just wave dash to the next scene immediately.
No, we're gonna roleplay. I promise. And then
I know.
sessions start. Skip dialogue. Spacebar. Spacebar. I run.
No clip. All right.
What do I see,
That'll
Game
be
Master?
good.
Describe it.
Where are we?
Skip dialogue.
That's like the same. That's the same energy as how like Tomato was like describing. He's like, you know how that wizard like spends the whole round plotting his turn. I make sure to do my turn as quick as possible so he has no time.
Ugh. You know, I do feel bad sometimes when I'm playing those games because my turn's done in like 10 seconds. Unless I need to do something fucky.
You know what you want to do.
I go, okay, Dell's gonna walk. He's gonna make an attack. Did my attack hit? Awesome. I'm gonna do this. All right, that's my turn.
I like that though. Like, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. It's cool. It's good being, you know, there's nothing wrong with being efficient with like already knowing what you want to do.
Catch up party, I say, as I drop kick the next person.
Yep. Keep up. I need to catch up on the Curse of Strahd stuff because
What's fun?
I don't remember Summer's halfling, or is that a halfling as well?
Mm-hmm. They're halflings. They're like stout halflings, I believe is what they are.
Because I haven't been keeping up, so I hadn't recognized the characters, and I just fucking choked on my coffee when you guys were talking to the Gravekeeper, and Whoops is on this roof being like, "Nah, he's a fucking narc."
Yeah, we crashed at their house, and then Strahd attacked us, and we lost 2 characters, and those were their characters. So they're playing the new folks.
Man, are they like siblings
Mm-hmm.
or? Oh, that's fun.
They rolled the same exact thing on the hardcore ancestry table. That's why they're siblings.
Yeah. Wasn't it before you all like were? I think when you were making your new characters, a lot of you were rolling dwarfs.
Joe rolled dwarfs 2 times. Literally couldn't roll anything other than a dwarf. All the characters I've rolled have been tall characters. Everybody else has been short.
It's been good. Good eating. I'm so bummed. I was gonna play in a Curse of Strahd game, but of course, the time that originally worked doesn't work for my work schedule now. So I was like, "Fuck."
That is how they get you.
Yep, happens. Would have been like would have been one of the forelays where I wanted to kind of try to play a more grounded character. Really try to get into a more immersed mindset. I don't know what the proper term for it is.
Immerse is I'd use that word.
Yeah, I guess like not necessarily very either detached or I guess be more immersed in the world and be very like, I'm a character here, you know, like I have a personal stake in what happens, and be more grounded instead of just kind of being like shitpost character.
There's something to be said. Shitpost characters will only get you so far before you eventually get bored of them.
Yeah, I have a friend who always likes to do kind of like joking characters, and he made one for Curse of Strahd and is finding out very quickly that
Strahd lacks a
that's
sense of
not
humor.
Yeah, Strahd does not have a sense of humor. Well, he does. It's just not very funny.
Not the humor you want around you.
Yeah. Again, my character is also in the weeds in that game because while I have not drawn Strahd's ire, I have drawn his interest. Arguably worse.
Very. Yeah, we lost our wizard when he did that. So
He's like, "Hey, I like you,"
Oh no, the incel vampire takes an interest.
and you go, "What?"
I think you're neat.
I think the only thing that saved me was our druid being very tight-lipped while he was talking with Strahd. Is that he didn't give too many details about my character either way. Because that could have very easily been like neat. So picks up Ranger. I'm taking this. Like, what? Where am I going? To the castle.
Oh no, I don't want to go to the castle.
Like Strahd
What
is,
you want is irrelevant.
like, from everything I've like heard about Curse of Strahd games, Strahd is absolutely terrifying. But then I read his backstory, I'm like, this guy's just an incel.
Yeah, he's an incel.
God's
That's
strong.
Mr. Incel to you.
I know, as he says.
That's
like,
Count
as
Incel,
he
thank
fucking-
you.
As he disembowels me.
Explodes you with his mind.
Yeah. But yeah, no, it's funny because I have a whole cast of whole idea for characters that are more like, leveled and more like, I don't like the word serious, but I guess whatever you would use for the opposite of joke characters.
Why don't you like the word serious?
I don't know. For some reason, my brain thinks serious. I think of like the like no nonsense kind of character. I guess a more grounded. I like the word grounded character. Also, yeah, true junker. But yeah, just again going back to that, getting more comfortable with like more grounded, like serious roleplay opposed to like kind of just being a dude, just being a dude or making light of every situation.
See, I can only be the funny guy if everybody else is a serious character. If everybody's a serious character, or if everybody's a funny character and there are no serious characters, I'm not gonna have fun.
Yeah.
Because at some point it just devolves and then nothing's happening in the story.
Yeah, that is currently one of the games I'm in. I mean, we're all here for it because it's just beautiful chaos where I think we've caused more damage. I think it's not even like that we're deliberately causing damage. It's just we're so ineptly incompetent we've done more damage than our BBEG is theoretically going to cause. But yeah, just kind of having a character that's more like, I don't mind like a character that is more like snarky or cracks some quips, but
sure, having a character. I mean,
yeah.
I got fucking Rylan who loves dropping like Avenger quips all the time. Like,
yeah.
he loves dropping like Marvel one-liners whenever he gets the opportunity. So I'm fine with that. But he's also underneath that presents himself as a very serious character.
Yeah.
Or the straight man in the party. So like leave it to Ollie and Izzy to be the weirdos. To let them be the eccentric party members, like Izzy rolling out and being like, I'm gonna meet the Tide Witch. And the rest of the party's like, you're gonna do what?
Huh?
Yeah, like leave that to the more eccentric party members and let Rylan be that sort of grounding or that like grounding rod in the party. So that way there's like this level of, I guess this level of like believability.
Yeah, I think every party needs like the straight man.
True.
Yeah.
Person who is pretty grounded in the world and kind of keeps the party from wandering off on their baby leashes.
Correct. Logan, see, what's great is that they both do that. Like every character, every person in the party, we don't have like the joke character. I don't think we've ever really had the joke character unless it was like a joke game.
Well, we did have a character who was kind of flighty at one point in SOE, so.
I mean, that's fair. I guess it's been so long I completely forgot about them. So, you are correct. Well, I mean, usually everybody in the party's pretty good with like being able to be very serious, very grounded in the world, and then having moments of levity. I think the moments of levity that the party have are way more enjoyable than if it was chaos all the time. Like the party deciding, we're gonna push everybody into the pond. Everybody gets a bath. They know what the pond does. They know everybody gets a weird, zany effect, but they do it anyway because it's fun.
Yeah. I guess I want to kind of, I guess, mentally get okay with kind of being grounded. Because like for some reason I always add like a quirk to my characters, even the ones that I want to play more serious, as like I don't know, I guess like as a mental defense, because like being grounded, for some reason I have this weird uncomfortable feeling from doing it. I think it's just because it's like foreign and I guess taking it seriously.
Interesting.
I don't know what it is. Like it's like a mental block. Like for, I had this unarmed dragonborn paladin that could smite with his fist, and he was going to be, very virtuous, very noble. But for whatever reason, like at the last moment, or no, I decided to make him like my jokey Baldur's Gate character. So instead of just having like this very stoic dragonborn, it was like, Char, my name is Sir Gondjois, I'm the Paladin of Char. How can I help you?
Oh, fuck's sake.
Like, just, for some, like...
Heal.
He's just like, you must repent or face my incomparable wrath.
What happened? What happened?
He's just, I don't know. I think, like, there's two characters that, like, and then even my first character, my evil little turtle necromancer, that would, looks like a kind old grandpa, but would suggest and do the most heinous of shit being a necromancer. And for whatever reason, I'm like, and he talks like this. I wonder what. Tell me, what do you sound like when you scream? And just like, I don't know.
Good heavens.
I always add some quirk to kind of give myself a layer of separation. I don't know.
Huh. Interesting.
Like, I think the closest I played to a even... And I wouldn't even call it grounded. I don't even think I would call it grounded, was maybe Nim. But even, like, my druid who wanted to find a flower that his late wife loved, which turned out to not really exist. She just wanted him to, go out and adventure because he spent most of his life taking care of her when she was sick. But even he had a quirk where he was very much a stoner. He had a very weakness to dragon's weed. And I don't know. I just don't know why I can't lock into a... The closest thing probably would even be like maybe Jarrell, but even then she was a little goofy. Or I played her a little goofy.
Brother, I need you to make a human fighter whose greatest achievement was being a sergeant in the army. I need you to lock that in right there.
My name is Dan
Dickum. No name, no fucking, no voice.
I have no name. I simply do.
Lock that one in, brother. I need you to be that. I need you to be that
John
for me.
Fighterman. John Fighterman.
That's right. I need you to be John Pathfinder.
I don't know. And
your
it's
lore is warfare. Your You've got society, diplomacy. You're trained in all the weapons, all that stuff. That's merely because it's what it was expected of you.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Also, Keter. Yeah, he was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. Don't get me wrong. And it's like I had character, and it's weird because I have characters, and I could think of like in the Strahd game I was gonna play like a blind stars druid, and he would have been like there are no stars in Barovia, so we must light man's way, like with our deeds. Like more serious characters, but then when it comes time to implement them, my brain's like, abort, abort, abort.
Huh. I have the exact opposite problem. I make a goofy character, and I'm like, that's it. That's my little blurbo. And then I can't help but give them depth. Like I want to give them like a very serious undertone that belies their little blurbo nature.
Yeah, and that's a great trope. I love that. I don't know if it's because I wonder if it's just because mentally, if maybe I just like have this fear of either coming off cringe.
Oh, dude.
Like, and it's weird. It's such a. I know it's a It's like not. It's not rational in the slightest.
Playing Dungeons and Dragons with their friends. If your friends think you're fucking cringe, they're cringe.
Play with them.
And I know they won't. I know they won't. But it's like, I don't know where it comes from. But it's like I guess my fear of taking it more seriously. I guess like getting really invested.
Okay, so there is something to be said about you taking a game serious and then your friends not. Your friends come there because they're like, this is my chance once a week to just be a fucking asshole. Like I get to play this character with no repercussions. And then you come in and you're like, I am a very serious character. They're gonna be like, dude, what the fuck? I don't want to deal with responsibilities. I got to deal with responsibilities in real life. What the fuck are you doing? So you sort of need to talk to your friends about that and be like, hey, I want to play a serious character. Are you guys cool with playing serious characters? Or are you cool with me playing a serious character and like being a very stark contrast to the rest of you? Because if you're not, then I'll just fucking load up Bilbo Bangins and that'll be my character.
Bangins. Jesus.
Yeah, and it's the thing is too is like there's people that play more more serious or grounded characters like that in my group, like in that group with Sir Gondjois. Like there was Luthar, who was this person that could only cast cantrips. Like he had a condition where he could only cast cantrips, so he was a cantrip bard. And there was this artificer that had performance anxiety. And then you also had Vincent Van Bone, who was a whippet doing skeleton with a pimp cane and skateboarding, and a completely psychopathic cleric that would change their personality based on whether it was raining or whether it was sunny.
This is why you have a session 0.
Oh, we had a session 0, and at first I was like, yeah, I'm gonna play this character, and then my brain just defaulted to Sir Gondjois.
Interesting.
Turn off the grid, because we don't need a fucking grid.
Those who?
I think it's literally just getting over my own feelings of embarrassment if I try to go like a serious character.
Oh yeah, dude.
Grounded.
If you're a dungeon master, you got to get over your fear of your own voice too. You want to do goofy, funny voices. You got to know that people are gonna look at you and be like, "What the fuck is this guy doing?"
Yeah, like I think GMing will help that a lot because I've been doing some more grounded S characters with some not goofy characters. But it's so weird. I don't know why my brain, like even thinking about I guess playing one character compared to like, okay, I can be this serious character only for a little bit and then leave it to the players to do whatever.
See, my way of coping with having very serious characters all the time is to introduce a Blorbo character who I get to sort of unleash all of that levity and wacky zaniness with, and then go back to the serious tones of the like Froll's a great example.
Oh yeah.
Froll's in the middle of a fucking spooky haunted dungeon, and he's like, show me your stab. Like, just a weird little fucking guy. And then at the end, it's like, hey, Froll has to go to jail because he's a criminal. And he's going to leave the party. And now there's this very like serious tone of like, he gets an opportunity to become a Lendavi now. Like, that's a pretty changing thing in the setting. But the entire time, he was like, yeah, I stole fish. I also make oozes. You want to learn how to make an ooze? All the money you just picked up. That's how you pick it up. I want all the money you just picked up.
4 copper. Okay.
I mean, 4 copper's 4 copper.
If Oliver was a more clever man, he'd have been running in circles around Froll instead of Froll running in circles around him.
Sometimes it'd be like that.
Like, looks at Oliver's wisdom.
Yeah.
8.
Yeah, I look at Froll, who somehow had a higher wisdom than him, and I went, oh, I don't feel right.
I don't know. I do have ideas for characters that are not, extra flashy. Like even that fighter character, I thought of like an older, stalwart man that decided to, he has an illness. He was diagnosed with an illness, and he decided, I will go on one last adventure before I am, too old and too sickened to be able to. And be kind of not a party dad, but a party grandfather, really teaching and being like, oh, it's no problem at all. When I was your age, I was doing plenty of stuff. You'll get there.
What quirk did you give him?
I've been trying to fight it, but the quirk in my brain was dementia.
Oh, that's not a quirk. That's fucking sad, man. That's not a quirk. Oh my god. I don't want to deal with party grandpa going through dementia.
He's very much like not dementia, like senility, where he's like, he's like, it's okay, Jamie. My name's Travis. What was that?
Okay, so that's fine. I had to deal with Sylvester with that and lost mine, so that's fine.
Oh god.
But when you give him fucking dementia, I'm gonna cry. So
he's like, hey, I am terrified. What will remain of me?
Oh my god, Grandpa.
Very
Grandpa, you don't have to worry about that. I promise.
Very much. I don't know. I think probably my pinnacle character, if I had to think of one, is one that is very, on the outward, very, very happy, very lighthearted. But when nobody's around, he kind of really reveals kind of how broken he actually is.
Ooh, do you ever have trouble making a less fun choice for the sake of doing which? Oh yeah, a ton of times. There have been a ton of times as Dell where I wanted to do something funny or goofy, and I'm like, oh, he wouldn't do that though.
Alternate universe action.
Mm-hmm. Like you want to do it as the player because it's a fun thing. But then you sort of have to look at it like, all right, how much am I willing to betray the character though?
Yeah.
It's also that and like making the quote unquote optimal decisions. I played briefly like some VTM, and it was like, well, like the storyteller was like, well, why would you do that? Why wouldn't you do like this, and this instead? I was like, because whips out character sheet, looks at my like one dot in a flaw. It's like, my character wouldn't think about that.
Yeah.
My character wouldn't consider that action. So as much as me player would be like, oh no, do XYZ, cover your ass. Me character goes, I'm a stabber.
Yeah, trying to, yeah. Yeah, I've been reining back my my cannibal character because they started finding the bodies, so it's like, you know, I don't want to derail the campaign as they're on the run from the guards.
Started finding them.
Oh, the bones specifically.
Okay, Dexter Morgan over here.
Like it's no, he's straight up the sick art of that one character I posted with the tree growing out of his chest, Famish. He's that super crazy Gestalt fighter barbarian super multi-class cannibal. That he had my DM generated the backstory, and true to form, it was very traumatic and it drove him insane to being like a cannibal Leviathania.
Oh.
Where he would just eat, you know, he was always like, Doctor, I'm starving, I'm hungry. And so he would like, a couple times there was a few times I got away with, or a few times that I got away with my cannibalistic axes. I would like tiptoe, I'd be like, is there any alarms? Is there anything here? Do the little Dr. Seuss with the bat moment
Oh my
where I
God.
just cleave someone and then eat them.
Think.
Yep. And then my DM pulled an Uno reverse card the like fourth time I tried it, where because one of the people I killed was back, and he told me about how some of the people have this cleric insurance where they get revived in the event of a death, like they pay money for it.
The fuck?
Well, they've insured.
They're insured.
They got
Yes.
they got the platinum membership with the
Yeah.
Oh my God.
With the Karsus, the
Yeah.
information. Yeah.
United
But yeah,
Cleric
so-
Care? What the fuck is that?
And then he's like, yeah, so, you know, as you go through this dude's belongings that he just killed, you know, he did like, you know, free massages and was, you know, doing, you know, donate, you know, fundraising for, you know, charities. And my character's like, oh, how tragic. Anyway, I loot the charity box.
Oh, so not only are you a cannibal, you're a fucking asshole.
No, I didn't actually loot the gold, but I did eat his body. And then when he came back, I was like, oh, hell no. Came back,
Whoops.
tried to do it again. He didn't have the insurance. It was a skinwalker.
Oh.
And I almost died. And then I ate the skinwalker.
God damn.
But yeah,
In
no.
a similar vein, Sirik has taken a very interesting flaw.
What did he take?
No, don't worry about it.
Oh, okay. No, that's fine. You know, actually, I shouldn't have asked because I didn't tell anybody my flaws. So
Yeah. I'm just saying, this is going to be interesting. I say, steepling my fingers. The fact that you guys wanted to take more flaws than just the 2 dots, I was like, sure.
Flavor.
I think it's fun, especially when it's baked into like
Please
the system.
note that you will acquire more.
That's fine.
The more the merrier.
You can always acquire more flaws, as well as, you know, merits and benefits and stuff like that. Just do shit.
But it's yeah, no, I think that's really cool when systems do that. Like I know Blades in the Dark, you can get traumas and whatnot, and you actually get bonus XP for acting on your vices and traumas.
Yep. I was like, listen, I have to cap you guys at some point, so 4 dots max.
I'd have just kept taking flaws. I've been like, I'm steak bait. I have a prey thingy.
Leans in close. Don't take that one.
I also got this one, and I got an enemy, and I got this one.
See, I love that though, because then it's I feel like one of my players, also my best friend of 20-something years, would absolutely love like picking the flaws and full sending it, and it's like, hey, this character's probably gonna die, and he just responds with, yeah, but losing is fun. It's fun when systems allow that, and it's not like you're not going to be a detriment. Like in 5e, or at least 5e, the one thing that I feel like if I'm not optimizing my character, that it's basically being a detriment to the party.
Hmm.
Mm.
Interesting.
And it's like, I know it's, especially, if you have people that build right, like it's not an issue. But definitely feeling useless in an encounter does not feel great at all.
I'll have to ask Rag or Junie how she feels about her character as Rag, because Rag does not have a single plus modifier to any of her stats.
Oh yeah,
She's a Tempest cleric. Now, mind you, she's coming super clutch. Like, she did like Sleet Storm, which was huge. It basically hindered the creatures a bunch. But like her save DC is like 11. So it's like
Jesus.
It's basically nothing.
What level are you guys
We're
again?
level 5.
Oh.
Yeah, she's had to suffer through that for 5 levels.
Oh yeah, because like, who hasn't died in the party?
That's Gremmel and Rag.
Holy shit, Rag the Immortal Gremmel.
Now, Gremmel at this point, Gremmel's wearing like adamantine half plate or whatever, so he can never be crit, and he's a totem barbarian. So the only thing that's going to kill him genuinely is psychic damage. So he's fine. The only thing that's killing him right now is that he's missing a hand. We've been without a hand for like a level now.
That would cause some issues, I would imagine.
Yeah, for me, like, I don't get to swing a weapon anymore. I'm just straight up shield. But Gremmel only gets a shield, like, only gets a weapon. He doesn't get to use a shield anymore.
Mm-hmm. Learn how to swing a sword with your mouth.
I have to constantly remember to drop my shield because I need a free hand and to pick it back up and stuff like that. It's part of like my object interaction.
Yeah.
I'm playing fucking playing hot potato over there in the back with my shield while everybody else was fighting all the creatures.
It's like doing one thing where I've seen like we're a player because you technically need free hands to cast spells. Throw their shield up and their equipment in the air, cast their spell, try to catch it.
Yep. There have been a lot of moments where people have been like, Dell shouldn't be able to cast that. Like, I can. I drop my shield. I just don't announce it every time. And if I can't do it, I leave my AC as 14.
It's like, the DM will let me know.
Yeah.
I promise, guys. Not trying to cheat. Now, what I didn't know, and I will definitely blame it on myself playing Baldur's Gate. I thought your Spirit Guardians went through everything.
No.
It is, in fact, blocked by walls.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Baldur's Gate lied to you.
They're not really spirits at all, then.
Because, like, the fight that we had at the Wizard of Wines was super clutch because I could just stand inside the winery and fucking explode the creatures with Spirit Guardians.
Oh, those fucking blights.
Yeah, dude, that fight was insane.
I remember that. That was tough for us.
Correct.
We had to keep falling back and falling back and falling back. I think it was the fact that I had at least a modicum of action economy, dual wielding scimitars that, I could cut them down quicker. Other than that, it was like, oh my god, we're gonna get overwhelmed. Holy shit.
Dude,
Nightmare.
our Eldritch Knight literally saved the day. She stood in the doorway to keep them from chasing us and just face tanked. And thankfully had like a really high, no, she had a really like, she had a 18 AC or something like that. And then had casts of shield and used every single cast of shield that she could to basically prevent as much damage. I think she ended the fight like near being unconscious. But it was my god, like we were chasing down the druid on the top floor. She was running away from us. She was like hindering terrain and shit. We're being waylaid by like the other druids and the other blights and stuff.
Yeah. Oh.
It was fucked. And there was like there was a period of time where like Spirit Guardians was popping off. She hits me. I no longer have any more Spirit Guardians, which means my ability to deal with the blights gone.
Hated that. That fight was, I was like, I'm dying here.
Uh-huh.
Me and the Blood Hunter, we're dying here.
I'm glad I wasn't the only one who had that thought. I straight
like
up.
Me and the other melee, it's like, it's been an honor to serve.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if you gotta die, take them down with you.
With your boots on. With your fucking boots on.
Yep.
I'm pretty sure
we had
Go on.
I was gonna say we had at least one of the allies, but we later found out he could fly away if he needed to.
Oh, did you have like Adrian or his dad or something? Ah.
We had Adrian.
Nice.
Because our warlock was like, I want him.
You give me your hot son right now.
Oh, Phil,
Pretty much.
Describe it.
That was like almost verbatim.
That's so fucking
what
funny.
Our warlock was like, I want that one.
Oh no. Give me your fucking second oldest.
He can come with us. And my character, who is like besties with the warlock, was just like looks over and knows exactly what's happening.
Bombastic side eye. Phil the Panda. Thank you very much for your new Prime. Hello. Welcome, new subscriber. I'm new to D&D, but starting a campaign with some friends. I want to be a druid, and then I saw the character sheet I had to fill out, and now I'm just overwhelmed. Can anyone in chat tell me how to learn that, or where to start? Is there a YouTube video I'm missing? I'm very confused. P.S. Cool Bear. Thanks, brother. Where to begin with Druid?
Druid's a tough class to start with.
Yeah, that's a bit of a tough one, brother. Do Druids get their subclass at 1 or 3?
2.
2? Fucking weirdos.
I think it's all 3 now, though. Didn't they make it so every?
That's a great point. Phil, are you playing Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition 2014 or 2024?
Hello.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
What was happening?
What you mean?
Oh, what you guys talking about?
We're helping Phil the Panda better understand druids.
Okay.
Our friend Jordan is DMing. I'm assuming 2024. Oh, I do. 2024 druid. Oh God. Okay. Well, let's look at this together. Give me just a second.
Accessing the Mind Palace.
Okay. So, have you looked at any of the subclasses? Have you looked at any of these sort of subclasses listed with the 2024 version? Like, have you looked at stars? Have you looked at sea, moon, land, or what the fuck? Oh, never mind. Yeah, any of those ones?
Oh, these are the Valda ones. I was like, wait, there's more? No, those is Valdas.
This is great because I needed a break from that map. I wasn't liking it. I found it ugly.
Looking at D&D after been scrounging Pathfinder for weeks now, I have no memory of this place.
I looked at moon, and spores. Spores. Is that a? Oh, from Tasha's. I guess Tasha's would be
That's
relevant.
Tasha's. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
so,
I don't know how they handled it in 24. So after you.
Let's see. Druidic. Level 1. You know Druidic, the secret language of druids. While learning this ancient tongue, you also unlock the magic to communicate with animals. You always have the Speak with Animals spell prepared. You can use Druidic to leave hidden messages. Okay, so you don't really need to worry about that bit all too much. Okay, that's a pretty interesting little trick.
Right.
You've dedicated yourself to. Oh, what's up?
I was just gonna say that if they haven't seen this site before, 5e tools, great resource.
True, I will. Just in fact, post that for your peeping eyes.
Very good resource.
Yes, this is 5e tools. It is a. Let's look at. Make sure this is right. This is a repository for almost all 5th edition content. This includes books published by Wizards of the Coast, including all adventure modules that they post, as well as some, if not most, third-party content that has any sort of following behind it. So if your Dungeon Master is allowing for homebrew from things like Baldur's Spires or MCDM, you can find it here on this website by searching through the filters. This will explain at least a fair bit of what you're going to need when building a druid. It's going to tell you what your saving throw proficiencies are, what your primary ability stat is going to be if you haven't played Dungeons and Dragons before. I'm new to D&D. Okay, yeah. So this will tell you what your main attribute is going to be, and hopefully your Dungeon Master will be able to sort of pull you aside and show you when you're building your character where everything should go. I would recommend, at least just from personal knowledge and having ran druids before in the past, if you're new to this, I would almost say don't pick a druid, but a trial by fire is always good. I would recommend the Moon Druid. The Moon Druid, at least in 2014, was more centered around the idea of wild shape, transforming yourself into fantastical beasts and being able to fight other creatures as that animal. And then once you've lost your hit points, you reverted back to your druid form. So if you have you're like, I want this character to really like dinosaurs. Well, you pick the dinosaurs from the from your wild shapes, and now you're a dinosaur themed moon druid.
Oh yeah. Right. I was also gonna ask, Phil, are you playing this in person or on like a on a virtual tabletop? Because then also just writing a little, there's really good cheat sheets to kind of just have at the table.
Okay. Well, in person might be easier. You'll have your books and everything on you, and you'll also have your phone, so being able to look up stuff pretty quick. Ranger or wizard who can... Oh, is the main thing that you want to talk to animals, Phil? Is that the biggest, you just want to be able to talk to animals?
Nigel Thornberry.
Me holding up Fey Warlocks. What?
God, is human variant a thing in 2024? I think get rid of that.
No clue. I have not looked at that. Let me see. Species. Human.
I think
no, you
ancestry
only
is
get...
a cooler term. Just saying.
So humans in 2024, nope, there is just one type of human.
Oh, what the fuck? Okay, so here's a combo. If you wanted to be able to speak with druids or to speak with animals, you could, in theory, speak with animals. Okay, you could, in theory, play a human and take the origin feat, Magic Initiate. Take the druid and take Speak with Animals as your first level spell. That'll allow you to speak with animals for up to 10 minutes. Or you could play a druid right off the rip, in which they give you the primal language, which allows you to speak with animals. You'll always have that spell prepared. You could play a wizard who also takes the Speak with Animals spell, because I do believe this is a wizard spell as well. It's not. I lied. Don't listen to me. Yeah, so you can pick a ranger and pick it. You can pick a druid and pick it. Or you could play a human and take this feat and then play it any class you want at level 1. Correct. So you could be a ranger. You could be a human ranger. You could be a... Actually, I think... Let's see. Does ranger get anything new in 2024? Do they also get the ability to speak with animals?
Brother, I have no idea.
I'm looking.
Done dirty in 2024, but for a new player, it's not really like nothing to really worry about.
I mean, you'd get it at level 1 with your spellcasting ability. You'd be able to cast 2. You'd be able to cast it twice. Yeah. God, 2024 is so weird. I haven't looked at it at all, so I do apologize. I'm very ignorant in regards to 2024 stuff. I homebrew so much Dungeons and Dragons content that I struggle to even really call it 5th edition anymore. It's more of just a brutally homogenized D20 system. But at least from what I do remember, you'll be able to pop off pretty easily. Elf, the banished prince elf
animals, as a ranger.
Elf. Who the fuck do elves get?
We're picking up the D&D 2024 book. Like, what the fuck is this?
Well, you get Druid Craft, Longstrider, and Pass Without a Trace as a Wood Elf.
Sick.
What this?
Yeah, I mean, if you play a Wood Elf Druid, that'd be pretty clutch. You get to speak with animals. It all fits within the same theme. Your movement speed's 35 feet. You get advantage on saving throws to avoid the charmed condition. You can trance, which means you get 4 hours of rest instead of 8 hours, which means you're much more productive than those stinky humans.
God, I wish I could have that IRL.
Yeah.
And you get basically, you get what you want, being able to talk to animals. And if you pick Moon Druid, you're going to be more martially inclined, more melee oriented. So think of like giant ape, Tyrannosaurus Rex, raptor, stuff like that.
Someone say giant ape?
Like a giant constrictor snake is another one. That's a low-level creature that I know a Moon Druid can turn into. And they're pretty nasty. They have a poison that they can apply when they bite. They have their constrict ability, which allows them to grapple and restrain creatures.
Can they actually turn into an owlbear at 6, or is that just a Baldur's Gate thing?
That's a Baldur's Gate thing.
Man.
Unless your DM's really cool.
Does 2024 not allow owlbear transformations yet?
No, because it's a monstrosity. It's not a beast.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Question: how did owlbears even come to be monstrosities? What, is there a lore to that?
Wizards.
Wizards, they're not naturally occurring. They are a owl and a bear spliced together.
Yeah. Yes, yes. Yeah.
What do you mean? Yeah, that's that. Monstrosities usually refer to creatures that don't exist naturally within this ecosystem or circle of life. Things that were shoehorned in.
Okay.
A basilisk is a monstrosity.
How about a cockatrice?
A cockatrice is a monstrosity.
Is or isn't?
Is. A chimera is a monstrosity. A manticore is a monstrosity. Things that are
How about a rock?
spliced from other pieces.
How about a rock?
A rock is a beast. A rock will kill you.
It'll go scraw, and then you die.
Oh no, never mind. It's a monstrosity.
Oh.
Oh.
Huh. What the fuck made a rock? Oh.
Wizards.
It's because they're not from this world. They're made from an air
Giant
god.
bird?
They're made from an air god.
Oh. Oopsie.
Oh.
And who made that? Wizards looking away.
Wizards. Wizards really are the root of all problems.
I mean,
Yes, a rock, a rock with a soft C, not a hard K.
A rock. It's a rock.
That's not a boulder.
It's a rock.
It's a rock. As it
Roll for
fucking
initiative.
squirrel
Scream.
lifts up the giant you were fighting, flies off with said giant.
you're like, what?
And you see the mammoth.
I wanted to make a one shot where my players were like hunting a nest of rocks, and the one shot would just be called "Watch for Falling Rocks."
Nice.
That's good.
Dead
very
state.
Yeah, man. So I say that Druid is a tough one to pick up. The reason it's a tough one to pick up is because it mixes so much. You're a hybrid class. You not only are you a 9th level spellcaster, which means you can go pop the fuck off at level 20. You also, depending on your subclass, might be more melee oriented, which means you're now balancing multiple stats. Now, with Moondruid, you get to swap your physical stats with the physical stats of the creature and retain your mental stats. So when I say physical, I mean strength, dexterity, and con will be changed to match that of the creature. Your int, wisdom, and charisma will stay yours. That doesn't change. So you don't turn into an ape and are suddenly dumb as bricks.
Could you imagine? You turn into an ape, you forget who
Unless-
your allies are.
Unless you're using a polymorph spell.
We won't get into that. We won't get into that. If you're wild shaping, which is your
Yeah.
key ability as a moon druid,
Yes.
you will retain the stats that it tells you retain. Oh my God.
Question.
They give you a fucking companion. Oh.
So,
God. Go on. Sorry.
so when is polymorph only relegated to animals, or can it be, humanoids?
Wizard walking in here. So, the first polymorph spell that you get at level 7, you can only transform into beasts.
Mm-hmm.
But later on, if you do get true polymorph, you can turn into other humanoids. You can turn into other creature types. You can turn people or things into things or people, and vice versa.
True polymorph is scary as fuck.
Yes, I can turn you into a chair if I wanted to.
And if I leave you there for a long enough
Mhm,
period of
for an
time,
hour.
you're just a chair.
You are a chair now. Good luck.
Wait. So what happens if you, let's say there's a druid, and then they wild shape right into an animal, and then you hit them with a true polymorph to turn them back into what they were before. Are they?
I don't think it would affect their ability because they've learned that through their class. You would just, like, oh, now your true form is that of a elf or a human or whatever. They could just be like, all right, sick, that's neat. Transforms back into an animal.
Yeah, I'm a level 20 druid. I just spend my infinite wild shape to then transform back into the creature I was previously.
I guess kind of,
Oh,
because you could turn into animals for like little utility things.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
Like I don't know
it
if
is
you've
very
watched,
useful that way.
like I don't know if you've watched the D&D movie at all, but the druid like
Yes.
turned into like a little mouse that like to get through like a small crevice, or turned into, I can't remember what else, an eagle to like fly
Apply.
away.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of neat stuff you can turn into.
No,
Also,
I mean,
I was just gonna say, I just learned that druids only get 4 options for 9th level spells.
the question, right? Don't know if it was understood, but so they polymorph. A druid is in wild shape, right? They're like, let's say, a giant gorilla, giant ape, and then if that druid gets hit with a true polymorph, would it polymorph your wild shape, or would it polymorph the
You.
person that's you, not the wild shape?
Yes, correct.
Mm.
It targets you.
Okay.
So
So,
yeah, get boned.
no, you're not the wild shape is not you. Is it like
I mean, you are the same you are the same person, so it targets you, the player character. It's not going to just change, your shape. It would change your true shape, what you are underneath the polymorph. Or not the polymorph, the wild shape.
But if okay. I think I get it.
Yeah, no, it's going to change you, the character. So if you're a human druid and you're bopping around in bear form, and I'm like, you know what, you'd be hotter as an elf, and I polymorph you into, or true polymorph you into an elf, congratulations, when you pop out of your bear form, you're an elf.
Oh, I was about to ask. Like, would casting two polymorph on someone immediately pop you out of wild shape, or
I
is
mean,
it like a
probably.
surprise?
It probably would.
I
But
think
we're
it-
getting a little off topic here.
I think it'd be funnier if
Okay,
it
sorry.
didn't, though. It's like they shapeshift back. It's like, oh, they didn't hit me with anything. They shapeshift back or from their animal form.
Why
They're
am I a
fucking mug.
kobold?
They're a mug. They're a fucking coffee mug.
What have you done to me, you sick bastard? I've made you
I am
useful.
unharmed. Pops out, you're a gnome now. Fate worse than death.
Not even like a gnome as a species. You're just a garden gnome.
Oh my god.
Back on your map.
I don't like it. Probably gonna end up duking it at some point.
And Leggy just popped out, but
Alright. That's fine. This is a good place to
Okay,
end it. We've been streaming for 9 hours.
okay.
Hopefully, Mr. Panda, that answered your questions. You stream
At
for
least some of them. Gives you a jumping off point.
at least something you can bring to your DM and be like, this is what I want to be. A funny bear on the internet told me to do it.
Hey, a funny bear said, hey, you should allow Valdez.
I don't know about that. I haven't read Valdez enough to give any opinions on it.
It's very unhinged in the best way possible.
Alright, gamers. Why don't you guys go ahead and say goodbye to chat?
I don't want to say goodbye.
Say goodbye.
Okay, you can put the gun down.
Oh, I was on mute. Bye, chat.
Goodbye, chat. I'll remember you all in therapy.
I will not be coming back, so I hope you all have a fantastic night.
Likewise.
Mhm.
All right.
All right, I'm gonna go bully
There you
Rozzy.
go.
Mr. Panda, you did not interrupt stream. Don't worry about that, brother. I love answering questions. So, and that's sort of the big point of the streams is that I answer questions and talk to people and do all that fun stuff. So, don't worry none about feeling like you interrupted anything. I was sort of at the end of my stream anyway. I could sort of feel myself petering out. And I wanted to come back to the map I was working on with a fresh mindset anyway. So, but yes, to all the new folks who will follow tonight, who don't know who I am, hello, welcome. I'm the Crown DM. I am a TTRPG dungeon master who runs games in his own homebrew setting, the world of Adis. What you just saw was Theater Thursday. This is a general prep or system building type of day where I go through whatever relevant thing I'm working on and make it fit in my setting. So we are currently building for a Pathfinder 2e game. I'm building a beginner box style adventure for my friends to see if hopefully they like Pathfinder as much as I do. And fingers crossed that's the case, because if it is, we're just moving over to Pathfinder. You're the guy who's always stuck around short people? Yeah, don't fucking tell me about it. 9 hours and just now finishing? That's right. Well, last stream was 13, so I figured 9 would be a nice cutoff point. I will let you guys know. I'll let you guys know when I wake up if I'm going to be streaming today or not. I haven't decided if I'm going to be streaming or not yet, because we have been going pretty hard in the paint, and I would in fact like to play some video games. So you'll know if I failed or not by if I'm streaming. Aside from that, to all the new folks, if you haven't already, you should join the Discord, because not only will I be able to answer your questions off stream, there is a plethora, and I mean plethora, of dungeon masters and very experienced and veteran players who will be able to answer your questions, perhaps in a better capacity than even I can. So if you've got some 2024 D&D questions you'd like to ask, I bet we have some 2024 dungeon masters who'd be able to answer them and not stumble over their words like I do. However, that's it for me tonight. I hope that you all have a fantastic night. I hope you take care of yourselves. Hug your loved ones. Tell them that you love them. Let's play more Stalker. Maybe. I would like to play more Stalker too. I'm waiting for more patches to come out. But yeah. Love yourself. And I will see you guys later. Good night, chat.